Welcome to Barcelona and welcome to Catalonia, to be more specific, the northeastern corner of this great country, for the 23rd edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. Spread over 3 days. That's because yesterday we off-air had some free practice, then the qualifying sessions split across 3 different segments for each of the TC and the GT classes. The day was rounded out by 90 minutes worth of night practice, and now we are looking forward to the 24 Hours of Barcelona, which kick-starts as the final round of the European part of the 24H series in just under 30 minutes' time. So we've already been to Dubai at the start of the year. That was the first flyaway race for the very much now traditional 24 hours around the Dubai Autodrome in Motor City there. A week later, in a single event, the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi took place at Yas Marina. Then, after a couple of months, the 12 hours of Mugello began. That was split across 2 days at the end of March. Onward to Spa for a similar type race in the Ardennes Forest in Belgium. 12 hours of Hockenheim the following month. The first of 2 back-to-back 24-hour races took place at Portimao, just up the road from Faro on the Atlantic coast at the start of July. We're here in Barcelona for the 5th and final European race, but onward then at the end of November, start of December, for a brand new event for the 24H series and brand new for Creventic as well. The 12 hours of Kuwait, and we're delighted to say that we'll have a lot more news on that event later on today, with key proponents of the organisation of that event being brought into our commentary box so we can chat through all it's taken to organise. So very much looking forward to that. But before then, it is the 2022 edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. Me, Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley in the commentary box for the time being. But before that, before we hear from Joe, let's hand straight to Diana Binks to get a mood of things on the grid.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Welcome to the grid. I'm Diana Binks, as Johnny just said, and Andrew Marriott is alongside me now. The presentations are just getting underway here for the start of the race, really. We've seen the dancers dancing in front of us. Nearly knocked us out of the way, didn't they, Andrew?
Well, they did. I've done a bit of Catalan dancing in the past. I could have joined in, really. No, what a fantastic race we've got coming up. We've got 30 different nationalities of drivers. We've got teams from places like Lithuania, put my teeth back in, Malaysia, all over the world. USA team, we've got a Czech team. It's so international here. Probably about 4 or 5 cars that can win, different makes, Porsche, Audi, Ferrari's in there as well, Mercedes-Benz. So it's going to be a cracking race.
Well, we'll go through that in a moment, because Andrew and I are going to go down through the grid and have a chat with some of the drivers. Just before we do that, we want to remind you about the trophies that are on offer here this weekend. The Spirit of the Race Award is something that we always have for whoever it is within the race teams or drivers, team personnel, anyone working on the car who really embraces the spirit of these events. And then, of course, the GT and TCE Championship winning trophy is up there. The drivers, the teams have got their eyes on that. That will be declared here this weekend. And we have another presentation for all the drivers that actually participate in this endurance event. They get another small trophy as a memento of being here in Barcelona. So let's get this show under the road. Pole position, Herbert Motorsport, as we knew yesterday after the night practice, had some issues, and it really set them back after taking pole position in qualifying. And I'll just have a word with the pole setting car now. Robert, could I have a... Alfred. Robert.
Alfred.
I knew that was going to happen. Last night, obviously, not a good night in night practice, so I appreciate you all talking to me when I needed to come and chat to you, but it's got to be said, the car is looking in pristine condition now. What did the guys have to do, and what time did they get home?
Good luck was mostly just the bodywork, just a little bit on the rear left axle, but yeah, they fixed it in between, I think, 3 hours, and was not too bad. For sure it's bad because normally you need to get a rest before you have the 24 hours race, but we couldn't change it in the end, but now we're looking forward for this race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously emotions were running high. That's not what you wanted in that night practice. But going back to qualifying, clearly satisfied that you've got a fast car, you're on pole. What can you do in the race?
Yeah, hopefully we can win the race. So yeah, We're just looking to get a podium this weekend. So we know there's so many things can happen. We saw it last weekend at GT World Challenge at Hockenheim, where we were leading the race for the complete race in Gold Cup and lost it in the last lap. So now the goal is to go on podium and have a good race.
You know their circuit well, you know this race well. What are going to be the challenges?
Well, I guess with this many cars on the grid, for sure we have a lot of code 60s and just go out of all the troubles and stay cool and get a good race.
All right. Thanks for chatting to us. Go well in the race. No doubt we'll talk to you during the weekend. So alongside them is the WIR racing team, and I'm just going to hand over to Andrew Marriott, who's going to take us through this one.
Yeah, well, we got father and son here, George and Leno Weiss, and with your Ferrari. Looking forward to this?
Yes. Last year we stopped because the gearbox was broken, and now this year we are in the first row on the second place. It's like last year, and so we hope we have a better luck this year than last year.
Now, on the side of your car is a newspaper. Do you own the newspaper?
Yep.
I thought you did. So, here's your son, Leno. What's it like driving with Dad?
It's kind of special. Always dreamed about when I was a kid to also drive one day, and yeah, since a few years it's possible, and happy to drive the last race for this Ferrari.
And of course, you've got some great co-drivers too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know each other now for a more or less long time, and worked very well with them, and yeah, happy to race here then.
Okay, the family from Wanshao, and I'm going out looking for Diana, who's just behind me. And we're going to go down to CPP race eating, I think, Di.
We certainly are. Shane, I've just caught him. He's getting ready. Normally we have long conversations with you. How much are you looking forward to this weekend?
I love Barcelona. This is a great place, really great racetrack, super fun to drive. And it's so great to be back here with so many people in the stands and watching, and super big field. So I'm looking forward to this.
Are you still buzzing after last time out?
It's tough, you know, when you come back off of an overall win, you just, that high for the entire team is still there all the time. So there's a lot of pressure here. I mean, we got some really fast cars here. You know, 24 hours a long race, we always say that as drivers, but it is a reality. It's different for us this time, and all the competitors, that the fueling is before the pit area, and that changes things, how it works, you know, the timing of drivers getting in and out and a few other things like that. Also, the fueling area is a little bit tight down there, so Code 60s are going to be something really fun to watch, and hopefully you'll be interviewing me later on because we're still in the lead. Let's hope for that.
We're all getting ready for this one. It's a great event, isn't it, this Barcelona 24 hours? And actually, it's great to see so many fans here as well. Does that really sort of encourage you when you're here on this grid?
It does. I actually didn't get to the track earlier enough. We got here and there was a line of people coming into the gate, and there wasn't racers, it was spectators. And when I saw that, it made it really exciting. So it's super. Stands are packed, people all over the area taking a look at us. It's really good to be here.
After night practice last night, you all seemed very comfortable and happy coming in today. Any changes to the car?
You know, for night practice, we just put the laps in. You know, we make sure the lights are good. We don't set any super fast lap times. We just want to make sure it's all right. Even though the night is super important from the standpoint of lap times, it cools down a little bit. You can run on the tires a little harder. But in our night practice, we take it easy, because as we saw with the Porsche and the BMW, what happened last night, anything can go wrong in night practice. So we're saving it for the race.
I mean, it's a long race, as we know, and a lot of talk has been about the weather, as we always have, the heat conditions. The start of the race, it's going to get quite hot after, I think the start's underway. A big grid with an extra number of cars on the grid for the other race that's on for the first 2 hours. What's your plan and strategy with all of that in mind?
It's always really tough. You know, our car, all the cars have different systems for cooling. The only thing we have is one piece that feeds air to our helmet. So ambient temperature inside of the car is really, really super hot. So we have to play the water game, make sure we drink a lot of water, make sure we stay hydrated, because you're right, it's going to be a hot one.
Certainly is. I'll be in your garage to get some water during the day. I hope you don't mind.
Please come along. Awesome.
Thank you, Shane. Go well, everyone. Andrew, we just want to go over here. You're going to ST Racing alongside. Sorry, no, Paulson Racing. Is that where you're going?
That's where we're going. We're going to go to Alfred Nilsson, the one Swede amongst all these Danes. How's that work out?
To be fair, I think it worked out pretty well. Yeah, as you see, we're on P3 for the big 24 hours of Barcelona, so I think it's not too bad for a new coming team, and I'm sure we'll give them a good fight.
Of course, this GT3 is a fairly new car, new for this season, really.
Yeah.
How is it? You're finding it a good machine?
Yeah, I think it's doing good. The quality yesterday was good, but I think we are a bit stronger during our long runs, so that's a positive for today. Obviously, as I said, P3 is good, but the job is yet to come, and yeah, I think we did a super job yesterday. But yeah, it's a long race. It's 24 hours, so we see how it works out.
Have you done many 24-hour races before?
To be fair, this is my first one, so...
Thought it was.
Yeah. So,
well, you'll enjoy it,
yeah.
but... easy. Thanks very much, Diana.
Let's have a look down at ST Racing, the number 1 on the car there, on the 3rd row of the grid in 5th. I wanted to see if we could speak to any of the drivers and Samantha Tan if she's around, but I'm not actually is there. We'll just have a very quick word. Samantha, good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you. How are you? I'm good.
Now, I've social media tweets. You've very much been looking forward to this Barcelona 24 hours.
Yeah, we're very excited to be back here. Obviously, we started very well last year. We won in GT4 last year, so we're just excited to be back here with Creventic.
And how are you feeling about the race? How are your teammates and yourself feeling? You're on the 3rd row, 5th on the grid for the start. What's your approach going to be?
Yeah, I mean, the team gave us a great car. We have a very solid start to the race, starting P3 in class. And, you know, we're going to do what we do best, just eyes forward, run our laps, and, you know, hope for a really good finish.
Okay, well, go well. No doubt we'll talk to you through the race. Now, I seem to have lost Andrew here on the grid, but no, we haven't. Here he is.
Yeah, indeed. And Samantha's boyfriend is a last-minute driver in this race. You brought your kit with you, and then she said, yeah, you can drive.
Yeah, so had a little incident out at the SRO series in North America, and, well, didn't have a car and decided to tag along for 24 Hours Barcelona. Now here we are driving for it. So, you know, it's really awesome to see, you know, hopping into a different car, a new team, you know, especially out here with Samantha and the whole Samantha Tan racing crew. It's an awesome feeling, you know, trying something different, but I'm just excited to see how the race goes and super excited to be back in a car.
Now, you're normally racing in America in a Mercedes-Benz. Does the BMW feel very different?
Yes, I mean, again, it's like trying to compare apples to oranges, 2 different cars, 2 different types of aero, 2 different chassis, motors, you know, it's a whole different kind of ballpark you're trying to work with here.
Well, enjoy the race, your first 24-hour race, I think. Let's, Diana's, who you got, Di?
Well, we're not. We're actually going to do a look around the track now, and then we will make our way down to the TCE pole sitter to have a chat with them while everyone can have a bit of a more detailed look around this stunning circuit here in Barcelona.
4.6 kilometres of it, the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. A Grand Prix venue, of course, held the Spanish Grand Prix earlier on in the season, just past 30 years old now, and fantastic test facility, but it does produce good racing as well. Turn 10, very recently reprofiled at the start of 2021. Track is split into 3 sectors with a particularly long straight, although there's quite a bit of undulation to that, and you go over a rise past the scoring tower, 268 kph in a GT3 car, and then down to virtually 100 for a slow entry into turn 1. The kink through 2 comes very swiftly indeed, and then this is the one that kills the tyres through turn 3. Long lasting, but you're still doing 150 pretty much through 3. Hard onto the brakes then to slow for turn 4 and on into sector 2. Downhill approach to turn 5 is a good overtaking opportunity if you're level pegging. 6, you're not really hitting the brakes at all, that's flat out, but then you have to get the car over to the right and then quickly to the left for the apex at 7, kink at the right-hander at 8. 9 is very fast in a GT3 car, relying on all of that downforce, and then you'll be topping out at 225 before again hitting the brakes, but this is a quicker corner at 10. 11 can be somewhere where you finish off an overtaking opportunity. 12 is, well, one place to be patient. It's painfully slow at times. The chicane is somewhere where incident can very definitely happen, particularly when GT3 cars are side by side, and 16's rapid. You need to make sure you don't run out into the stones on the exit, because then it's important to get a slingshot out of that final corner and back across the control line. That is a lap here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya circuit, and we can continue on the grid ahead of this year's Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. Back to Diana.
And we timed that so well. I've just arrived at the back of the grid, the TCR class pole for Wolf Power Racing here, and I can see Rob Huff's getting ready to get his helmet on. So I'm just going to do a quick run round.
Hi.
Hello, Rob. You're smiling as ever, very happy with the balance of the car, really looking forward to this race. You know how to win races. What's your plan for today?
I mean, just stay out of trouble, keep the car on track. We've got 4 great drivers in the car, we've got a great team behind us, we're pretty practiced in what we're doing. So, yeah, just keep it on track, keep the laps ticking off, and wait till the last 4 hours and then give it everything.
There's a slightly added to the mix here with the grid. They've obviously got the other race, the supercar race for the first 2 hours. Has that made a change to your strategy at all?
Not really, but it's definitely a problem because the TCR and the GT4s are really quite similarly paced. And as before, we had 2 GT4s in front of us. One was quicker than us, one was slower than us. We've now got 8 or 9, of which the majority are slower. So it's going to be really difficult in the first, half an hour, 40 minutes, just to find, a rhythm, find a balance. And of course, it's a decision whether you you try and attack, because they're not in the race with us. After 2 hours, they're stopping. So, yeah, it throws an extra, equation into the balance, but we'll just take it as it comes. We're pretty sure we know what we're doing, and we just got to stick with our plan. And like I say, just keep ticking the laps off.
Okay, Rob, I'll let you go. I know you need to get ready and get into the car along here. I'll just go to, who am I going to now? I am going to BBR, who line up alongside the 116, the 158 car. I'll just need to see drivers now getting in. So, but the co-drivers are here. Are you looking forward to the start?
My friend's gonna start the race. Yep.
And then what's the plan from there?
We try to go as fast as we can, so see the position after the start and follow their team strategy. Yeah.
Who's in the car now?
K Kusiri, Kantachi Kusiri. Nickname is Boom.
Boom. Boom, yes. Can I call him Boom?
Yeah, Boom. much easier.
I hope the engine doesn't go boom.
That wasn't me, that was him. Thank you very much. You go well, have a good race. So, Andrew, we've just obviously ran all the way down here to the back of the grid. You talked briefly at the beginning, prospects. What do you think, from your experience? We know how experienced you are. What can we expect, do you think, this weekend?
Well, firstly, we're going to have good weather, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're not going to have any rain, so that makes it a bit easier. A big battle at the front, I think. Here in TCR, obviously Rob Huff's the real star of the field. Not quite sure how his co-drivers are. Are they up to his pace? So there's sure to be a big battle. These TCR cars struggle a bit to go 24 hours, so we might see all sorts of changes there. But so I'm really impressed with what these Thai boys have done. It's fantastic. Come all the way from Thailand and race all around Europe. It's great, isn't it?
And it's great to talk to them. I know that, I obviously don't know their language and they only know a limited amount of English, and they try really hard to sort of tell us what's going on.
They do, yeah. I think we might go back forward a bit and see what we can find, Di.
Yeah, let's do that as we walk along. Obviously, the different classes here, Andrew, we've had to run down the grid a little bit here, but we've obviously got, GTX, GT4, they're all, and then we've got this other supercar race in the middle.
This is something I've never seen in my life before. It's incredible. It's just 8 of them, a couple of very nice McLarens, GT4 cars, and after 2 hours, you're going to wave a flag at them and they're all going to pull off. We haven't worked out if they're going to have a podium as well, but it's pretty confusing, a race within a race, isn't it?
It is. Seb, you might want to move slightly. We're trying to direct Seb, who's on cameras here, who's walking backwards for us.
They go to walking backwards school, camera. You're all right, Seb, you can keep going. And who are we getting to here?
So we've just moved a bit further up. I think we're past the...
all Brazilian team here. And we've got...
Giorgio, I wonder if we could get... Georgios? Georgios, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's good that it just feels like Brazil in the summer, so I should be ready for that. Let's see.
Can you give us any tips, because we're hot already?
Air conditioning is probably the best tip I could give. I don't have it either, so wait for the start, then go somewhere colder, that's it.
Okay, the buzzer's gone. I'll let you get on and put your helmet on. Thanks ever so much for having a chat. Well, I think that means that we've got to more or less leave the grid now, Andrew. But Andrew and I will be here throughout the 24-hour race, pounding the pit lane and bringing you the stories and all the news that we can.
Yeah, a bit of commentary too. I'm going to pop up in the box now for the first hour while you pound the beat. And there's nothing like it, is there, Di? The adrenaline rush of doing the pits here and the cars roaring and you're right in the middle of the action. It's absolutely brilliant.
No end to this man's talents and no end to the talents up there in that commentary booth, guys.
We are right above you. In fact, if I stand up and wave, you'll probably... Oh, not just missed us. But we were there. I'm waving at Di now. We're waving. Yeah, Johnny and Joe in the commentary box, top level of this giant grandstand that sits opposite the pit lane. And now the grid being cleared with all manner of cars, different shapes and sizes, ready to get going for most cases, the 24 hours of Barcelona. But for the Iberian Supercar Endurance Series, 2 hours of Barcelona, and that's the reason why there's a gap between that first pack of GTs and the next gaggle, and they sit between the TCE cars and the GTs. An interesting comment from Rob Hoff about the fact that there might be, this scenario where the leading touring cars are going to be tripping over the tail enders of the GT4s. That's something definitely to be bearing in mind. Great news, however, regarding the number 91 Porsche, which was in strife, to say the very least, late last night after a clash with the Schenker Motorsport BMW, the Treble 4 BMW run by Robert Schenker's team. And it was Samuel Vitrak who was in the car at the time. Alfred Renau was in the 91 Porsche. There was a collision, in fact, a double touch. We didn't actually get a view of exactly what happened initially, but it resulted in the Porsche spinning, damage to mainly the left-hand side of that, but there was also a clonk to the rear right as well. That was less severe, but both cars badly damaged. And I haven't actually looked out, Joe, yet for the Treble 4 machine. It is there, though. I can do that very easily indeed. Stand up and see it. So. Yeah. Late nights for both teams. Secretly, of course, they love that because the adrenaline gets going, and it's part of an endurance weekend.
As said no one ever. My preparation for a 24-hour race is I'd like to stay up and fix a race car the night before.
And notice the comment comes from someone who's never done it as well.
Yes, exactly.
I've never experienced it, but I can observe and go, oh yeah, really?
Yeah, great.
They're like pigs in mud. They're loving their weekend.
I got to bed by 4. I was up again at 7.
It wouldn't be an endurance weekend if we didn't do that.
Yeah, I tell you what came through there with Di and Andrew on the grid was the excitement that is abound on that grid of cars. We've got 28 cars in the 24-hour race, and then we've got a gaggle of supercars. I think I counted 4 or 5 McLaren 570S's and a Ginetta G50 and a couple of Cayman Porsches. The grid, though, for the 24 hours, Johnny, it's got the Herbert car on the pole position, and they've had an absolutely torrid year. I've got to say, and it's perhaps poignant to mention this car starting on pole position, on the verge of potentially creating some Barcelona 24-hour history.
Yeah.
If that car wins this race, then Danny Alleman, Ralph Bon and Alfred Renauer become... Only one person has won this race 4 times.
Okay.
They will join that person of winning, and that person's name is a Spanish driver. He won it in 02, 03, 04 and 09, and that's Oscar Noguez.
Okay, so immediately those 4 drivers, remember there's 5 in the 91, but Jürgen Hering hasn't driven.
Robert doesn't qualify as well, because he will, if they win, he'll have won 3, but Alfred, Ralph and Daniel, they'll have won it 4 times. Only been done once before.
Okay, well, we're obviously a long way away from that, but they are in the right position, in pole position right now. The underlined driver on our graphics, and hopefully you are joining us in sound and vision, perfectly synced via our live stream. The underlined driver is the starting pilot for each of the cars. Alongside, and that's the Herbert Motorsport Porsche on the right-hand side of the front row. To the left of it, the WTM Racing Ferrari, to be started by Daniel Kylvitz. His time wasn't quite as quick as his Argentinian teammate Nicolas Veroni in Q2, but Kylvitz did top Q3 in GT yesterday. Poulsen Motorsport, relatively brand new entity. Christian Poulsen himself to start that race, the race for their team, and we heard from Alfred Nielsen on the grid with Andrew. CP Racing alongside with Charles Charles Espenlaub at the wheel. Then ST Racing with Nick Whitmer, who did the best time in that car yesterday in qualifying. Dynamic Motorsports, Roberto Pampanini starts their Porsche from 6th place. Huber Racing have a similar car there from Germany. Manuel Laut to start that. He's joined by Alexander Prinz on the 4th row for Hoffer Racing, who make a return to the championship, certainly at GT3 level. Brilliant to welcome them back, along with Alex's wife Chantal and her dad Michael Kroll. Jutta Racing, the real star from night practice last night was Jonas Gelginis. Very late in the day, going up to 2nd position, but it'll be his teammate Lars Viljoen who starts the 71 from 9th alongside Phoenix Racing's Michael Doppelmayr. They're both Audis. Vortex V8 car 701 Arno Gomez to start from 11th position alongside the 909 Red Camel Jordan's Porsche from Pole. Rick Breukers to start that. 720 the RD Signs, also that's a GTX car from Lithuania, and it's Audrius Butkevicius to start in car number 720. Red Hat Racing's Porsche 992 Cup car has Sam de Jonge from 14th. Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini, it'll be Gerhard Watzinger to start from 15th position, and alongside it another Red Hat Racing Porsche with Kobe de Bruyke. Then on the 9th row, Bapora Motorsports Porsche Cup car with Jaume Font, who knows this place very well, as does Sebastian Lejeune. Both of those drivers were in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux races 2 weeks ago here. HRT Performance in the 929 Anti-Burri to start their German Porsche. Anti, more familiar in the TCR category, but getting more and more used to Porsche Cup cars these days. Willy Motorsports with their example alongside with Sergei Nikolai. Then it's the first of the 360 Racing Team Porsches with Alan Hellmeister alongside Philippe Bonnell in the second of the Vortex V8. HRT Performance's second car, Bob Herber, to start that Porsche. And the local crew, E2P Racing, have Antonio Sanero in a Porsche 991 Gen 2. Schenker Motorsports repaired BMW will be started by Richard Gonda. He's the semi-pro in that lineup, alongside South Korean entry Atlas BX Motorsports with Jong Kyum Kim. Rabdan Motorsports Thierry Vermeulen from United Arab Emirates. Vermeulen very much Dutch. And finally, the 360 Racing Team have Georgios Frangoulis, who we heard from briefly on the grid as well.
Might be worth a mention, the 977 starting that far back because of an infringement in qualifying procedure, which will more of that later.
Yes. Rob Huff will be on pole position for the 116 Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3 LMS to top TCR on the grid, alongside Michael Meyer in the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. So 2 teams from Switzerland on the front row. Then the Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3. Now, there are actually 6 drivers listed on our graphic. Sasha Kakard is not in the car. Sasha was due to be there, but Ricky Coomber's been brought in instead, and we welcome Ricky back after a little while away from the championship. And then behind those guys on the TCR grid, we've got Ray L'Equipe by Top Car Sport, Holmgaard Motorsport, AC Motorsport from Belgium, Viper Nisa Racing with their Cupra, I should say, Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport there, and the 2 BBR cars run by a team based pretty much here at the circuit, just up the road in Barcelona, Monlau Competition. So you have to think that their local knowledge will help out BBR. Here come the cars out of the chicane, out of turn 16, to be faced by 5 red lights on the gantry here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, for the 23rd time. It's going to be the twice around the clock event here at Barcelona, all live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. A really good start from, well, Porsche's either side of the 54, which didn't get away too well, but from the pole position, the 91 just about leaves the grid as the best car. The Ferrari's under pressure from a hard-charging CP Racing Mercedes, and up the inside will go Charles Espenlaub in the Merc to take the position away from Daniel Kylwitz, who was caught napping a little bit there. Porsche's left, right and centre in the midfield, and I think that's a Vortex trying to thread its way through as well. Meanwhile, in the secondary grid, 2 races in one, remember, the TCE series has got away well, with Rob Huff scampering away in the 116. We'll talk about the Iberian Supercars Endurance Series, of course, when we get chance in a moment as well, but our priority in the opening 10 to 15 minutes will be the championship regulars, as now with that large nose on the BMW for Nick Whitmer, he was having a nibble at Charles Espenlaub for 2nd place. They're exiting turn 5, but disappearing up the road as they're squabbling behind is Robert Renauer for Herbert Motorsport.
And I did notice some squabbling behind line, Johnny, some bodywork, just catching one another there. It gets very crowded on that infield here at Barcelona, but everybody being sensible. We've already gone code 60, so not sensible enough as the field backs up there. Consternation with the field backing up. We'll try and identify who that is.
No.
It's the 720 Lamborghini.
Start line as well.
It's off the start line. So yeah, I was about to say that everybody acting very sensibly there. Not quite sensible enough though, with the car being pushed off to the side. The 720 Lamborghini, just can't really see from what I can see as to exactly what has gone on with that car, or whether that car indeed has just pulled off, Johnny.
No, it's
because I can't see any bodywork damage.
Rear right suspension's wrecked on that car. The rear wheel's not pointing in the right direction. It's got toe in, and rear wheels tend not to want any toe at all. But it's had a big collision, I would suggest, with another car, or indeed the wall. And that RD Signs Ciliao Racing Team car is not going to go anywhere in a hurry. Let's see if we can pick out exactly what happened with it then as they crest the rise on the start-finish straight, and it gets spat out and bang into the wall. That's where the damage has been done on the rear right corner. So it was Lambo into concrete, and there's only ever going to be one winner there. Unfortunately, we can't pick out from that distance which car it clashed with. It's almost a case of just too many cars all being in the same place at the same time. And the RD Signs car actually started on the right-hand side of the grid, alongside a couple of the one of the Red Ant Racing machines, 903. It had the other Lamborghini in the field, the Lippert Motorsport entry, just behind it, and the second of the Red Ant cars over its left shoulder. But there's the extent of the damage. That's a wheel to be thrown in the bin, and a lot of suspension to be repaired.
Mid-engine car as well, Johnny. That rear right wheel is connected to, of course, the drive shaft into the gearbox and diff, and the way that looks, that is well out of a line. I didn't see enough to apportion any kind of blame there, and it was just after the start-finish line, so very early. It's a very long straight here on the start-finish straight at the Circuit de Catalunya, and that happened very early on in that start process. At the front of the field where we were focusing on, everybody seemed to go through the first sequence of bends all quite sensibly. It's always going to be frantic. It's always going to be a sense of urgency. There will be people who want to try and make up places, and already we've got cars that I think have been into refueling. Now then, cause or effect. In comes one of our 992 runners, and that's the 904, Johnny, with heavy bodywork damage at the front of that car. So the 904 in to the pits, and that looks like it could be that is the car that's contacted the rear of that number 720 Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, what I think happened was that there was side-to-side contact for the Lamborghini. As mentioned, it was... Now, I'm struggling a little bit because the initial grid that was released, it put each car on... Oh, that's a huge amount of damage.
Yeah,
You've already seen that.
Corby de Broeke is the driver of that Red Ant Racing Porsche, and that's an extensive hit.
It really is. Now, in a Porsche, there's not actually a great deal at the front there, so there's a fair bit of, space for a crumple zone in the sense it maybe looks a lot worse than it is. But as I say, when the grid was reissued, it put the 720 Lamborghini on the right-hand side of the circuit, and there's that car 904.
That's on 904, yeah.
Right, so 904 was not behind the Lamborghini, it was over its left shoulder on the row behind, basically. So I wonder whether the 720's gone for a gap, been turned across the nose of the 904, and that's then put the Lamborghini into the wall, because the bulk of the damage around that rear right wheel arch was done car into wall.
I would say that 904 has impacted heavily into the back of another car.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, and...
Yeah, that's... I wouldn't be surprised if the 904 has hit that heavily. The 720 maybe backed out of something that was happening in front of him, and everybody's concertinaing it up. It's just perception at this point.
As I say, the bulk of the damage on the Lambo has been done as it hit the wall, rather than, I think, the contact on the grid. But then again, without a doubt, it was hit. But that's then spun him around, and then there's more damage done to the Lambo as it's hit the wall. But the Lamborghini appears to be out of the race at the moment, because the driver is already walking down pit road right past Sebastian, our cameraman, and getting a consoling arm around the shoulder. So the 720 was did we mention who's started that car, Joe? It's just tumbled off our screen, which was page 1, but we will easily be able to pick it out. So that is...
Yeah, I think it was Andreas Betekavicius.
Yes, it was. Yeah, because I remember mentioning his name when we did the grid rundown.
And it was Kobe de Bruyke that we've seen, the Porsche, also into the pits. That's the 904 Red Ant Racing Porsche that is now gone to the back of that 992 class.
Let's get straight to Di. You've been talking to teams. You might even be able to get a word with the driver.
Yes, I had just chatted to the team, but Andreas has just obviously walked into the garage also. First of all, are you okay?
Yes, I think okay.
What happened from your perspective?
I don't see because I only start and later I had bumping in my back and later...
Obviously the car's coming back on the flat pack truck. Could you ascertain how much damage is to that car now?
We have very big damage in the back and small damage in the front, and I don't know how it will be. But I hope maybe we come back to the race.
Yeah, I mean, the team were saying they were getting some parts off the spare car that you have here, but until really they get it back, they couldn't tell me 100%.
Yes, we try to put parts from spare car and add to this car.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunate, isn't it, Johnny? It's the sort of thing that can happen. It's the most frantic part of any motor race, and you know the question's always asked: why are we shunting at the start of a 24-hour race? Well, it's not as easy as that. If it was easy, we'd all be doing it. It is very, very tricky with cars in close proximity, and as we saw at the start there, sometimes 4 and 5 wide heading down to turn 1 here at Barcelona, and it's a wide track. It's a Grade 1 FIA Grade 1 track, so you know the facility is very much in tune with what we're doing here. But as we'll see, if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see the replay of the start, and we do have it. It looks absolute chaos from where we're sitting in the stands. It's not as chaotic when you're actually in amongst that lot.
So you're looking out for about probably 6 or 7 rows back. The Lamborghini is on the left of your shot right now, and yeah, it just gets spat out and into the wall, and that's the rear right wheel arch making contact. What we don't get to see is quite why it's ended up at that angle.
Or so far on the right as well.
Indeed.
So maybe he's been moving across. I don't know.
Well,
we'll have to find out from the Porsche driver.
It's so tricky to know, you know, the exact point where those red lights went out, where the cars were positioned. Treble 4's already in the penalty box. And is that as a result of the incident that happened in night practice last night? Possibly blame has been assessed towards the Treble 4. I'm not saying that for sure, but Richard Gonda having to make an early and possibly lengthy stop in the penalty box, Joe.
Yeah, that's probably been derived from maybe that shunt with the number 91 Porsche from night practice last night. They were given a penalty for, or deemed to be in the wrong in that incident, and hence that. The Lamborghinis arrived back on the back of a flatbed, arrived back on the pit lane on the back of a flatbed, and we described the damage on that car being solely to do with the right rear. That kind of, and from what I saw in the Porsche, Johnny, I'll be amazed if they aren't connected. There's a lot happens. Renault got off to a great start. Charles Espinal looked very racy indeed, and he slotted the CP Racing Mercedes into second, but it was a very racy looking Nick Wittmer in the ST Racing BMW, who for a short time over that first lap looked like he may be in a position to challenge Espinal. Everybody's got their tyres well and truly up to temperature now. I know they're only pacing around slowly, but
we're back to green now.
We're back to green, so we're
outside.
Yeah, out of the code 60 now. And the driver's not happy with their tyre temps, waving on the straight there, and still Nick Wittmer looking very racy indeed on the tail of that Espinal-driven CP Racing Mercedes. Look at that, absolutely nose to tail as they head off into the final section. I think that's turn 12, just come out of 12 now, heading down to 13, which leads into the Mickey Mouse section of track here at Barcelona. It's a right-hander leading tiny short straight into a left-right chicane that then brings you to the final turn here at turn 16, and then they'll come underneath us, Johnny, and our commentary box will rumble.
It will, for the first time of many, with the cars back up to full speed again, and therefore out of 16 at the fastest point of the circuit. We've had to wait a little while for cars to do that, of course, because it was the opening lap where the Code 60 came out, and understandably why, because the marshals needed to deal with at least one stricken car. Amazingly, Kobe de Broeke's Porsche was able to be brought back under its own steam. There won't be any concerns about drivetrain on that car, but it'll take some straightening out, certainly for the Red Ant Racing crew of Belgium. To the inside, slightly tighter line into turn 3 for Nick Whitmer in the chasing ST Racing BMW. Kyle Witz as well, more so on the racing line. Loitering in the background is Manuel Lauch in the Huber Racing Porsche with the bright orange and blue, kind of royal blue two-tone colours on that machine. To the inside, the ST Racing car. This is Nick Whitman's chance on Charles Espenlaub, and he gets the place. Canadian overtaking American, although Espenlaub's not going to let that lie, and they'll run side by side coming out of turn 8 to the kink at 9, where you really have to be single file, although Espenlaub clearly hasn't read the memo about that. Sparks being kicked up, and Kylevitz says he wants a bit of it as well. What's Nick Whitmer doing? Choosing to warm the tyres, I suppose, in an effort possibly to fend the two of them off.
I'm not sure. That could have easily been interpreted as defensive driving or overly defensive driving. I'm pretty sure that was just warming his tyres. Through has gone the WTM, the Wochenspiegel team Manschau Ferrari. That car also getting ahead of CP Racing's Mercedes, and they're queuing up behind Espenlaub, aren't they? Manuel Lauch for the Huber Racing Porsche. That car, that's the orange liveried car, right now on the tail of the CP car, and it looks very racy indeed at the front of this field. It's starting, I would think now, to settle down, but maybe Charles just couldn't quite get his tyres up to temperature to hold those cars back.
So Whitmer second now, Daniel Kylevitz up to third, Charles Espenlaub to fourth, Manuel Lauch still watching it all unfold in front of him in the Porsche. And in the TCE category, it is leading that division Rob Huff, unsurprisingly, in the Wolf Power Racing Audi from the Cupra Leon Competition, which is the BBR/Monlau entry, and then rail equipped by Top Car Sports. Cupra for Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre is currently third, as we can head back to the pits and get some news from Diana Binks.
I'm with Leipert Motorsport, the 710. Jean-Francois Bruneau is standing here watching proceedings here in the pit lane. From your perspective, what did the driver tell you? We've spoken to RD Sainz, who said they got hit from behind.
Yeah, well, what we can see, because we have in-car camera live in the car, from what we can see, they were shifting to the left of the track, and it looks like the RD Sainz car either got tagged, rotated in front. Gerhard Watzinger, who was driving, checked up, and then got rear-ended. I don't think we actually made contact with the Lamborghini, or it was a graze, but yeah, we didn't tag him and put him in the wall. It looks like he got hit from the car next to us, rotated him in, and then Gerhard, to avoid him, checked up, and then we got rear-ended, so we have damage on the left rear. I think it was a Porsche 992.
Is there much damage? I mean, the car's been fired up now, actually, so you've repaired it as much as possible. It obviously doesn't look so good at the back.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's a left rear corner. It looks like the suspension's okay, which is the important part. And, you know, I mean, we're 3 laps down at this point. Unfortunately, it looks like the other Lamborghini got it much worse. Definitely not the way we wanted to start the race.
Absolutely not. And this is the GTX class, and the two of you are sort of 2 points between you to secure this championship title.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, I mean, all season it's been a great fight. They've had issues, we've had issues, nose to tail. And for both of us to get into this, you know, first 100 yards, basically. It's just a shame.
Well, you're back on track. We'll catch up with you during the race.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jean-Francois Bruneau watching his car return literally back on track, but as he said, Gerhard Watzinger was the driver at the time, and they're just wondering whether maybe the car behind theirs had made contact with them. I just wonder whether it's actually going to be Kobe de Broeke who's made contact with the Leipert Lambo, as they all try and avoid behind. What I was looking at the window a moment or two ago was for the Bapora Motorsport car, which was immediately behind the Leipert machine on the grid. It's all that kind of area, row 7, row 8, maybe even cars on row 9 affected.
I think Jean-Francois, and you could hear the frustration under that, the tone of frustration. He was being very professional and polite there. And I think he intimated that the 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini had moved across and cause that concertina. And the RD, that's the 720 Lamborghini that we saw come into the pits. We've spoken to the driver, and really, you know what, it's a with a rolling start, you've got no gaps between cars, you've got no gaps between the rows, it's all side by side. So moving from right to left, you have to be massively aware and really overly cautious, especially considering it's a 24-hour race. If it's a 10-lap sprint, yeah, throw caution to the wind. He's a movement for second.
They're catching up with the Lamborghini of Vatzinger that we've just seen come into the pits, and Kylvitz to the inside of Whitmer, but Whitmer is not hung out to dry, at least not through turn one, but this time at 3. Well, good driving from Whitmer, because all of a sudden Kylvitz can't get past the Lamborghini, and that's great driving in traffic. Testament, I suppose, to the experience of Nick Whitmer in all of his driving that he's done in the past over in the States and north of the border in homeland Canada as well. And Kylvitz given little choice there but to get out of the throttle, wait for the BMW to disappear up the road a little bit before he could pull out and around Vatzinger.
And the Ferrari had indeed got past the BMW and showed second across the line. So that was the Ferrari coming back at the BMW, and he's still trying to come back. Nick Whitmer under massive pressure now from Daniel Kylvitz. I will watch this track, watch these cars go around the track, and clearly not getting the memo that this is a 24-hour race, more like a 10-lap sprint. The team that did get the memo that this is over 24 hours is the Phoenix Racing, number 18.
Yeah.
I was speaking to Pierre Caffer this morning, and they said they're going to take a very conservative approach to this race. They're concerned that we've got the extra grid of cars there for that 2-hour segment of race, yes. So they've put Michael Doppelmayr in the car to start. Now, Michael is the slowest driver in the car. He's their AM driver. And they're going to get Michael cycle through his minimum drive time very early on here, and they've dropped way down the order, down to 21st, 10th and last in GT3. However, their tactic, played cool, played very cautious, and then let the race settle, and then just gradually make and progress using the code 60s, as we'll see. And it's going to be an interesting thing to watch this, because it's an interesting tactic, and it's got a bit of courage in there, it's to just sit there and drop back and then wait and see how you can use the strategy to bring yourself back up the order. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out.
Great dicing with Manuel Lauk and Charles Espenlaub, and I reckon Lauk got the place for 4th position. That happened down at turn number 1. Again, Espenlaub was trying to live with Manuel Lauk's pace, but the Huber Racing Porsche that has just been sitting there in 5th position, again taking a watching brief. You're talking about the Audi from Phoenix doing that a little bit as well. Well, Lauk deciding to pounce down at the start of the next lap, and I reckon he's now up into 4th. We'll check that on the sector times in a moment or two. Touch wide coming out of 6th there for Whitmer. That BMW is a big car compared to the Ferrari, therefore a bigger footprint, I would say, and possibly easier on its tyres as a result. They're both catching the Viper Nizza Cupra. This is the scrap for 2nd and 3rd positions, as Kylvitz is very much keeping Nick Whitmer honest. But in the meantime, Robert Renauer is able to stretch his legs in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The gap is now 6.6 seconds for the guys that could potentially be, at the end of this, if they win it, equal winners in terms of Alleman, Bone and Alfred Renauer, going to 4 victories in this Barcelona 24 hours. They're getting towards one of the McLaren 570Ss, which is one of the Iberian Supercar Endurance Series machines. And we did a moment or two ago, see the 802 Mercedes AMG from that series venture off the circuit and into the gravel trap. That's the Lima Racing AMG GT3 for, amongst others, Elias Niskanen of Finland, who is driving that car. Not a championship regular, though, in the 24H series. Manuel Lauk, then. Now, there is a Mercedes AMG up ahead. Is that Espenlaub in front once more? I reckon it is. So that's the CP Racing car back up to 4th after Manuel Lauk's attempted move to grab that position a couple of laps ago. We've had a change around in the commentary box as well. Joe Bradley stepping away after an exciting start. But to be honest, the action is not going to relent by the way that this one's started off. Andrew Marriott. We'll get to you in a sec, because Diana Binks has just whispered in my ears. There's another update from the pit lane.
Yes, Red Ant Racing, rather, the 904 992 AM car, which had Kobe behind the wheel, as you know, is in the garage being repaired. Radiator needs to be changed. Obviously, there's the car slightly pushed in, the bodywork, they're just pushing that back out. And obviously the lights as well, they've got to make sure they were slightly damaged. So they're working on that car now frantically inside the garage. And they're obviously working hard because it's so early in the race to get that car back out. They're fairly confident that they will do. And as you can see, it's all hands to deck here in the Red Ant Racing garage.
If you manage to grab a word with Kobe, Di, either now or...
He didn't want to talk at the moment.
But just whisper in his ear, say, which car did you hit, Kobe?
Okay.
So I think he'll know that, and it'll just answer a few more questions as to exactly what happened at that start line shunt. We're still trying to piece it together. I can quite understand that Kobe doesn't want to talk to us live on air, but just that simple bit of information. It might have been the car immediately in front of him on the grid, which, as I say, would help us out a lot. The car in front of 904 was bizarrely the 903 Red Ant Racing car, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it might have been the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. And we heard from Jean-Francois Bruno not too long ago from that car. So yes, Andrew, the last thing we wanted was quite a significant start line shunt at the beginning of a 24-hour race.
Absolutely. Well, the race really started with a bang, didn't it? A long way to go. Obviously, those two cars are going to fall way back, but it'd be great if they can get them back running again. You were just mentioning the Malaysian car, the Nissan Viper team. I was talking on the grid about how international this race is, Johnny, and they're actually based in the Shah Alam race circuit itself, in, obviously being the home of the Malaysian Grand Prix, and they run LMP3 cars. It's quite a big team, that, but great to see them racing here.
Right, so we're just getting word now from Kobe de Bruyke that, and this is his account of the situation, he hit the RD Sainz Lamborghini. So that's the damage for Kobe de Bruyke's Porsche from hitting the back of Aldrius Butkovicius. And the alleged accusation from Kobe de Bruyke is that the Lamborghini in front of him braked, it slowed, and resulted in Kobe having nowhere to go. As we say, we haven't got any actual video evidence to back that up, but if a car goes nowhere and you can't go left or right yourself, then you're going to slam into it, and that would certainly explain why the Lamborghini then was spat out to the left-hand side and into the concrete wall. We're piecing it together bit by bit. Robert Renauer goes across the line to tick off 10 laps in this race. Daniel Kylevitz, having had a really good battle with Nick Whitmer, hasn't really dropped the BMW yet, but Kylevitz is ahead of Canadian driver Nick Whitmer. In fact, they're absolutely side by side this time, dealing with a couple of the Iberian machines. Also in the background there, that was either the 116 TCE leader or indeed the AC Motorsport Audi. I struggle to tell them apart.
Yeah, Christian Paulson just moved up a slot, just gone past Lars Viljoen, who may not sound very British, but he certainly is, and he normally steers something a little bit bigger than that Audi.
Go on.
He's the captain of a super yacht.
Yes,
actually for a very well-known British industrialist, and he's been doing that for a number of years. He hasn't raced now, for this is his first race in about 3 years, and the last time he raced was in a VW Fun Cup car at Spa, and do you know who his team manager was?
No.
Well, he was sitting in this chair a few minutes ago, Joe Bradley.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was. So,
fantastic.
Lars is a great guy, and I've never seen anybody with such blue eyes either. It's absolutely extraordinary. He's a pretty good peddler. He's very happy running with an otherwise all Lithuanian team. How does a sea captain? And he says he sails mainly to the Greek islands and obviously Monaco. And
well, I was thinking, has he got much experience of the Mediterranean? Because that's really not very far away from here, isn't it? We often get a kind of lightish breeze around the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya, straight off the Med, which is very refreshing because you can get some incredibly warm days here.
Yeah.
But yes, he might know this part of the world more so from his sea legs than driving around this place.
It's so interesting what some of these drivers do when they're not racing. Of course, we've got fully professional drivers here, but you know, these pros and semi-pros and so on, always interesting to chat to these people. So Robert Renauer is in the lead, just pegged it to about 8 seconds now, hasn't he, Daniel Kylevitz, with all that experience at the Nürburgring, and then Nick Whitmer out of Canada, and Charles Espinal. A lot of success in the United States, particularly in the ST Conti when that series ran series. I think he was certainly class champion a couple of times in that. And then we've got Manuel Lauk in 5th place. He's another guy with an awful lot of Nürburgring 24 experience. I think he's had 5 class wins at the Nürburgring over the years. And Rick Breukers, as ever, going very well. Somebody was telling me that Rick is thinking more going into the logistics side of motor racing than driving. I think Rick's, I mean, he's had a couple of Daytona 24-hour wins, of course, in Lamborghinis. Terrific driver, but I think he sees a long-term future in motor racing. Of course, his father, very much part of this series, one of the founders of it. And lovely for Ivo Breukers to share the car with Rick and his younger brother in that car as well.
Well, yeah, and you know, we have a contact within the team at Red Camel, quite close contact from a former colleague indeed, certain Paul Truswell, who's been mightily impressed with Luke's pace, particularly this weekend.
The younger son, yeah.
Indeed, and in the third part of qualifying, I think that rather surprised Paul that he was able to pluck out that lap time within a 12-minute session to actually give the team, Red Camel Jordans.nl, pole position in the newer Porsche Cup car class.
Just been a move down in 15th place amongst all those Porsche 911s with Sergei Nikolai, the Romanian driver who owns that Willy Motorsports by Ebby Motors car. So Willy Motorsports is a Romanian team, but the car is actually run by the Italian Ebby Motors group. And of course, my last Creventic race was last season at the Sebring 24 Hours, where that car finished 3rd overall, had the most fantastic run with not a single problem. Same 3 drivers they've got here, and they'll be there at the end. They're a very smart squad. And Sergei Nikolai just actually overtook Antti Burri, who I remember racing and winning a lot in the British Formula 4 Championship 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Seemed to think he might have won the British Championship, actually.
Yeah, he was
Antti Burri.
Certainly very handy, and is these days as well. Yeah. Concentrating on the lead battle in the 992 class, because Rick Breukers has got his hands full with Sam de Jonge, who had, I think, a double podium 2 weeks ago in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Haven't found out whether actually that 992 that Sam's driving is the same car. It's a very similar livery. And it might well be just a sprint car designed for 30-minute races converted into a 24-hour race. There was 1 or 2 adjustments that you need to make. Now, Breukers has gone wide to try and go around the outside of the Leiper Lamborghini. Does that present the opportunity for de Jonge to get plug the gap effectively? De Jonge's going to brake as late as he can, and up the inside of the Red Camel's car he will go into turn 4, and that is a class change with Sam de Jonge, the Dutchman for Red Hat Racing, up the inside of fellow Dutchman Rick Breukers.
Yeah, very much an all-Holland battle this between these 2 teams. So we were hearing, weren't we, yesterday lunchtime from Ivo Breukers about how they came with the idea of calling the team Red Camel.
Yes.
And it was because their first race was actually in the desert in Dubai, and they were looking for a team name, and they came up with Red Camel because they thought of Red Bull, and oh, let's change it to Red Camel.
Yeah. I'll quickly reverse Sam de Jonge being a Dutchman. For some reason, I thought he's Belgian. He's Belgian. Apologies.
Benelux battle.
Completely a Benelux battle, yes. So Belgian team with Belgian driver overtaking Dutch competitors in both the cases there. And let's now see whether the Red Hat Racing car can just inch away a little bit. Looks like it can, but Sam de Jonge, there will be the fastest in their combination for Porsche number 903. Still on the timing screen, being shown the other way around because they haven't actually gone across the control line yet in their new order. But de Jonge passing Breukers at turn 4. And 3rd position in that battle is Thierry Vermeulen, another real talent. Took part in the wrong qualifying session, though.
Yeah, he did.
We will mention yesterday. Shouldn't have been the first session for a silver-rated or indeed semi-pro driver, but that's all been ironed out now.
Yeah, he's the guy that's got the backing from the most famous family in Dutch motor racing, of course, Jos Verstappen. I believe Thierry's dad is a big mate of Jos's, and they really rate this kid. And I think he might still be a teenager, but he's up there in 12th place. Just checking out further down the field, I see Rob Huff is well in the lead of the TCR category at the moment. And between him and the next TCR car, which is Kantati Kushki, the Thai driver. There's 4 of those cars from the local endurance Group 4, GT4 series.
Yeah. So the
they're
Iberian
in
Championship.
between them, yes. And obviously after 2 hours, we're just half an hour into the race at the moment, they will go away and they'll have their celebrations. Presumably will have had a good time.
Oh, without doubt, because they normally have 2 1-hour-long races, but in a standard championship round of the Iberian Series. But for the first time, they've done 1 qualifying session and a 2-hour race at the start of the 24.
And the thing is, their championship, it's only got 8 and 10 cars in it.
Yeah.
So this is a very different experience for them.
Just a little, indeed so. So yes, that part of the race, if you're interested, is being led by the 819 SMC Motorsport McLaren.
Yeah.
And what we don't have on our timing screen is which drivers are in at any one point, but it's the combination of ASO and Pintos that are the 2 drivers there. They will have to. So Thomas Pintos Aragones, I believe, who was a Ginetta Junior driver not too long ago. Yeah, 2020, he raced with Elite Motorsport in the UK. Did the whole pretty much the whole season.
Well, he would have learned a fair bit from that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that he's one of the lead runners. So I'm just checking this out. There's a bronze section to it and all sorts, but yeah, I think he's certainly in the top 3 in the championship.
And then his co-driver will be Guillermo Aso, who has got into racing later on in his career.
Yeah.
He's now just over 40 years old, but has 2 Nürburgring 24 hours under his belt already, including this year's one that he did with Adrenaline Motorsport. So yeah, it's an interesting combination. I would guess it's Tomasz at the wheel of the car right now to be leading the class, though.
The one car that we thought we'd see much further up the field, of course, is the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi. Phoenix being perhaps the biggest and most professional team in this particular race. Obviously ran DTM cars in the past and won the championship twice. I think Mike Rockefeller, when he won the championship, he was with the Phoenix squad. They also have been main protagonists for Audi in races like the Nürburgring 24, the Spa 24, which that team has won. Well, this is a bit of an offshoot of that, but they've got their main gentleman driver in the car, Michael Doppelmayr, at the moment. They have some really quick runners in that, so expect to see that climbing up the field. But Michael's had some good results in the past, actually. He's held his end up quite well and was there in the car that won at Sebring last November.
Indeed, yes, and Sebring, it's a favourite place to go racing for the 24H series, but we'll be taking a break from that this year because there's a very different location that we'll be heading to at the end.
We're going to Kuwait. Problem was with the shipping. There's problems with world shipping at the moment, and the organisers had a lot of problems getting all the cars to Florida. The whole freight was held up, and all the various cars were unloaded at the very last minute, and it was a real scramble to get that race started. And the boys at Creventic did a fantastic job, but to protect against that, they've gone away from Sebring for this year, and then when maybe the whole world freight situation smooths itself out, then they intend to go back to Sebring. It was a terrific event, actually. A big rainstorm stopped the race in the Sunday morning. The race won by the Audi from Tonic Racing.
Yes, but I understand as well that the Kuwait offer was an invitation, effectively, from the Kuwaiti organisation that had built that track. There's a fantastic facility there. It just needs a big race now.
Yeah.
We'll be hearing a lot more about the kind of the undergoings of organising that event, getting the deal together later on in our coverage tonight, about 7-8 o'clock this evening.
We hear that 2 representatives from the track are here, or from the race, and are going to be joining us in the commentary position. But I know Creventic people have worked really hard, because we have these 2 different championships going, don't we? We have the European Championship, of which this is the final round, and then we have the Continental Championship, which takes Dubai, but we'll take in Kuwait, and then I think the best result from the European season. That's how they work that out.
Indeed. Side-by-side action again, but that is a GT3 car getting by one of the more local championship machines, the Iberian supercar Enduros. So that's Audi chasing Mercedes, which will be the Jutta racing car, I reckon, and has just been overtaken by the Hoffa car. Is that the right car for the Hoffa machine? It's a very different livery from, of course, how they used to run a few years ago. But Alexander Prinz, going a touch wide there, but he has already got the place on Lars Viljoen in the Jutta Racing Audi R8. So a change for 7th position within GT3. And that's a GT3 AM car, actually overtaking a Pro-Am machine as well. But Prinz probably just about the fastest of the quintet that will be in the Hoffa Merc this weekend. Oh, a little bit wide there as well from one of the Bapora Motorsport run Porsche Cup cars.
Yeah, a lot of Hoffa's success in the past, of course, came when they had a couple of really good professional drivers in the car. Kenneth Heyer and Christian Frankenhoop, who was really quick. And they've decided to go all AM, very much a family atmosphere there now. And they're just saying, I'm going to see if we like it doing it this way, or maybe we'll go back and get some pros in the car. But I mean, they were outright champions, weren't they, in the past? And one of the very first people to really run one of these Mercedes well, I would say, and successfully.
Agreed. And they used to go well in the SLS as well previously, so like the SLS, then the AMG, the first version, the AMG Evo 2020, when they widened out that very large grille. It was already a big grille, and then it kind of got an extra few angles to it as well. I've misrepresented or misidentified the car that Rick Breukers is battling with. That is Thierry Vermeulen in the Rabdan Motorsport car. Now, Vermeulen's pushing so hard, he ran very wide into the gravel coming out of turn 5, down through the kink at 6, and then into 7. But I just wonder whether the Red Camel Porsche is quite on song in the early stages. Rick Breukers couldn't hold off Sam de Jonge for the class lead, and he now has his arms full with Thierry Vermeulen with a more manoeuvrable 977 car in my reading of it. But we'll see whether Rick can hold that Rabdan car, the entry from the United Arab Emirates, off over the next few laps. Also this tasty battle involving Charles Espenlaub and Manuel Lauk, and this is for 4th and 5th within the GT series.
Just looking at this Mercedes, when they open the bonnet, Johnny, if you look in the middle of the V of the engine, there's a plate and it says the name of the man that actually built the engine.
Really?
Yeah.
And that varies from car to car.
Oh, yeah. And
superb.
The GT4 version of this car doesn't have the race. It just has a standard road engine, which has to be detuned for DT4, which sounds a bit crazy. But yeah, so that's a different sort of engine. This is a full race engine built by AMG.
And they did very little to the engine from the SLS to the AMG, actually. It remained pretty much a 6.2 normally aspirated V8. So, yes, there have been some modifications, some evolutions of it, but intrinsically, they haven't gone the turbocharger route, Mercedes. And Mercedes do now, or AMG, do now provide engines for the last few Aston Martins that we have racing. But that is a turbocharged engine. That's a 4-litre twin turbocharged V8 alternatively. But, I mean, you know, those that like old school big banger V8s, you've got to go with the AMG every time because it makes a glorious sound. And it is fending off the very different flat 6 powering the Huber Racing Porsche, coming out of turn 4 now and down the hill into 5, which if you're a bit closer you can get by. Lots of wheel spin there for Manuel Lauk, though. He just did not get the traction compared to the Mercedes. But then again, the Mercedes struggling a little bit to get stopped into turn 7 there. They'll go through the kink at 8 and then the very fast turn 9, where there is a motorcycle chicane immediately afterwards, but they stay on the track and down towards the reprofiled turn 10. Thierry Vermeulen has got ahead of Rick Breukers. That was my concern for Red Camel. So Vermeulen had shown his intentions, well, probably 3 or 4 laps ago. Quite where that overtake happened, I don't know, but it's confirmed at the end of lap number 18.
Just seeing that British driver James Kay is starting to move up. James has been racing the best part of 35 years, and he was telling me that obviously he's racing there with the Neal family, father and 2 sons, and obviously I'm hoping to go down there and interview the sons, because that will make 3 generations of Neils that I've interviewed.
Yeah.
Because Steve Neil was a great mini racer in the day when I first started racing. Then obviously Matt Neil has been touring car champion, etc., and now his 2 sons are racing as well. And interestingly, this will be the 3rd family where I've interviewed 3 generations. The others being the Andretti family, although one wasn't a grandson, and the Hill family.
Yes.
Remember that Damon's son was looking really good in Formula 3 and decided he wanted to be a drummer.
Oh, is that right? So that's the reason why we've not seen Josh.
So he stopped racing
Hill.
Josh halfway through a season with good backing. He just stopped. So I really haven't got my head into this. Speaking to Damon a couple of weeks ago at Silvers, he says he's got a few regrets now about that.
Right, yeah. No, he was always good in single seaters, I remember. Yeah,
and he's working in Formula 1 in some logistic role, I believe. And sort of thinking, did I do the right thing? Because the band he was in broke up, Damon told me. So,
can happen.
Yeah, there you are. But Robert Renaud, the lead that Robert has just been reduced a little bit. It's back down to 4.1 seconds. So Kelvit's just taken a little bit of time off him. But actually, that last lap, Kelvitz was a second faster than Robert Renaud. Robert maybe was in traffic. We didn't see that on screen. We're watching the CP racing car. I think this is, although it's an American... Oh, was that a nudge then?
It definitely was,
I think it was.
Well, Espenlaub messed up the turn 11, and that meant that he was a bit of a sitting duck, and he still is, because Manuel Lauk is sniffing blood here. He's going to charge his way into the chicane, and I think he's got the place as a result. Espenlaub knew the game was up there because he'd made the mistake coming out of 11. That put him slightly off the apex, and Lauk was just straight there like a rat up a drain pipe. Good driving.
Yeah. Just to finish the James Kay story, though. So James Kay and Matt Neil raced together in the 1980s, or raced against each other in some one-make series. I've forgotten what it now. But they'd never been teammates until this weekend.
Okay.
And Matt, of course, is retired from the British Touring Car Championship now. He's doing historic racing. And
yeah, still at BTCC meetings because he effectively runs the Halfords, the Team Dynamics outfit now, because Steve used to run it for Matt, and now Matt kind of the team manager for their 2 drivers this year. But I don't know, is he packed up for good? He kind of says he is, but it's a similar situation to what you were saying about Josh Hill wanting to step away, although Matt's got a few more years.
Yeah, he certainly has.
159 is the BBR offering from the Spanish outfit Monlau, but they run as BBR as the Thailand entry. They are currently 2nd in the TCR division with their Leon, but this is the other car, 159, being driven by Sandy Stuvik, and Stuvik running 4th in the TCE race.
In Thailand, they have a series for Cadillacs for some reason. These guys are, I mean, because they raced quite successfully in the old days in America. Cadillac, sort of GT type car. And apparently they got a series for it. Most of these boys are sort of top runners in that.
Okay.
Yeah, strange.
So they have to recalibrate a little bit when you're racing a TCR car.
These will be rear-wheel drive,
Yeah. Whereas all TCRs have to be front-wheel drive to be in the category. So Rob Huff behind the wheel of his Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3. It's a good bit of business for Wolf Power to get Rob on board for this season.
Raced at Dubai, didn't he? 24. Yes, he did. And then I
think he did Portimao as well.
Yeah.
So specialising in the 24-hour races, but someone of his experience, world touring car titles.
2012, I think. But battling for a title this season. I think he's 2nd at the moment in what is now called the World Touring Car Cup.
Yes.
And I believe he's lying 2nd. I think there's 2 or 3 more rounds to go in that. So he could take another title.
Yes, the World TCR Championship, and I think he's 3rd with about 4 races to go. So,
but he's driven for all sorts of teams, hasn't he? Big teams in the past. But obviously, most of his success came with Ray Mallock's Chevrolets. Rob's a guy that when he first saw him racing, he was in MGBs. He still likes to drive in MGBs.
I'll still turn up at the odd Snetterton clubby, and they brought the old MG out of Huffy and the rest of the family.
It's a great bloke, Huffy. I love him.
Totally.
Yeah.
So Dubai and only Dubai. You were right. So he didn't do Portimao. Apologies. So it's been quite a break since January, but great to have him back in the 24H series. Has been racing in the Creventic Championship since way back in 2014, in actual fact. The repaired Treble 4 Schenkier Motorsport BMW is circulating, which is great to see. It had to serve a penalty early on in the race because of its part in a collision with the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche when Samuel Vitrak was at the wheel, and by Robert Genkier's, the team manager's own admission, it was a mistake from his driver, resulting in Alfred Renault's Porsche spinning, but big damage to both left and a little bit on the right as well. A double collision, in fact. But the first one was far worse than the second. Busy down into turn one, with the Treble 4 having to go around trying to steer clear of one of the faster GT3 Porsches. Actually, no, that's a 992 Cup car working its way up the order. Bob Herbert, in fact, in one of two HRT performance cars.
And Robert Renault at the very sharp end has just pulled out a bit more from Daniel Kelwitz in the Ferrari. Is it Kelwitz? Kilwitz?
Kylewitz, I tend to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kylewitz, yeah. So you're very much a Nürburgring 24 specialist. And Whitman had now dropped about 13 seconds behind the leader, but he's got then 13 seconds on Manuel Loic, and then Esplanade is right up the back of the Huber Racing Porsche. And then after that it's Christian Poulsen, who is the team owner of Poulsen Motorsport, with some very fast Danish drivers in that particular car, with a lot of experience with the Aston Martin factory team.
Yeah, it's interesting that, because Christian Poulsen's very much involved with a team called GMB Motorsport this year, who are running in the Le Mans Cup, and they did the Road to Le Mans as well. They've got three very smart Honda NSXs, and you don't tend to see a great deal of Honda NSXs in GT3 racing in Europe.
No, in America,
Acura, yes, within the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, you know, they run in GT Daytona, but it would have been fun, I thought, to see at least one of the Hondas in this race. But yeah, the deal has clearly been produced with BMW and a mixture of Danish and one Swede in those cars. Christopher Nygaard and Christian Poulsen coupling up again, therefore.
Nygaard's a guy that raced a lot for Aston, isn't he?
And Poulsen.
Yeah, I mean,
Poulsen was a GT Am world champion in 2014. Nygaard certainly came close and might have won a world title, but not that year.
It seems like Kurt Tieber's pulled some of these guys up with him, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, very probably, along with his son as well, perhaps Nicky. But Kurt Team.
I said Kurt.
You said Kurt.
Yeah,
but I think Kurt might have still have had an input as well.
Yeah,
but
well, a good runner in the DTM, big runner in the DTM.
Totally,
back in the day.
I still marvel whenever I'm in an Aston Martin hospitality unit and Nicky Team walks in, and you think about the DTM history that guy's got.
Yeah.
And he's still rocking around, just loving his racing, watching his son do so well. Ferrari then, run by Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Racing, otherwise known as Rinaldi. Wochenspiegel, by the way, if you convert that into English, it means weekly mirror.
Does it? And George Weiss, of course, telling me on the grid that he owns that.
Yes. So you think about
he's a newspaper magnate, but
they are. It's a big newspaper.
Is it?
Yeah, so in Germany, Wochenspiegel.
Oh, right, okay.
It's a bit like The Mirror, the Daily Mirror in the UK, but this is the Weekly Mirror. And that's the reason why the wrap on that car is almost a little bit black and white, sort of newspaper printish. And it was even more like that.
If you look at it closely, you've actually got the wording from articles on it.
There you go.
But I didn't read them.
It's they're all in German.
Yeah.
It's cleverly done, though, and they've carried that on as many as two cars in the past around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but great to have them more regularly in this series.
Yeah, we're just looking at the Willie Motorsport car and the graphics. It's amazing how the graphics have changed over the years. So much has changed in motor racing while I've been doing it, and most of it to do with computers. And I suppose all these graphics is really to do with computers. I mean, the timing, we used to have to wait for like half an hour before we saw the results from a practice session. Yeah, wait until it was posted on a wall or something. And actually, what we used to do when I was covering Formula One, the wives and some professional timekeepers with split-second watches kept all the times, and they knew what the result was, really, and we'd go and talk to them and start writing the story, and then the official result will be posted half an hour later, but by then you knew pretty well that Jackie Stewart was on the pole or whatever. And it's just so much change, and I think graphics is a part of it, and it makes it so colourful, doesn't it? It's terrific.
And it makes it a heck of a lot easier to understand as well, bearing in mind right now we've got 3 races in one taking place. It will be 2 by hour 3, but the scoring tower on the left of our live stream makes it very simple to follow both races. So the Wolf Power 116 Audi leading from the 158 Cupra in the TC race, and it is Herbert Motorsport out front by now only 3.7 seconds to Daniel Karlwitz.
I think that's from our drone. In fact, you can see, did you see the shadow of the drone in the picture? Yeah, great drone shots here from our TV company.
The IV Capital drone, which is providing...
Oh, good.
Yeah,
that's not Ivy, it's IV.
No, the letters I and V.
Yeah, I noticed their name is on the front of every car now. And I should mention that the Iberian supercars do have to make, is it 2 pit stops, isn't it? I think 2 mandatory to each others. And the window is open for them to do that. I'm not sure if any of them have, but... who's the best of them? I think they must have done, because, oh yes, the Lima Racing Mercedes 802 is in the pits, the 2 McLarens are in the pits, the Lima one are actually in fuel. But so they're all making their pit stops at the moment.
Busy again at the chicane, as it always is. Lots of cars needing to get through there as quickly as possible. There are some big old sausage curbs there on the inside of turn 13 and 14. If you wallop one of those too early on in the stint, or indeed early in the race, then that could come back to bite, but sometimes many hours later. Good comparison between a GT3 Porsche and a Cup car there. So much more aero on the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Massive rear wing as well. I mean, the Cup cars have a fairly big rear wing, but whereas the Cup car can often outpace a GT3 on a straight, it just cannot live with anywhere near the performance of the bigger GT cars in the corners.
Johnny, just wondering what happened to the second of the vortexes, or vortices, maybe.
Yes.
Those cars with a big, basically got a Chevrolet engine in the back, what they call a crate engine, and you can buy one for $5.5 grand, that is. So that's what the vortexes run. So the 701 cars up there leading a GTX, but the other car is not on our first page of our timing screen.
It's not. I can tell you it's fallen down to 40th position.
Right. Might have had a problem.
So yeah, I think it probably has, and I'm just trying to work out how many laps it's done. 20 laps, and when you compare that to the other Vortex, 25. So it's lost 5 laps somewhere along the way.
Right, now, I'm wondering if that's the car that has got in it the Spanish guy who's done this race for so many years, I think since 1998. Here's Joe Bradley joining me in the commentary booth. Johnny's going to just step away for a moment and going to have his... it's still lunchtime, Johnny. There might still be something left. And here is Joe.
I've left plenty for him.
Have you?
Yeah, I've left plenty for him. It's great selection. It's a great selection. Let's head down to Di, who's got some information. What are you telling us, Di?
I was just letting you know that teams are now getting ready to do their driver changes. The 165 has just come in. If I police a car to do a standard change, driver gets out, other driver is getting in. No dramas here, just sort of checking the tyres, making some checks around the car while they fit the driver in there. And just behind them, so they're starting now, guys, to get ready. It's that sort of time. The number 18, the Phoenix Racing, has just come in also. I can see that just behind me. And they are changing, I think it's Pierre Caffa that's jumping in that number 18 car. And again, just putting his seat insert into there as Doppelmayr jumps out of the car, changing tyres, standard stuff for them.
Thanks very much for that, Di. Well, we're just coming up to what? First hour down, 23 to go, of course. And obviously, that particular Audi, now that Michael Doppelmayr, the gentleman driver at Phoenix Racing, has been replaced by a man who's won the Sebring 12 hours outright, former Audi factory driver, Pierre Caffa. I suspect he's still got an Audi contract of some description.
I think so. He's certainly more than just a driver in that number 18 Phoenix car. He's I don't. He kind of refutes this, but it's clear to see when you're down in the pits, isn't it? He's more than just a driver. He's always He's always working with the engineers. He's working with the strategists. And this is an interesting strategy. I mentioned earlier, Andrew, that the 18 they're going about this race
it's
very conservatively.
We're told that. No, it's Elliot Earhart, Di. We've just seen that on the timing screen.
Almost fist bumping everyone in the team to say good job on that pit stop. So a really good team environment there.
You know what, Di? Good work from Michael Doppelmayr to stay out of any trouble, because that was a chaotic start to a 24-hour race.
Yeah, they're all very happy there at Phoenix, and we did have a chat with Pierre yesterday or earlier this morning. I've sort of lost track of time a little bit, and they were going to be sort of really looking at the strategy and what they had to do, bearing in mind that the start of this race obviously had the supercars within the lineup. So I think that's a sensible move, isn't it?
Yeah, we were just about to say that. Thanks, Di.
Yeah, I mean they've dropped a couple of laps, though, Joe. I think.
Yeah,
but that's a long way.
Pierre was telling us, though, that they're taking a very conservative approach. What they envisaged was potential issues with the traffic, more traffic for the first 2 hours at least, and they're taking this very, very conservative approach in the early stages.
A little bit of tape hanging off the back of the car that's probably floating around on the circuit. A bit of plastic tape. I suspect that'll fly off very quickly. It's not going to cause any damage to anybody.
Yeah. So now the interesting fact of that tape's gone. Andrew, as if you ordered
it's still there.
Is it? I thought I saw it flying off. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, just off the diffuser. There was a bit of tape on the rear wing as well. That's just gone. It's a bit like...
Interestingly, the Audi's just gone past the Lamborghini, and they share the same engine. Lamborghinis always used to be great V12 engines, didn't they? But the more recent ones have got V8 Audi engine.
In fairness to that Lamborghini, though, that is a Super Trofeo car. So it's like a lot less aero than the
a lot less
GT3.
aero. Sometimes they're a bit like the Porsche Cup cars. Tend to be quite fast on the straight. They don't have it in the corners, of course.
Yeah, very.
Lamborghini have done a great job of that Super Trofeo series. I mean, it's a real alternative to Porsche Super Cup race.
And Ferrari Challenge as well.
And Ferrari Challenge,
it's a kind of cheaper alternative, if anything. And those cars prove to be as well built and very robust, because we've seen them quite often in long distance endurance racing in Super Trofeo spec, and they tend to be always there at the end if they don't get entangled in two chaotic starts.
So Joe, right at the front, you were just off for a moment. The gap between Robert Renard and Daniel Kielwitz has been about 5 seconds. It's gone to 4.1. It's come back to 5 again. And they're basically lapping just in the high 149s, both of them. Not much difference between the pair of them. And Nick Whitmer in the ST Racing BMW M4, the Canadian run car. That's dropped just 15 seconds behind that lead pair now. And then Charles Esplanade was doing a good job, of course. It's another 18 seconds back. So the front runners have just spread out a little bit, but once we've had pit stops at all, it'll be probably a different story. Yeah. I know 3 car just going through at the moment.
The Poulsen car, Christian Poulsen in that number 14 BMW as well in 5th place. Alex Prince in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. Great to see that Hofer car back with the Kroll family. Lars Viljoen. We mentioned Lars over the weekend.
Yeah.
He has an interesting day job,
we
doesn't
did discuss that when you were away. He said he steers rather bigger things. And
yes.
A super yacht, as we said, and really nice guy. And I did mention that the last time he raced, he had a very famous team manager.
He did, and a very famous tactician as well. His strategy manager was Paul Truswell.
Yeah.
And I was the English-speaking team manager.
Yes.
And I basically just had to, I was the conduit to all the English-speaking drivers, which were Brazilians. We had a Mexican team. We had 12 cars running in the Fun Cup at Spa for the 25-hour race. And it was like the United Nations, 12 cars, each with their own engineers.
Yeah.
And their engineers came from the world of DTM and LMP2, World Endurance Championship. And Trussers was overseeing all of those 12 engineers, and I was basically just running around passing jacks to mechanics and stuff constantly. So he did, yeah, and he was telling us that was the last time he raced.
Those VW Fun Cup cars are space frame chassis, aren't they?
Yes.
With a Volkswagen engine and a sort of plastic body.
Incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
Space frame chassis on road tyres with a Volkswagen engine.
We got a lovely background of the rattle guns going at the moment.
Let's go down to
obviously
Di.
got
What's happening?
it up.
Yeah, what's happening around you, Di? There seems to be a bit of
Huber
action.
Racing have just come in, the number 23, and Alexander Schwartzers has just jumped in there. Standard stop for the guys, changing the tyres, driver change on that one. It's interesting, I was just going to say to you, the supercar cars, there's a couple of them that came into the pit lane at the same time, but all was good, there was no problems, but it was just obviously another few end cars from that championship doing their pit stops on.
We've got a car off, Di. It's the 710 Liebert Lamborghini. We were talking about that car. We were talking about how robust those Lamborghini Trophy cars were, and there is a spin. It was in the 710,
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, into 10, which is the hairpin, perhaps the slowest part of this whole course. And the 710 is being driven by, if I can find it, a bit down the order, isn't he? He's off the,
it's off our
timing
charts
screen.
Early, probably.
That was the car that encountered a bit of damage. In fact, on lap 1 and came into the pits already 2 laps down. We spoke to Jean-Francois Bruno straight off the back of that. So that car on a bit of a damage limitation run now towards tomorrow afternoon, but more incident there to encounter. The car's gotten restarted, didn't quite make it to the gravel, just used the tarmac runoff here. Thankfully, that car doesn't look as though that has got any damage other than perhaps 4 flat spotted tyres, Andrew.
Yeah, I think you're right there. There's the 116 going through. Just on TCR, I noticed that Rob Huff is still well in the lead of that, but the Kusiri, one of the Kusiri, I think they're father and son, are they? Or they're brothers?
Candidate Kusiri, BBR,
they are, something like 20 seconds behind Rob.
I mean, that car at the moment, the 116, that's the Wolf Power Audi. That car has literally been maximised at the moment with Buffy, world touring car, world champion in FIA world touring cars there at the wheel of that car. So that car's been driven pretty much as fast as it can be driven. It was the quickest TCR car in qualifying in the hands of Rob Huff.
The thing is, with those Thai drivers are all quite well matched, aren't they?
That's
They're all
right.
pretty quick.
Yeah. So over the course of 24 hours, you've got very little speed difference. So that's what makes them strong. That's why they're doing so well in the championship.
I said earlier, I'm not quite sure how strong are all Rob's co-drivers. I think there's a gentleman driver or two in that squad.
That's my entry list, Andrew. It's behind. I've got it. Yeah, let's have a look at that, because that's what the factor is, and that's exactly why the BBR team. Let's not forget. We've got to mention Monschau. They're on their home turf, aren't they?
Yeah,
with the University of Barcelona students, etc., running that car and crewing that car. We've seen them in this series the whole year.
But also, that's one of the great things normally about Herbert Motorsport. Even their 2 regular arms are quick.
Yeah,
2 or 3 seconds off the Renaults, but they're still right in there.
Still very quick.
Of course, we've got a 5th driver this time, who is obviously the big sponsor.
Yeah, Jürgen Haring.
That's the name I was looking for. And I'm not quite sure of his pace, but they might only use him sparingly.
Well, Jürgen Haring is quite an experienced driver as well.
Oh, yes, he is. Yeah.
He's also experienced in that he came second here last year.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They usually run 2 cars, and he usually
second. They had a 1-2, Herbert.
Yeah,
Haring was in the car that placed second. Other drivers in the 116 Wolfsport car. Ivers Valles, he's the NAM driver with Marlon Menden. He's another AM driver. They're semi-pro. Yasmin Preissig, one of the quickest drivers in that car. Very quick indeed. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure. They've yet to prove. I'm unfamiliar with Ivers Valles for sure. Marlon Menden, we've seen before, and he's a fairly quick amateur driver. But this is what this race is all about. And again, I'm going to hark back to the number 18. That is down now in 29th, still running 10th, and the last of the GT3 class runners. And with Michael Doppelmayr, the AM driver in that car, he's, by his own admission, of course he's not as quick as the likes of Elia Earhart and Pierre Caffer, and he understands that. But I love the way the team go about their racing. Sven Herberger is the other AM in that car. I see Elia Earhart as an AM plus. But he's a very, very quick AM plus, and Sven Herberger is a very, very quick AM. So now that the 18 has cycled Michael Doppelmayr for a stint, they will then have 3 very strong stints, and this will be an indicator of just how they're going to go about their race, because they've stayed out of the chaos.
Yeah.
They're basically just doing their own thing, quite really off the map, outside the box.
Elliot already done a 150.64. So I think we can go down to Di. Update on the 102 Di.
Yes, Homeguard Racing, the 102 TCR Cupra Leon car is in the garage. They had a little bit of contact on track. I don't know if you caught that. They've come in, they've got a little bit of damage to the front of the car, but they're fixing it. They're not overly concerned. Obviously, they're losing time, but they're just going through everything, making the checks, keeping the driver cool. I can see them with the air gun, keeping him cool while they repair the car. I mean, when you look at it, I know we haven't got the cameras here at the moment, but it looks as if there isn't anything wrong, but there is obviously some slight damage to the front, which they're repairing really quickly.
Well, thanks very much, Di. Well, that is one of the cars that's with a lot of podium potential in the TCR category. So setback there for the Danish team, who have been in this championship for a long time. Going back a long way, we used to run Peugeots, I seem to remember.
Yeah, that's right.
But here we're looking at the Malaysians at the moment, the team that's based at the Shah Alam track, and I think it's Gilbert or Gilbert Ong, I think.
Ong, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The wheel.
Hey, I tell you what, Andrew, missing from this race is a big stalwart of this event and the series, Colin White. We wish Colin very well. We know he's in hospital. He had that huge shunt at Thruxton in the Ginetta Super Cup race, part of the Toka package. Yeah. And what we're going to try and do this evening is speak to Colin from his hospital bed. Yeah. I've just spoken to him in the lunch break. Right. He sounds brilliant. Yeah. And there's a chance he'll tell us this evening of what his prognosis is, but he's about to be, I think he says he's looking forward to potentially being released on Monday. Yeah. But it'll be great if we're going to try and link up the technicals and speak to Colin, and that'll be great to hear from him, because I personally can't ever think of the Barcelona 24 hours than think about and conjure up the vision of that sight of Colin and that Ginetta. And was it last year's race where I might be crossing my wires here, and it might be Dubai, but I remember Colin trying to retrieve his car and going out to help retrieve his car and going all the way around the long way to the to the spectator areas, and by then the truck had picked up the car and it was back at the pit when Colin was miles away. But you're a big miss, Colin, in CWS Racing. We hope you get back soon.
I love it because it's still a British make out there. You know, when I started in racing and commentating on sports car races, half the field were British-built cars, and now the only manufacturer we've got McLaren, of course, in the Iberian section. But
we've got Ginetta as well. Ginetta G55, of course, the Jota car.
But I don't understand. Jota is my local team, Tunbridge Wells, run, of course, by Sam Hingley, and I've never heard him mention that.
Well, I would imagine Sam, if he got a call saying, "Can you run in the Spanish Super Cup? I've got a Ginetta G55 here." I would imagine he would have said, "Yeah, we'll sort out the logistics for that."
Yeah, so there's something I must check and find out what that story's all about. But they also, just literally around the corner, about 30 seconds from my house, there's a showroom they have, which is where they keep the Mazda GB Heritage Fleet.
The Mazda GB Heritage Fleet.
Yes, it's a Mazda GB Heritage Fleet, but always amongst it, there's some LMP2 car that's like finished second at Le Mans. Obviously, Sam just found somewhere to put it for a moment. What a fantastic team they are, Jota. But let's get back to this race. Yeah. And the gap has suddenly pulled out, because Robert Renaud has now increased his lead to 13.6 seconds. For many laps, it was just 4 or 5 seconds, and suddenly he's lapping quite a bit quicker. In fact, it took a second and a half off the WTM Racing Ferrari on that last lap.
Just look at that. Just look at that top six, though, Andrew. Yeah. Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Mercedes, BMW, and the second BMW in the field, Christian Poulsen at the wheel of the number 14 there. Yeah. And it's great to see another BMW M4 GT3. He's chasing down from what I can see there, chasing down that CP Racing Mercedes just ahead of him, and a few back markers getting in the way as that race ensues. But he's narrowed the gap now as Poulsen. He's catching Espenlaub, and the gap was, the last time I looked, it was 4.5, 5 seconds. It's now literally down to a second. That may be ebbing and flowing because of traffic, but there's no question that, and also into the mix, just coming into the frame, quite literally, Alex Prinz in the Hofer Mercedes, right on the tail of that BMW. That BMW about to get onto the tail and under the rear wing of Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes, but we're almost, it's imminent. Sound the buzzer, it's imminent. We've got a massive race breaking out between the CP Racing Mercedes, the Poulsen Motorsport BMW and the Hofer Racing Mercedes. Three-car battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Bit of, as they say in the States, debris on the...
there is, yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 pieces of bodywork there, and something just flying then. So I think the Ebby Motors Porsche just caught it and it flicked it up in the air.
That's on the start-finish.
But they need to try and...
Oh, and that's a bad sign. The 909, that's the Red Camel Jordan's car. That was the leading car in the 992 class in the gravel. Yeah. And the 909, Rick Breukers, the driver that started that car,
Rick
not
is
sure.
in the car. It's not like Rick to drop it, is it?
No,
like
it isn't. No, it isn't. And he's dropped it. He hasn't just dropped it. He's travelled across the full depth of the gravel trap, and I'm not sure if he's contacted that tyre barrier.
Look at the mark on the barrier. No, he's hit that barrier.
Is that his mark?
Back. I would. Well, it might not be, of course, but I would think so.
The driver's climbing out. That doesn't mean that this car is out of this race. If that car can be repaired, it will be repaired. And right now, we've gone code 60. So the second code, did I miss any code 60s while I was at lunch?
No, you didn't.
Nope.
No.
So second code 60. And a despondent-looking Rick Breukers. You're right. It's very, very out of character for Rick to do that. Our good friend, of course, Paul Truswell, our colleague Paul Truswell, down there in the Red Camel's garage as their team strategist. He'll be, he's going to have to pull out all the slide rules that he's got in his possession now to get that car back into contention.
People not used to this series, Joe, might not know what a code 60 is, so you might just explain.
Well,
60.
that's a good point. We take it for granted that everybody should be watching every single 24 Series race.
It's sort of a virtual safety car.
It's exactly what that is. Code 60, the purple flag with a big roundel with the numbers 6 and 0, means everybody has to maintain a speed of 60 kilometres an hour. The officials are able to measure time over distance through each sector, and if that average speed over that sector is outside of 60 kilometres, you're going to get a penalty.
That's really slow. That's like, in English, about
45 miles an hour.
Yeah, there's
45 miles an hour.
There's Rick.
Yeah, so everybody gets notification that we've gone code 60. And it says we don't gather up behind a safety car like in the things like the IMSA series.
IMSA, of course, yeah.
Yeah, put a safety car out. Formula One, they put a safety car out. But in Formula One also, they have a very similar system.
Yeah,
the virtual safety car, where everybody gets notified that there's a virtual safety car. Everybody slows down to a slower speed. And that's at turn 1. That's going into turn 1. Now then,
whatever happened
what's caused that, I wonder? What has caused that? We've got the recovery vehicle into the gravel trap. Heavy damage. You were right, Andrew.
Well, it'll be a radiator, won't it?
Let's head down to the pits. We might be able to get a bit of insight as Di is down there in the Red Camel pit. What you got, Di?
Evo is just watching the screens and obviously having a chat with the rest of the team. From your perspective, what have you heard back from Rick and what did you see?
Only we heard there was no brakes, and a long pedal and no brakes. You would see it on the onboard. So we were already getting ready and just went straight. So no idea what happened or why it happened, but something with the brakes.
I mean, that's frustrating this early on in the race, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, especially we are fighting for the championship. So yeah, we're going to look if we're going to repair the car, what we can do, if we have the spare parts. Yeah, and see from there.
I'm guessing you have to get the car back here so that you can really assess what's needed.
Yes, exactly. So if the car's back, we're going to take a good look and see what to do.
Thanks, Evo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Di. And yeah, that would have caught his attention, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
at the end of this long straight here at the Circuit of Catalunya, you're braking at the last point where you need to brake, and there's no time to scrub off speed. Hence, the car has gone straight on, drove straight across the gravel, and he's done a good job there, not spinning the car into the corner or anything.
Usually in an accident like that, with a Porsche, you tend to get radiator damage. Didn't see any steam coming out of it.
No.
Everyone dived for the pits, or virtually everybody except the Paulson Motorsport BMW. I think that is still circulating. Suspect it will come in next time. It's going to be pretty busy around those bumps. Just saying that the Herbert car has put Jürgen Haring into it, so he'll probably there, presumably slowest driver, but still, we're not saying he's slow, but the
he's
slowest
not,
of them.
all relative. I think
So,
Jürgen Haring is very, very capable.
Yeah.
He's on. I'd put him on a par with the Alleman and Rolf Boll.
Well, yeah,
I know Ralph is a very, very quick driver, but Jürgen Haring is no slouch. So yeah, I mean, if Jürgen Haring is the difference in the other three drivers, then they haven't really got any other four drivers.
Because I also see WTM have put their team owner George Weiss in. He is quite a bit off the pace, George. The newspaper.
Is it George or is it Georg?
Georg, it is Georg.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Yes, it's like
it's German.
Yeah, it's a famous German Porsche sports car racer in the old days. Georg Loos, of course, was a member of his team, and very successful in world sports car races, I suppose 25, 30 years ago. He was a big character, Georg Loos, as well. Well, with a bit of a checkered history. I won't go into it. But,
is it in the book?
No, there's not many of those German.
The difficult second book,
A friend of mine has just written a book, which is coming out, I think, in November, on all the various motor racing crooks.
Brilliant.
Yeah, actually, the guy has written a book.
It's going to be a big, heavy book.
A big name banker in the city.
Yeah.
And he races in Formula Junior.
Right.
And he's written. I've sort of helped him a little bit by reading the chapters through, because I know a few things about some of those
books.
Is it? And it's got to be a must-buy book, like another one. But we probably plugged that a bit too much already.
There's a lot of content available there. The 909 is the gravel trap here at Barcelona has done its job, and the car we could see up to the wheels dug in very nicely.
But it's difficult to extract.
It's very difficult to extract because the gravel, of course, sucks the car in, and the car buries itself into the gravel, and it does the job of slowing the car down, anticipating speed, which would have been, of course, unabated because he had no brakes. Incredible.
On board with Leipert.
So while that recovery job is going on, we know that the CP car of the number 85 CP racing car has gone into the pits. Di's there. Have they changed driver, Di?
Yes, they've changed driver. Shane's jumped out. First of all, how was the start of the race?
Well, so Charles started it. You probably looked like I got out, he got in. He started the last minute. We made the decision to leave him in. Under Code 60, it takes us longer to do a driver's change than it does right now doing the tire change. So we took the gamble, leave him out. He knows the conditions. It's really hot. You saw everybody's lap times really dropping. So I was ready to go, but they made the call on the fly to leave him in and keep cranking.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused there. I was thinking, what's going on? And you were, jumping around and high-fiving everyone for a great sort of pit stop.
Well, because if you saw that what the crew did just an entire change was unbelievably fast. It's one of those things, a strategy call to see if we gain a little track position. But then the next stop, we got to do it under green and make a full driver change. So there is a gamble there, but I understand the direction they wanted to go in. Also, he knows the conditions. It's super hot out there. He knows the conditions. A lot of times it's better to leave that guy in. He knows what to do.
What's the feedback from him? Have you had any across the, when he's talking to the engineer?
Yeah, I'm listening all the time on the radio, probably too much. He said he was worried about his lap times dropping too much, and we said, listen, everybody's is. Well, that's not exactly true. Somehow the lead car, he has not missed a beat. We'll just leave it at that. But all the rest of us had kind of fallen off, and we said, oh, man, that's the same lap times everybody's turning. Just stay out there, don't crash it.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's so early on in the race that, you've just got to keep the focus. You've got to move with the changes that are necessary when they're necessary and deal with the heat, which we know, the management of the tyres is pretty crucial, as is the traffic management.
Absolutely. And you can see at the beginning of the race, there was two kind of attitudes. Some of the guys were like the first 5 laps, you thought it was a 1-hour sprint race. And some of the rest of the guys were just taking it as it came, a little bit more as a 24-hour pace. It's somewhere in the middle, I believe. These races now, they're like more of a 24-hour sprint race. And so, you can't be too conservative, because if you get just a half a lap behind and that becomes a lap, mate, you cannot make that up under a Code 60. I love the Code 60, as I love what Creventic does, but you have to maintain that as much as you can.
Let me interrupt
Shane, for the moment, I'll let you go. I know you want to have a chat with Charles. Thank you so much.
Interesting point that. You can be too conservative from Shane Lewis there.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the number 18 Phoenix Audi has been. Conservative. I'm not saying too conservative, but remember that CP85 Mercedes, the CP Racing Mercedes car 85, that's the car in contention, only 4 points behind the number 18 Audi.
Yes.
In contention for the European Championship.
Of course, they come here on a high, winning in Estoril.
Absolutely, yeah.
Their first victory. They've been in this series for, well, they started with Porsche, didn't
I'd
they?
have lost money on that being their first overall victory,
Yeah.
Andrew. But it was their first overall victory. We see them on the podium all the time and taking AM class wins and being on the overall podiums. But their very first overall on the top step.
I call it the over 50s team. I think the average age in there is about 55. And have all got tremendous racing experience
Massive
in the
amount.
States. So Shane, we've seen him doing well into the Daytona prototypes in the past. He's been around forever.
Well,
and done Le Mans 2 or 3 times.
If we average their ages at, say, 50, let's say 52, right?
Yeah.
And then think of their racing experience. We know Charlie Putman's been racing since he was a young man. We know Shane Lewis was a professional racing driver as a young man. Joe Foster has been racing as a pro for a long time. Charles Espinlab raced in the United States for a long time. They've probably got almost nearly 150 years
they probably
racing
have.
experience.
But Charlie Putnam, I think, probably been racing for the best part of 40-odd years.
Yeah.
But, they do an excellent job. Cars are run by a German team, actually, although it says CP Racing. And
it's great. I call that the American team, and because they come all the way, they travel all the way across for all of the. They're a big, massive part of this championship, and long may it continue, in my opinion. And here they are once again, Andrew, in contention for a race championship, for a full season's championship, as well as taking an overall win. They've had a good 2022.
Charlie's a bit of country and western singer as well, I think.
Which Charlie? The Charlie Putman?
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah, 3 or 4 years ago, he had a CD in the pits that he was trying to sell or give. I don't know.
Really? Are you kidding me?
Honestly, I know it doesn't look like it.
Oh, there's a one for Di to explore.
Yeah.
We might even get, just check we can find a guitar.
And get Charlie to play it, so at the moment, the Herbert car is shown in the lead. WTM Racing second. Nick Whitmer appears to have stayed in the BMW. And then Alfred Nilsson, the Swede who I interviewed on the grid, in the Paulson car, is fourth. And then in fifth place is the Lithuanian Jutta Racing car, started by Lars Viljean, but now it has a man who I will let Joe Bradley pronounce the name.
Thanks. Amantis Navikauskas.
Now here's a question. Why do nearly all Lithuanian names end in an S? Now I've got a Lithuanian... you're an expert.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, say that again, Di.
That was a perfect pronunciation, it seems. Well done.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you, lunchtime.
Been practicing all night.
Well, it's sort of quieting down a little bit here in the pit lane at the moment, although the Lipet Motorsports 710 Lamborghini's just come back in. I think that's having a few issues, so I think that's probably just fuel, actually. It seems to be going straight on. I can't see them at the pit box waiting on the car, so that must be fuel there. Was a flurry of activity. It's all quieting down a little bit now, so obviously we're still under this code 60. So we'll see if anyone else appears into the pit lane.
Yeah, we're still remaining under code 60, Andrew. We're having an inspection of that tyre barrier where that Red Camel's Porsche hit.
Yeah, so it's 5 layers of tyres, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
then a
very
tyre
much
belt.
Formula One safety.
Yeah, very much.
Type deal here.
It doesn't look too deformed, does it?
It doesn't look too deformed to me. I think they obviously are being super cautious in this situation. We see the
conversation going on with the track service crew there. These are the people that will rectify any issues with tyre barriers. That very official-looking man that is currently in conversation with our tyre. This is what's causing the delay, everybody. Just to give you an idea, the car has been recovered and will be making its way back.
Royal Automobile Club of Catalunya as RACCC on his back. Of course, this is not the first racetrack we've had in Barcelona. This one built 30 years ago. I'm old enough to have been to the fantastic Montjuic circuit which is much closer to the town. I think you might have been up there and had a look at it.
We did. John Eindhoff and I had a visit up there and retraced that old Formula One track.
Yeah, I was there when all the rear wings were collapsing, the famous Formula One.
Yeah,
race
wow,
where that
that's late 60s, Andrew.
Yeah, no, early
69,
70s.
69,
Was
wasn't
it
it?
69?
Graham Hill, Jochen Rindt.
Yeah. And where Lella Lombardi, I think, got...
That was 75,
yeah. Got the half point.
First
the only
woman to win a Formula One World Championship point. It was half a point because the race was truncated. Yeah, Jochen Mass won the race.
Yeah, I think Stommelen crashed.
Stommelen crashed, lost his rear wing, and there was a bit of a tragedy, really, because there were, I think there were cameramen killed in an unofficial area, I think, is the term.
That is correct, yeah, but I went to a couple of Formula 2 races in Barcelona on that track as well, and I remember it's the first chat I had with Jim Clark, the hallowed.
Yeah, in the Formula 2 race.
Greatest, Jim Clark. Yeah, only 2 weeks before he was killed in a similar car. Yeah, but I remember sitting down with him and having a nice chat, which was, a wonderful memory for me.
The Spanish have always loved their motorsport. They love the motorcycle racing.
Yeah.
We've gone green, everybody.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Jarama, near Madrid, home of the Spanish Grand Prix for a few years. We've had races in Valencia, around the port.
Well, there's lots of tracks in Spain.
Yeah.
A lot of tracks in Spain.
Yeah,
and
there is. We're underway again, though. And let's see when things settle down. We've gone green, so everybody now picking up their speed. That'll give tyre life a bit of a rest, won't it? They were towards the end of their tyre strategy there and needing to take advantage of that code 60 and come into the pits. They're now on new rubber, most of the front runners, and it's interesting that Shane Lewis in the CP garage was monitoring lap times on the 91 Porsche, and the interesting factor there was you've got to consider that the driver at the wheel of that car, Robert Renauer, very, very experienced and fast driver. There's the 18 moving up the order. We'll see that car moving up. It's up to 23rd.
At the start, George Weiss nipped past Jürgen Haring. So we got our first real leader change, actually.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And Alfred Nielsen in third place. Nick Wittmer is late into the pit, still in the pit now. So that's a miscue, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that was a miscue. The 91 has gone into second there, and they came into the pits after the WTM Ferrari.
And the gap is showing up 49 seconds. That must have been something that happened in the pits or in the refueling.
Well, I just think that the Ferrari got in early, and the thing about code 60, Andrew, is if that code 60 is thrown as you've gone past the pit entrance, you've got to then travel all the way around this 5-kilometre circuit at 60 Ks. If the code 60 is thrown just before the pit entrance, you can get in, get it done, and get out there and continue. And I think then it's a balancing act as to when it's going to go green and where you are.
It's a bit of a lottery, really.
Yeah, it is.
And sometimes you come in late and you just get into the wrong place. All the pumps are full sometimes.
That's right.
And then you have to wait. So a 10, 12-second lead has switched now to the other car, and now actually the gap is showing at 23 seconds.
And we've got a...
Oh, no, but that whether the Jürgen Haring car has now dropped to third.
Yeah.
And is right with the Alfred Nielsen Paulson Motorsport BMW.
So in the pits, Andrew, the number 91, the early leader, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, has been overtaken not just by the WTM Ferrari of Georg Weiss, but Alfred Nielsen, now at the wheel of Paulson Motorsport's BMW, that car through and into second place. I think Haring has gone through in third, just ahead of CP Racing's Charles Espenlaub in the 85. Samantha Tan, now at the wheel of the number 1, SD Racing BMW. Chantal Prince back in the Creventic series, in the 24-8 series, in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. Now great to see Chantal back, and Chantal has gone ahead and into 5th. Samantha Tan and Eamantis Navaskauskis in the Juta Racing, they're on their outlap, so they may even drop behind the Thierry Vermeulen Rabdan Porsche, which is the class leading 992 Porsche class leading car there in 8th overall.
But look at the battle for 5th place overall. Chantal versus Samantha, I like that.
Yeah,
that would be interesting to see who is the fastest.
Both former champions in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Samantha last season,
reigning champion,
brilliant year. Well, there we just a quick shot of that Jota Racing Ginetta, and of course they have got half an hour of their race left, haven't they? Their 2-hour race.
Yeah.
Those 8 cars will then pull off, just as we explained previously. And let's get one more lap in the book, and then we'll get some feeling for lap times, won't we?
Yeah, we will.
Nielsen in the Paulson Motorsport BMW has gone straight down to a 150.957, and the fastest lap of this whole race is the Ferrari, which is 49.669. So Nielsen immediately back in within a second of the fastest lap of the race. There's Samantha Tan flashing her lights at that McLaren, and very nearly gets punted out the back by the TCR car.
And the McLaren
then drops back.
The McLaren, of course, is in the Spanish Supercar Series, not part of the not part of the 24H series. Samantha Tan now dropping down to 7th, behind the Vermeulen Rabdan Motorsport Porsche. That's the leading 992 class car. Now then, there's a story behind that car, and it's incredible how that number 977 Porsche has gotten into that class lead they've just dropped off the lead lap, so 39 laps completed for that car. But that car started at the very back of the GT grid.
George Weiss has spun, look.
It's the leader.
Yeah.
The leader pointing the wrong way, coming out of, I think that's turn 5. That's the downhill left hand.
Now, did he get tapped into that? He's found a gear, look, but he's got cars coming at him all the time, and now he's going to spin it round.
He's got a puncture. That's a puncture.
Yeah, but the rim's damaged as well.
That's contact on the Ferrari.
Don't go too fast now. He's going to cause a lot of damage. He is going too quickly, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. Here they are into turn 5, and there the Ferrari coming into contact with a Porsche. I'm not really sure where the Porsche was expected to go, but that Porsche, the 890 numbered car, that's a car that isn't even in the 24-hour race.
That's right.
That's a car that's in the 2-hour race.
And that's what we feared, that they might interfere with the overall race.
It's not just going to interfere with the race, it may even interfere with the championship. Remember, final round of the European Championship and a qualifying round of the Championship of the Continents, all coming down to these 24 hours here in Barcelona. Your Weiss already dropping to 3rd, and that will continue to drop down the order as he struggles to get that car back to the pits. We've got Diana Binks herring on to the WTM pits and will be there to greet the car. Espenlaub now past Weiss. Weiss down to 4th all the time when he's driving that car around. It's hard, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah.
You've got a puncture. The driver can't see the extent of the damage that he's causing by the speed that he's going, so he's just got to be overly cautious and limp that car back round. Forget the Gilles Villeneuve textbook on that one and just do a...
And suddenly we got the Paulson Motorsport car in the lead. So
incredible drive.
Yeah.
Incredible. Great to see Paulson Motorsport here with their BMW. They're into fueling. Now, this is what I mentioned. Fueling here for the Barcelona 24 hours at pit in. So we are going to see the kind of the strange tactic that you really have to employ. You come into the pits with a damaged car, the first thing you do is go into fueling.
Yeah.
Limp that car into fueling.
Top it up,
yeah. The fuel's going into the car. He's made it round. No threat of a code 60 to recover the car. The car's gotten back on its own steam.
So notice that one car that has moved up the field a lot is the Sabino de Castro William Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche. That's the car that finished 3rd overall in the Sebring 24 hours. Very canny little, Romanians and 2 Italians, but a Romanian-run team. But one of the Italians used to race in Romania.
Right,
but it's a professional racing driver.
Right, got a floor chart here.
And I have to say, at the moment, at the wheel, Sabino de Castro, when they finished 3rd at Sebring last year, I have never seen a bloke so excited. He went absolutely bananas.
That's phenomenal. That was the season-ending Sebring 24 hours for 2021, wasn't it?
3rd overall.
Yeah.
Kept going, very clever team, good, never missed a beat.
The gap to the lead for Jürgen Haring, who's chasing down the Alfred Nielsen-driven Paulson Motorsport car, is under 10 seconds now, 9.5 seconds to be precise, and Jürgen Haring being very circumspect there as he picked his way through that slower traffic from that 2-hour Spanish series. Let's head down to Binksy. Is that you, Binksy? I can hear.
It is, but just a little bit too early, Joe. I'm just waiting with WTM Racing, the car to come here. I can see that Nicholas Varone is waiting to jump into the car, and I understand that it's a right-left rear puncture. So I think the car's just making its way up the pit lane now, and Seb is back here in the pit lane with me. So I'm sure you can see the car making its way while the team get ready. And they're also just going to double check that there's not any more issues until they get the car in. Now they're going to have a good look round that car, but definitely got a rear left puncture.
Yeah, left rear puncture on that car. Right under a speeder there, so we're getting twice there. Georg Weiss looking at the car and shaking his head despondently there. But I tell you what, he's done a cracking job, Andrew.
It has.
That rear
No
wheel
body
arch,
damage at all.
Yeah,
No.
looks perfectly intact. Of course, there's an inner wheel arch, which we can't really see from outside the car, but that looks like it's fine. The car stays up on the... Remember, it's topped up the fuel, and now we've got... I forget who Dyke said was jumping in the car now. Nicholas, right. Okay.
Yeah, the Argentine guy's out the wheel now, and he will make that fly and make some of that load. It dropped all the way down to 15th place after that incident. And I'll be down there to relieve you in a little while as soon as Johnny returns to the commentary box. Di's been out there a little while now.
Nicholas Verone in the car. He's a bit of a superstar. We've seen him in the IMSA series in an LMP3 prototype.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Put it on Paul of Watkins Glen
LMP
back in June.
European Le Mans series as well. There's that Ginetta.
So recovery drive for the 2022 for the 22 Ferrari. Recovery drive in 2022 for the 2022 Ferrari is perhaps what was going through my head there. Yeah. We'll see that car. We'll see where it's dropped down to. That's dropped way down the order by now, hasn't it?
His last lap was
15th.
His last lap was 5 minutes. So effectively, he's lost 3 minutes in that incident, really.
Yeah, and that's
3
2
minutes,
laps.
2 laps, yeah.
That's 2 laps, so we'll...
Well, it's a lap and
Well, it was Hugh Chamberlain, a name synonymous with the Le Mans 24 hours, that used to say to me that what part of a 24-hour race would you want the car to finish, to go out on, to retire? Early in the race or late in the race? And he used to his answer was always before the bars closed. Yeah,
well, I saw Hugh a couple of weeks ago at the Silverstone Classic Super Meeting.
Oh, cool.
And he has had a big cancer scare. He's had treatment and he's doing very well. Yeah, and,
we wish him well.
I thought he might have lost a bit of weight. Really.
Well, my thinking is the 22 Ferrari now has got another 22 hours and 22 minutes. Oh, that's a bit of a spooky synergy there. 22 hours and 22 minutes to go for the 22 Ferrari.
Yeah,
right. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign there. I've just sort of given it a little bit of divine intervention there.
So the Swede, Alfred Nielsen, I'm not sure we've seen this series before, and he told me on the grid it's his first 24-hour race, pulling away from the 91 Herbert Motorsport car at the moment. Charles Espinal staying at the wheel for his second stint, as we heard from Shane Lewis, and it's those 3 cars that have put 44 laps into the book. And then Chantal Prince is in 4th place. She's shown as a lap behind. And in 5th place, Samantha Tan is now 30 seconds behind, but lapping a lot quicker than Chantal Prince.
We've got a fire in the refueling area. Car on fire, never a good sign. If you're going to have a car on fire, then perhaps the refueling area is potentially one of the best areas to be, because we've got a plenty of fire extinguishers to extinguish that. Now that's the car that has the 803. Yeah, that is a car that's not in the 24-hour race. So right at the edge of their 2-hour window for the Spanish series, coming to the checkered flag on that one in 20 minutes, the 803 pulling off to the left, well away from the fueling areas, and that's a good piece of heads-up driving from that driver there. So 22 hours, 20 minutes to go. We've got the Poulsen Motorsport BMW leading, and it's all live in sound and vision right to the checkered flag. I said before, Andrew, that the Poulsen Motorsport BMW a welcome sight to have more than the ST Racing BMW. I am a big fan of those BMWs. They remind me a lot of the Tommy Milner PTG Racing cars that ran in the early 2000s in the American Le Mans series. They just look like it looks like an M4 on steroids, the race car. Fabulous. I think we've got Di before you comment on that. Di? I thought I heard Di there. I did hear a wheel gun, Andrew. Yeah, the BMW. We've got two now.
Yeah.
And they're both in contention. The 909, that maybe is what I heard in the background there. The 909 has arrived back to its pit garage. The Red Camel Jordan's Porsche was leading the 992 class. Now
That's its championship gone, is it?
I think so, yeah. And I'll tell you why, Andrew. The 992 class is arguably the most competitive class here.
I think there was only 1 point between them and the Red Ant lead car, wasn't there, in the championship? We did have the point somewhere. And the Red Camel was on 74, and the 903 Red Ant car was on 73 points. There were drop scores to come in, but no, that's a devastating blow. Loss of brakes.
Yeah, and you can see the extent of that damage on the front of that Porsche. The left front wheel that looked intact is now looking a bit floppy there as it comes off the flatbed. We've got Binksy down there, we will go to in a moment for a bit of a more insightful view of that 909. But the team just coming out onto the pit apron now. The dolly jacks have gone underneath the car. The car now lowered onto those trolleys and will be swiveled around and into the garage for a lot of work to go ahead on that car now. So Rick Broik has already made his way back to the pits. We heard from Ivo that he reported a brake failure on the 909 off the start-finish straight, one of the longest straights in motorsport here at the Circuit of Catalunya. And that car now recovered back to the race, though. There's the leader, the number 14, still leading, Pilsen Motorsport. Gap out to 20 seconds. It was 9.5.
He's the fastest man out there at the moment, Alfred Nielsen. Not a name that you may be familiar with, because the kid is just 20 years old. When he was 14, back in Sweden, he was the champion of the KF Junior category, which I guess would be the top karting category in
Is that not
Sweden.
KZ?
The KF I read. Maybe it's KZ. Could be KZ,
might be, that's a gearbox class,
Okay. And he's been racing in Italy in the M4. The Italian GT Championship has Nielsen.
The Italians have got all sorts of karting classes.
Yeah, no, this was Sweden, though. And,
Sweden, right.
Yeah. But anyway, the kid's, what I'd say, he's got provenance, hasn't he?
Yes.
As a teenager. And he's been racing a car, the GT4 version, I think, of that BMW.
Right.
But he's obviously quick, isn't he?
And he's a driver to keep our eyes on in the future, isn't he, Alfred Nielsen?
Yeah, so he's lapping in the 151.1, so just actually last lap was 52.6.
Did you see he was Swedish, Andrew?
He's Swedish, the others are all Danes, they can understand each other. They think they speak a rather strange version of their own language. But,
all right, okay. But it's just the name's got motorsport provenance, hasn't it, Nielsen?
Yeah, of course it does, yeah.
You've got to be our age before you realise, you remember who Gunnar Nielsen was.
Yeah, a bit of a Gunnar Nielsen story. I was sitting by a pool in Santa Ana, California one day, and a friend of mine called Chuck Jones, who ran Formula 5000 cars. Gunnar was there, my mother was there, and Gunnar told us that he got this problem, you know.
The cancer,
Yeah.
It was testicular cancer,
Testicular cancer. These days,
treatable.
but not
back
then.
in the 70s, yeah.
So I was very much involved with a Gunnar cancer charity that put a new wing in a hospital in London. And Ian Phillips, famous journalist and subsequently Jordan coordinator, was leading that campaign, but we did all the logistics on it, and the money that came in was unbelievable. Gunnar was a great bloke, very sort of upper crust Swede.
He won one Grand Prix.
One Grand Prix,
we're ready to go down to the pits, I think. Di, have you managed to catch up with that 909 Red Camel car?
Yes, I'm with Rick now, who's out of the car. The car's been brought back into the garage, so everyone's just having a look round it. Rick, that was a bit of a scary moment.
Yeah, it was. Apparently there is some kind of leak in the brake fluid system, so I suddenly had no brakes at all, and yeah, that's it.
I mean, And it looks like there's a fair amount of damage to the car. What are you're looking at it now, obviously. What do you see?
Sorry?
There looks like a fair amount of damage to the car. I know the team is just looking through it now. Do you think you've got the parts and the ability to get that fixed and get it back out?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it makes any sense to start driving again. To fix this will take hours, and we are out of the race anyway, so I don't think so.
Goes without saying that you're disappointed to be out of the race at this stage.
Yes, very disappointed.
Right, look, I'll let you get back to chat to the team. Thanks for chatting to us. Glad that you're okay. But it looks like, guys, that the car won't rejoin the race, which is a real shame.
Yeah, horrible situation. Thank you, Diana. I'm just coming back from a spot of lunch, and that was a big shock for me to come back into the booth to see a very heavily damaged Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche 992 car. Took pole position yesterday. Had been on for a podium in the early stages, fighting with Red Ant, and also the entry for Thierry Vermeulen's car, which is still doing pretty well up there. But one of the key players from the 992 class is now out of the game this early on. We're not yet 2 hours into the 24 hours of Barcelona for 2022. So, Joe, I was overhearing as I came back the assessment of that. We think something broke on the car, i.e. brakes down into turn one.
Brake failure into turn one.
Fastest
The car,
approach,
I
really,
don't know if you saw it on or while you were having lunch, but the car went straight across the gravel and heavy contact into the tyre barrier, and hence you saw the deformed front end of that Porsche. So it's never going to be a light hit if you have brake failure at the end of the straight here, the main straight here past the pits in Barcelona, is it? It's never going to be a light one.
I have seen cars go off at great speed there in the past. Again, whether throttles have stuck open or brakes have just not been there at all, and that's a horrible situation that everybody's effectively putting themselves at risk because of that, because you're at the mercy of the racing gods and also, the car's ability to stop. Yes, it was able to stop the previous lap, but all of a sudden just something has gone, and these parts can wear, they can just break well before expected. But a big shock for the team, clearly, and they're still digesting that.
I think a bigger shock for Rick Breukers. Gone in there for a fresh change of underwear.
Well,
I think.
I was surprised he was. I was surprised he was able to conduct such a kind of composed interview with Diana Binks just then.
Well, he is a bit of a pro, isn't he?
He's
so
a full-on pro,
you know what?
right.
If for those of our viewers who haven't raced, you've got to understand that when you are driving a race car, you are braking at the last possible moment to slow the car down just enough to scrub off enough speed to then get through the corner. So you're not braking to a stop, you're just scrubbing off speed. And at the end of that straight, you go on the brakes at the very last minute, and if that pedal goes to the floor, it's already too late.
Yeah.
By the time your brain has computed that the pedal has gone to the floor, you're already a passenger. And all you can do is bring your foot up, whether you're left foot brake or right foot brake, bring your leg up, and then go back on the pedal, and hopefully there's a pedal, the pedal may have returned, and if you're really unlucky, as by now you're into the gravel, you haven't got a pedal, and it's like, brace yourself, take your hands off the wheel, and here comes the barrier.
Yeah.
Scary moment.
You are a passenger by that point, indeed. So, thankfully, Rick's okay. It's testament to how strongly Porsche build their cars, and indeed all the other major manufacturers in this race. They are stringently crash tested. But that's got to be well north of 200 kph on the approach.
Oh, yeah, very much.
I know it's 225 down into turn 10, but I think it's even higher than that by the point that you're arriving into turn 1, because turn 16, the final lap of final corner rather of each of the laps is not certainly going any very slowly at all. So you're slingshotting your way out of there, down then. What is it? Best part of a kilometre from 16 into turn 1.
How many times have we seen a GT3 car struggle to get past a 992 Cup car?
Yeah.
They are so fast on the straight because of there's less aerodynamic. There's less of an aerodynamic aspect to the performance of the car. Less wings, less underfloor aero. So the cars tend to be very, very slippery on the straight. So I'm glad. Yeah, it's a good point actually. Glad to see Rick was composed enough to be able to give us an assessment of what exactly happened there. And you know what? It's really sad. They're a big part of the 24H series, the Red Camel team, and were very much in contention for carrying off the the European Championship. They come into this race, according to the chart I've got here, equal points with Red Ant Racing. You know, the battle of the red species, as we've been saying jokingly, Red Camel against Red Ant. Only 2 more points behind them is the number 929 HRT Performance car. 929 currently second in the championship. The leading car, the 903, is the wrong Red Ant car. The championship contender is the 904, and that's the car that had that early shunt. So you never know, HRT Performance might just come in at the very last, in the last leg, and sneak this and nick this off the two teams that are ahead of it.
Number 1, BMW, driven by Samantha Tan, just heading through turns 1 and 2 now, running in 5th position. This car has been as high as 2nd place. We had quite a bit of shuffling of the order surrounding the pit stops that happened roughly on the hour marker, but not that many driver changes I was checking up on, because the driver limit still 2 hours, and we're not quite at that point now. So Alfred Nielsen, who started the number 14 Poulsen Motorsport BMW, still at the wheel of that car, and Jürgen Hering, there has been a change there, because Robert Renauer clambering out, and the AM driver, one of a couple of AM drivers, getting on board to try and burn his drive time as quickly as possible, or as early as possible, let's say. Now the Thierry Vermeulen Rabdan car, 977, is that still... No, it's Saif Alameri, isn't it now, who's taken charge of that and running in 6th place. So the more recent top 3, Yannick Redant in the Red Ant Racing Porsche in the 992 class, leading from now Jim Rautanen in the HRT Performance car, and 3rd in 992, which is actually 1st in the AM subcategory, because you've got 992 Pro, 992 AM, but JP Mauro in the 360 Racing Team Porsche running 3rd in the 926 car, as Phoenix does a bit of lappery there on the Villi Motorsport Porsche Cup car, 955. So Phoenix again keeping their powder dry, really, and that's testament to putting Michael Doppelmayr in the opening stages, realising his pace, which isn't as quick as the guys that he's in the car with, but that's fine, because what you do is you identify a lap time that you're comfortable with, a delta time if you like, and as long as you're ticking that off, keeping the car nice and neat and tidy and clean, out of trouble, then the race will very definitely come towards you.
This is the Phoenix strategy. As a car spin there, the Phoenix car just avoiding contact there with an errant. It's the number 123, and that's the York-Bella Diaz Totcar Cupra. That car spinning right in front of the field. It's pointing in the wrong direction. I think, is that turn 5, Johnny, just as the downhill hairpin? So he's just waiting for a break in the traffic, and then he will resume. We'll just keep an eye on that car regaining its composure and getting back on with its race. Just give an idea where that car is. I did have him on the screen there, now I've lost him. There he is. He's currently 5th in TCR. 5th in TCR, 26th overall. The number 18, though, the Phoenix car, that car was down as far as 29th overall. Yes, it was 10th, and the final GT3 runner. The car is back up to 16th place overall, though, and I'm just going to take a look at how far behind. It's still off the lap. It's still a lap down off the WTM Racing Ferrari, so it's still regaining its position in this race. In fact, no, it's about, just under a minute. It's on the same lap as the GT3 car ahead of it, but it's almost a minute behind. So again, that is the tactic that the Phoenix boys and girls have decided to employ from the very outset.
Yeah, and they're running Pro-Am, but so do a lot of other GT3 cars, so they're still fully focused on trying to reel in the Poulsen Motorsport BMW, ultimately, that leads the race, the GT race overall, and leads in the Pro-Am category from a similarly classed car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But then behind those two is the CP Racing Mercedes, which is the leading AM machine. And now I thought, Alexander Schwarzer just overtook in the Hubert car a car that looked very similar to CP Racing. I think it was just a bit of a lookalike, actually. There are a few Mercedes AMGs in the race. A spin, though, at turn 10 for Porsche number 928 a moment or two ago. That's Gijs Bessem in the HRT performance car, the sister machine to the one I was just mentioning for Jim Rountenen. So they've got 929 and 928, and it was the car running fourth in 992 AM that went for a quick rotation, but Gijs Bessem kept his head and was able to rejoin with relatively little time lost. He's about to go through Sector 2 in a moment or two, so I'll be able to tell you how long that sector took him. In comparison to someone who keeps it on the straight and narrow, it's close to 45 seconds in a Cup car, but Gijs Bessem is clearly going to be delayed once he runs through that second sector. Nicholas Stertzinger for Dynamic Motorsport, just crossing the line now, 6th place. And now more dramas from the Cup class, because Manuel Lau Cornago in the Bapora Motorsport Porsche has spun off the circuit. Bapora, very much a local team again. They're from a little place just up the road called Vic. And often coming into Barcelona, the circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, you see signs for Vic. It's literally probably 15 k's away or less, and they know this place very well indeed. We're running a guy called Jaume Font in the Porsche Carrera Cup races here a few weekends ago, and Jaume is part of this lineup, but it's his teammate Manuel Lau Cornago who will cause another code 60. Now, whilst I was away, Joe, I did notice, whilst I was munching on a tasty bit of food again from Creventic's on-site team caterers, that engine note seemed to just dull for a phase. So was there a code 60 when I was away?
Yes,
from
there was.
the box?
Yeah.
So we had one at the very start. We've had one...
was the retrieval of the Red Camels car.
So one for the Red Camels car, and now this will make it the third code 60, therefore, so far.
Yeah.
And
gravel trap's doing their job, I'm afraid, Johnny.
Yes. Timeservice.nl has a great page. If you've not visited the livetiming.getraceresults.com website yet, you'll need to do a /24/8 series. But you can go through to a statistics screen, and right at the bottom there, it tells you the history of the cautions. So we have had 3, this being the third. First one was for car 720, the Lamborghini of RD Sainz, very badly damaged in a start line shunt. And then the 909 Red Camels car having impacted with the tyre barrier heavily at turn 1. That was a 15-minute code 60. And this one is potentially shorter, but a lot of cars have dived into pit road here to take on a bit of fuel. Now, assuming that most of this was reactionary to the code 60, they will have all arrived at the pumps after the purple flags started to fly. So only 50% of fuel allocation permitted for the majority of these cars, I would say.
Is that the Simpson Motorsport car just sneaking in there when that gap in the fueling area is just opening up there, and the Simpson Motorsport car managing to get in? Now then, Johnny, we're about 2 minutes away from the flag coming out to end the 2-hour Iberian Sports Car Endurance. Is that its full title?
Iberian Supercar Endurance Series, I think
right,
it is.
Supercar,
yeah.
Yeah, so we are underneath 2 minutes now before that race comes to an end. So if you've still got a very busy pit lane there, the fueling area is slightly off. You go into a bit of a lay-by sort of environment when you come into the pits. We're struggling in retrieving, or recovering, I should say, the 951 Porsche, the Bapora Motorsport car, seemingly not wanting to roll or move. They've tried pulling it out backwards. It wouldn't move. They're now trying to pull it out forwards, which would effectively pull it further into the gravel trap. And now I think the recovery team has come to the conclusion that whatever's caused that problem for that car going off, it may be that the car is stuck in gear and in drive. Flurry of cars into the pits. The CB Racing car in, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche in. There's the number 85. Surely they've changed drivers now. Charles Espenlaub will be coming up to his 2-hour stint mark. So right on the cusp there, that code 60 worked very well for their driver strategy there. 2-hour maximum drive time for our drivers here. And let's head down to the pits where Charles Espenlaub is with Andy Marriott.
Yeah, Charles has just climbed out. He did almost the 2 hours. Charles is putting some extra stickers on his race suit. That's pretty cool. And congratulations all round. Wow, that was hard work. You didn't expect to stay in the car that long.
No, you know, it obviously in the endurance series, you got to make the calls as we go, and where that code 60 fell, it made more sense to just keep me in for another shorter stint. But man, the guys did a great stop just now. Strategy's going well. It's always, you know, we're just trying to do our thing and see how it plays out in 22 hours.
Charles, sometimes the code 60 get you, but sometimes they work in your favor, and that was the latter.
Yes, for sure. You know, it's always a gamble one way or the other, and sometimes it falls your way and sometimes it doesn't. And as you know, over 24 hours, there's enough code 60s where it goes both ways. So we'll take it when we can get it for sure.
Now, just as you came to the interview, you stuck a special badge on you. Fang Eagle Driver. I have no idea what that's about.
So my youngest son, Jackson, he's 11 now, and there's a big air show in Florida that we go to, and there's a vendor that has huge patch displays. So I let him pick out a bunch of different patches, and so the deal was he has to give me a patch every race, so he picked this one for this race. Last race it was Deadpool, so that's for Jackson.
That's fantastic. Well, Jackson, your dad's really done your decal proud there. Well done. Thanks very much,
Charles Espenlaub from the CP Racing Mercedes, and yes, really good couple of stints that to start off the race. He was always battling with various cars, including with Nick Wittmer in the early stages. Back to Andy.
Yeah, just catching up on the Vortex team. Remember when I was in commentary, I said the 701 had gone missing and dropped right to the back of the field. They've just got back in the race. They had a big oil leak in the car, which they've now fixed, and so that car is now running. The 702 is running fine, they say, but the 701 was spewing oil out.
Okay, and yeah, you never know then where that oil is going, all to the wrong places, generally speaking. It's very difficult to find where the leak has come from and clear it up as well in race, bearing in mind all the components within that Vortex will be red hot this far into the race. So at least they've solved, well, hopefully they've solved it. They will have done all the cleaning up and the car goes back into the competition.
That car had mega pace in the first half hour, isn't it? Right in amongst the 992 class cars.
Yeah.
And, you know, and when you consider it's got an off-the-shelf Chevrolet V8 engine in the back of that, you know, with 450 or so brake horsepower. It's a phenomenal concept. It's a box frame, space frame, so box tubing space frame car with a V8 Chevrolet engine bolted to it. It's crazy.
2 hours done. That actually now brings to a close then the special round of the Supercars Endurance Series. We'll tell you about who's won that and who will feature on the podium in a moment. But for the 24-hour cars, Poulsen Motorsport lead after 120 minutes. Best lap time over in the corner there, a 150.672 for the Poulsen BMW. Second in the race is the CP Racing Mercedes of Charles Espenlaub, but now having just taken over Shane Lewis. And in third position, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche with Daniel Alleman doing the driving. ST Racing in fourth, ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes GT3 car for the Swiss crew. Dynamic Motorsport is sixth, ahead of the Jutta Racing Audi R8 LMS. Then it's the 903 Red Ant Racing Porsche leading the 992 class. Ninth position for 360 Racing Team's 992 car, the Romanian squad. Then it is Huber Racing's Porsche Cup car, 10th, ahead of Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors. HRT Performance with virtually an all-finish lineup, discounting Konstantin Kletzer, who is Austrian, and their car is 12th, ahead of the Wochenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari. E2P Racing's 910 14th, ahead of the 360 Racing 927 Porsche, and Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo are 16th. 17th position for Phoenix Racing, going about their business quietly, but you never know what that will glean as a result. Rabdan Motorsports Porsche now in the hands of Saif Alameri. HRT Performance 19th, ahead of the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes GT4. Bapora Motorsport in the gravel and currently being recovered. That's what's caused this latest code 60, with Manel Lau Cornago at the wheel. Schenker Motorsports GT4 BMW still running. Leipert Motorsport with damage with their GTX Huracan, and the second of the Vortex is 24th. First of the Vortexes is 24, beg your pardon. Then the Red Camel car, but that's out of the race. 701 Vortex has rejoined. Red Ant Racing 27th is the 904 car, and the RD Science machine with big suspension damage on the start-finish line. Car number 720 may return to the race. We'll have to wait and see. In the TCEs, it is BBR who currently lead under this third code 60 of the race for the 5 Thai drivers for BBR/Monlau. Then the Wolf Power Racing Audi. Second Audi in the sequence is the AC Motorsport version from Belgium. Then another BBR Cupra, this time the TCR rather than the Leon. Simpson Motorsport with their Audi is 5th. The Rail Equipe by Top Car Sport Cupra 6th. Viper Niza Racing of Malaysia 7th. And the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW for Class TC is in 8th. 9th position. Not great luck so far for Holmgaard Motorsport and the Cupra Leon Competition car 102 displayed as 9th on our screen. That is the first rundown of the race then for the standings, and we can remind you as to what we have seen in the race so far in the opening 120 minutes. With damage, perhaps the 720, which spun out into the concrete wall. We've had cars off into the gravel at turn 1, including the Red Camel Jordans.NL machine, which Rick Broikers was confirming to us not too long ago is now an official retirement. And back to live action with the 951 car still being recovered. So Code 60 is going to stay out for a little while longer. Waiting patiently, Andrew Marriott. Have you still got the driver you wanted to chat to, or at least you can give us an update?
Yes, Johnny, I can, but I wanted to point out a fantastic new penalty box system here, just to show you this screen. And I've never seen anything as complicated but as clever as this before for a penalty box. We just had the 88 car came in, and when it came in, it stopped. Actually on the windscreen in the top right-hand corner, where you see the car number sometimes, or the initials of the driver, it actually had the countdown, so it stopped. It had 10, and then it counted down to 1, and then he was waved away. I think that's better than anything they do in the WEC or any other series. Very clever. There's a couple of guys down here with their computers, and they're driving that system, but just shows you how Creventic are front of the game, and it makes it easier for the crew to understand how long the penalty has to be. So congratulations to Creventic on a penalty box first.
Yeah, and it's also testament to the technology which is, if I remember the name correctly, Lumirank, the Lumirank number system, which tells you when we're at green who the driver is at the wheel by displaying the first 3 letters of their surname, or if they're a similar surname, you find a way around it. Alfred Renauer, for example, is ALR, I think, because there's probably an ALF somewhere else in the field. But it flashes between the driver who's at the wheel of the car and its position in class. But then it can obviously do a third setting when it gets to the penalty box, as Andrew's described, and count down how long you need to sit there for.
This series is at the forefront of technology, hasn't it? It utilises technology wherever it can to make it fairer. And moving on from the penalty box technology, the technology that we use in the fueling area is even more impressive, because each team and each team's refueler has a tag. And when his car comes into the fueling area, he presents the tag, the electronic tag, to the receiver on the fuel station. A bit like your credit card or debit card contactless method of payment. The refueling station recognizes the tag, and it then the computer arranges and programs the delivery of the fuel. And it doesn't just program the delivery of the amount of fuel, but the rate of fuel as well. And it can give you an intermittent refueling process where the fueling goes in for 10 seconds, then it'll stop for 3 or 4 seconds, then it'll continue. So the fuel flow rate is regulated, which is within the regulations as well. So it's a very, very clever system. And because of that, it tends to be across the board and very consistent, and that's all teams can ask for. We just need consistent application of rules and regulations, and that's certainly what is striven to achieve.
Yeah, the link up with Lumarank is more recent than I'd expected. I think 24H Series has carried that technology, but actually I've dug out a statement from December last year, just looking forward to Dubai this year, and it's all been driven by a German company, SAS Technologies. There's LEDs facing outwards from the windscreen, but also some information facing the drivers as well. I can talk more about that in a second, but two things to tell you about. First of all, we've gone back to green with Alfred Nilsson leading for Poulsen Motorsport from Shane Lewis, but also Andrew Marriott is down in the pits for us.
Yeah, I'm with Lars Viljoen here, who we talked about earlier in the broadcast, and we said you usually steer something rather larger than an Audi R8.
I didn't quite catch the last bit, sorry.
Yeah, I said you usually steer something larger than an Audi R8. You get this picture.
Yeah, exactly. My day job's a captain of a super yacht, so something a bit bigger, a bit slower than a motor car. But no, yeah, it's completely different. I haven't raced for 3 years, so a big baptism of fire. But what an amazing experience being here at a Creventic event. You know, loads of cars, great weather, and good racing as well.
You had a very good run though.
Wasn't too bad. The first 40 minutes was good, but I think we made a mistake with tyre pressures. They were way too high in the end, so we were sliding around a lot. I don't think we kind of showed our true pace there towards the end, but it was kind of a struggle after 40 minutes for sure.
Lars, how did you become a captain of a super yacht?
Well, my father is a captain too. My grandfather was in the Merchant Navy, so it runs in the blood. I've kind of grown up around the sea and on boats my whole life, so motor racing has been my passion, but boats have been the day job.
So what's the history? Lars Viljoen, it's not a very English name. Are you South African originally?
Yeah, so I have a South African and Danish heritage, so but I grew up in England my whole life, but I kind of got a bit of Afrikaans and the old Scandinavian slick blood in me as well, so it's good.
When you like to get back in the car?
Probably be back in the car at night time. We have good pace at night. Obviously night practice went really well for us yesterday. Me and Jonas, who's the other experienced driver here, will probably be doing most of the night stints. I'm kind of aiming to get in at the night. We'll try to cycle through all the drivers now in the daytime. And hopefully be there in the morning. So it should be a good experience.
How do you manage to hook up with a Lithuanian team?
Yeah, I've kind of been in contact with a few teams up and down the pit lane for a while. And then a deal came together with Utah Racing, which is amazing. I've got experience with the Audi in the past in America. So I'm really grateful to be here racing the Audi GT3. Big learning curve, but we're getting there. It's amazing.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Lars. Have you ever seen a man with such blue eyes?
Yeah.
Go on.
Paul
You've
Newman.
got quite blue. Paul Newman, yeah. Have you met Paul Newman?
He reminded me of Paul Newman there, did Lars.
Little bit.
And as, not just there, he reminds me a bit of Paul Newman because his eyes are so ice blue, aren't they? And he's a lovely guy and a very competent driver. And what a day job. What a day job.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
Well, those with long memories who followed Formula BMW in the mid-noughties might recall Lars racing in FBMW in 2005 when Ollie Turvey was one of his teammates. That was the season that Sam Bird narrowly missed out on the championship by a point to Dean Smith, but he was racing the full season in the UK that far back, 17 years ago. But he's also run in the World Endurance Championship, which honestly I'd forgotten, but Lars Viljoen raced with Labre Competition, the French squad, with one of the big bangers, the Chevrolet Corvette, car number 50 that Labre used to run, well, at Le Mans as well.
Did he really?
And he ran at the 2016 COTA race within the WEC. And there's actually, when you go to his website, what confused me was his picture of the 50 Corvette, and I thought, did he drive that? But he certainly did. 6 years ago around the Texas venue at COTA.
Yeah, I think this might have been in the lunch break. We mentioned the last time he raced, and he said there he hasn't raced for 3 years. You guess what? The last time he raced was that Fun Cup race at Spa with Trussers and me.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, completely different beast.
29, yeah, indeed. Well, 2019, he did do Dubai that year as well in a BMW, but Fun Cup car is...
The Fun Cup was July 2019, so...
That was a 25 hours.
It was a 25-hour race at Spa, yeah.
Tremendous.
But it's great to have him back. And I bumped into him this morning. I said, it's about time you've gotten yourself back into a race car. And as he said there, deal came together for the Utah car, and it's in contention, Johnny. It's the way that we are with, you know, as far as into the races we are, it's minute amount of time has gone by, it seems, but we are ebbing and flowing between pit stop phases and different pit stop strategies. For instance, we had the Herbert car pit twice in comparison to the Ferrari, the WTM Ferrari, in that first phase of pit stops. That's beginning to settle down. Then we've got the Ferrari dropping out of contention and down the order as Nicolas Varrone has brought the number 22 Ferrari in from 13th place. It's 9th in the GT3 class, and that car, remember, that was a puncture that has put that car down the order. Varrone just pulling out of the fueling area, or its fuel bay now, staying on the pit lane speed limiter as it makes its way now onto the pit apron. And I know Andy's down there, he'll see it's the only car in the pit lane at the moment, so Andy will be monitoring whether or not they'll keep Nicolas in the car, Nicolas Varrone, the Argentinian, who has become a bit of a superstar, hasn't he, Johnny? We've seen him in the IMSA Championship in the LMP3 class, and put the car on the class pole at Watkins Glen, I've mentioned, and he really is coming to the fore. And I think you've seen him in the ELMS series, and he's proved to be a bit of a hot shot in that series as well, in prototypes.
Yeah, he's running LMP3. In the ELMS, he's running Ferrari GTE with the same team, but yes, whatever he gets in, he's one of those guys that you just know is quick, natural, and can adjust to the adhesion levels, the downforce levels of any car, really. And sometimes that's just innate. You know, you can't necessarily train, you can't coach that. And he has so far, well, he produced by far the quickest time in qualifying yesterday. The fact that we do 3-lap average times, it meant that actually that best lap was dipped further down on the timing sheet that you would have expected. But if you dig down, it's there for all to see, a 1:47.9, which was nearly a second clear of everybody else. Here's Andy again in the pits for us.
Yeah, well, I saw the Ferrari coming about 100 yards away. I'm pretty sure they kept the Argentine in the machine. I'm just arriving at their garage now to double check it, but I'm pretty sure they did. Also, they are working on the Red Camel Porsche. I think it'll be a couple of hours before they get it going, but they haven't given up, which is good news.
It certainly is, and yeah, maybe Rick Breukers has either been persuaded to think differently or just, you know, was very downbeat and thought that really is it done, but you never know. I mean, they're going to lose, I think, a number of hours whilst they repair that car, but it could be useful data to accumulate for later on. Well, there's one more race to go this season, of course, in Kuwait, but also next year to look forward to as well. Championship calendar for next year still very much being worked on, so I think it's more likely we'll get an announcement for that in the intervening period between Barcelona and Kuwait, but I would imagine it's a sort of similar style of calendar. Certainly, we know about Dubai. In fact, we know about the Middle East package as it's being presented to the drivers, which will be Kuwait this year, Dubai in January, and the week later, the 6 hours in Abu Dhabi. And when you're looking to get involved with a team or a car, indeed, looking to maybe assemble a driving crew, then the entry fees can be a full package to involve all 3 meetings, because the transport of your car is kind of all arranged for you within that package.
Very good Middle East package there to get yourself involved in not just one race there, but hopefully this evening we'll have the general manager of the Kuwaiti facility, Mohammed Al Abdel Razak, will be with us, and he's going to pop into the studio and give us a massive insight as to what it's took. And the biggest factor, I think, of that visit to Kuwait for the 24H series is that instead of following the history, here we are with the 24H series creating the history, because it will be the very first FIA-sanctioned motor race to take place in Kuwait, and I think that's quite something.
So the 22 Ferrari picking its way through, and as mentioned by Joe, Nicholas Varoni's just taken that over. It's down in 19th position, in fact made that 18th, according to the Lumirank number, and it will side its way through the field now with the young Argentinian on board as we head for the pits to hear from Rob Huff with Andrew.
Rob, that was a terrific first stint from you.
Yeah, it was, but I mean, it was about as good as it gets, really. We timed the strategy worked really well with the code 60s for the first 2 stops now. Jasmine's just started her first stint. Iris did a great job. The car's handling well. I mean, you know, with the temperatures on track, the front wheel drives, we're struggling with the tyres, you know, so much. You know, losing about 7 or 8 seconds a lap throughout the stint. So, yeah, a lot of tyre management and everything, but we're really happy with the setup of the car. It's working well. Everyone's comfortable. It's just a case of keeping hydrated and not getting too hot.
Early on, you were crawling all over those Iberian GT4 cars.
Yeah, it was a little bit crazy at the start, so just had to take a bit of avoiding action, but survived it well, and then just managed to get into a stride. I mean, the GT4 cars, I think they take a bit longer to get up to speed than we do, but we drop off a bit quicker than they do, so it's just trying to sort of, you know, manage to lose as little time as possible over the stint. But yeah, for me, it was all pretty good.
Now, Rob, this is very different for you because you've had that huge success in various touring cars over the last 15 years or so, but you're just driving for yourself. You don't have to share with anybody else. You don't have to compromise. So how is it compromising?
Yeah, you know, it's actually how I started racing. My dad and I were doing endurance go-karting, so it takes me back quite a long way. But it's just great fun, you know. It's a different approach. It's a totally different atmosphere. You know, it's a real team event, and yeah, just enjoying being here. You know, we've got a long way to go. I probably won't be quite so happy at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning without any sleep, but ultimately, you know, it's just a case of, you know, a race of attrition.
Now this year, of course, you're fighting for another championship, aren't you? You're right in the battle for the WTCC.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the team have done an amazing job this year. You know, 4 weeks before the first race, we weren't racing, and so preparation was not where it should have been for sure. But we've made the absolute most of what we've had this year. We're definitely punching above our weight. We've got 2 rounds left to go, but yeah, we've now just confirmed that we've won the privateers, the trophy championship, because there are now only 2 events left, so we can't be caught in that. So that's great. But yeah, ultimately we want to be in the top 3 overall in the championship.
Second at the moment.
Yeah, we're 3rd at the moment, with 2 rounds to go, and yeah, we're going to fight with everything we have.
Absolutely great. Want to see you back in the MGB?
We'll see. We'll see. We've got Goodwood next weekend, so that's going to be good fun. And then I'll be back at the 24th for Dubai as well. So we've got some quite good plans going forward.
What are you driving at Goodwood?
I've got 2 E-types and an MGB, which is where I very first started my racing career.
Fantastic. Be there to see you.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Rob Huff chatting to Andrew Marriott, and exciting, yeah, that Goodwood is next weekend, and also, I don't know whether we had confirmation that Rob would be at Dubai in the new year, but there it is, straight from the horse's mouth, as it were.
I hope he doesn't expect his E-Type to turn as quite as well as that TCR Audi.
Well, I was hoping maybe one of those 2 E-Types could turn up at the Autodrome in Motor City. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Or, you know, one of the classic divisions.
I'm pretty sure that we'd find a class for it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be cars in that race that he could race.
Hey, there's an idea. Creventic, Orla Dollerman. A classic category.
A classic
class.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Of varying degrees.
How old then? How old are we going to go back? 3 years.
3 years?
3 years.
What? No, I was going to say pre-1980. Classic.
No, we can have...
Even older than that?
We can have pre-2000s, pre-2010.
Well, yeah, I suppose they are.
It is 2022, Johnny.
They are classic.
Yeah,
but I want E-types and MGBs.
Oh yeah, right. I was thinking more. I was opening it up to like sort of old BBC spec S2000 spec cars or something.
I see. Yeah.
You know, there's a pool of them out there, surely.
Definitely.
They're quite robust.
We should say, by the way, well done to the Slovenian team Lemma Racing, who managed to get their Mercedes-AMG GT4 to the finish, and I reckon win the Supercars endurance race. I'm still waiting for the official press release from the GT4 South website, but it was Manuel João and Elias Niskanen, so Spanish and Finnish combination that put the car on pole position, and eventually in the 5th round of the Iberian Supercars Endurance race, they came out on top by my reckoning. Of course, that result will still remain provisional until all the checks are done post-race. And there was talk of a sort of safe podium. As we speak, there are drivers coming out onto the podium. So how about that for timing? I hadn't planned this, by the way.
Yeah.
But for the Supercars Endurance race that happened a little earlier on, a podium is already now being sorted out. Obviously, there can't be anybody down in a live pit lane to applaud these drivers to their podium positions. And there are obviously classes within that as well.
There is a little bit of a crowd, but they're under the apron off the pit lane, and they're keeping safe. They're in the shade of the sun as well. We've already had one ceremony for one of the classes, and they've just where was it, Johnny? Was it Mugello that we had a podium ceremony and a live practice session at the same time, and the crowd was actually in the pit lane.
We did.
And it was a single-seater race, and we weren't expecting anybody in the pits, but we did have a car come in the pits, and we were pretty lucky, if I remember right.
Yes, no, I seem to remember that the end of the Mugello 12 hours wasn't necessarily the end of the racing day, and there was another race after it, and was it you doing the podium, in fact, for the end of the 12 hours?
No, I was downstairs. I actually saw, somebody nearly get run over.
Right, okay. So, it was
out.
probably the end of a support race, and there was another support race after that, and one or two got a bit too close for comfort.
Yes.
That's the danger. You're so concentrated on what's going on the podium above you.
You're so excited. You've been given a trophy.
Exactly.
Then you come down off the podium
or you're supporting the team that has just done so well, and you're busy applauding, and then all of a sudden a car has to come in to get some work done on it because there's been a clash on the opening lap. So there's always got to be that reminder that, folks, we are at a motor racing event, and they can be pretty dangerous when you're not paying attention. Anyway, everyone behaving themselves beneath a very striking podium here at Barcelona, which is sort of based on the track map, actually, and it's a very cool one. It doesn't extend quite as far over the track as it does at Le Mans, for instance, or at Monza, but nevertheless a very nifty design of podium floor to copycat the circuit here, the 4.6 kilometre circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya, as we continue into the 3rd hour of the 24 hours of Barcelona. So we've had nearly 2.5 hours of this, and in the TC part of the championship, it is Cantasac Kasuri now leading for BBR with the Cupra Leon Competición. But Wolf Power Racing not too far away. We've just heard from one of their drivers, Rob Huff, handing over to Jasmine Preissig in the most recent pit stop. And Preisig's very close, actually, to Taekun Yang in the Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes. It's only 0.1 of a second. There was only 0.1 of a second between those two cars as they headed through the last split. So that's very tight, even though it's between two different category of car. And then in 3rd position in the TCs, currently AC Motorsports Audi for Stefan Perrat, running in the 188 car as he's done for many races in a row now.
You are the consummate professional, Mr. Palmer.
Go on.
Here I am applying my bites and stings relief to my many bite marks on my left, only my left leg though, that's strange. As much as I love hot climates brings little beasties, and beasties love me.
Yeah, well, normally I'm bitten as well like crazy. I mean, it's an occupational hazard, isn't it, coming to these nice hot countries?
I know why it's only my left leg.
Because that's where you smeared the Marmite.
No, it's only the left leg that I keep out the blanket or out of the quilt on a night. It's my room that's got the mozzies.
I see.
But you were so professional there. You didn't lose your flow, and I've got my leg on the chair right in front of you. Applying some bite ointment. Well,
many other broadcasters would have found that very alluring.
Off-putting.
No, alluring, I said.
Alluring. I wouldn't have used the term alluring, no.
But I managed to put it out of my mind.
Yeah, well done, mate.
Focus entirely on the timing screen.
Other tests of your professionalism will come later.
Right. The mind boggles, really. Alfred Nilsson is the Swiss... No, he's not. He's the Swedish driver who pilots the Paulson Motorsport BMW and is out front by nearly 40 seconds now from Shane Lewis. Did they pit at the same time as the others? Now, they've only pitted twice, whereas, of course, CP Racing came down pit road, have done 3 times, but that's because the Code 60 fitted very neatly with the American team. Charles Espinlau was pretty chuffed with that, I think, because he was right up against this drive time limit. but it worked perfectly for them, and they could coincide their pit stop with a Code 60 fueling, but you only get 50% of your allocation because of that. Shane Lewis took over, and therefore, well, 50% of your allocation, I'm thinking a full tank or near to a full tank in a GT3 car, you can get through to an hour. Shane's going to have to be in short of that, though, isn't he?
I've got some intel, Johnny. Some undercover intel.
Very good.
That there are certain personnel from the Red Camels team that are scooting about the paddock, I think on a scooter, with arms full of Porsche 992 parts. So maybe the day is not done quite yet for the Red Camels Jordan car, the 909, currently down in 35th in the penultimate runner. The only car behind it is the car that we lost only after 7 laps, which was the RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan, Paulius Pasavistius, the driver shown there. I'm not sure he was the driver that retired the car, or is that car still running, by the way? I think it is. That was the car, remember, start line incident, car heavily damaged, into the pits, and is, I think, maybe running.
720.
Yeah, is that car still running?
Unlikely. I mean, unless...
No, he is. He's just gone through.
He's just come out, okay.
He's just gone through.
Well,
Yeah.
I also noticed 8 laps, and of course
He's completed 8 laps. It was 7. It's gone up, yeah.
Well, he hadn't done a single lap because he didn't get to turn 1. I mean, he barely got 50 yards.
Good point, yeah. So they've completed 8 laps now, so they're out. So that's great work from that team. RD Sainz with Salulai Racing, the team behind that Lamborghini Huracan, with that unfortunate incident at the start. But they're back in it.
It's been back in the race for 16 minutes, I can tell you as well, because that's the current drive time for Paulius Paskevicius. So different driver. It was Butkevicius put in for the opening stint, you'll remember, but a real nightmare scenario for RD Sainz, together with one of the Red Ant Racing cars. The Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini was involved as well, but the RD Sainz was the most badly damaged. But it is returning to the race. Kobe De Bruyke's car, though, not yet showing again. Although, well, that's done a few laps and is now being showed in the pits for 4 minutes or so. So I wonder whether that has recently circulated as well before coming down pit road. Meantime, Shane Lewis trying to hunt down Alfred Nilsson, but at the moment that gap's only going in one direction, as in it's extending out. Does that mean Daniel Alleman is catching Shane Lewis at all? On the average lap times, I might be able to tell you how they compare. So Shane Lewis in the CP Racing car versus the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and average lap times, no, favour Shane, actually. He's pulling out, on average, about half a second or so every single lap on Daniel Alleman. Samantha Tan in the ST Racing BMW running in 4th place, with Nicholas Stertzinger and the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche in 5th spot. Meantime, in the 992 class, Yannick Redant for Red Ant Racing, topping that class within 3rd position. The JP Mauro Porsche 360 Racing team. Sabino Di Castro, who runs in the class for the older Porsche Cup cars, is down there as the leader of that class, in fact. Meanwhile, Jim Rautanen running in 12th position in the HRT Performance car. TCR is still led by Kantasak Kassiri in the BBR Cupra Leon competition car, and that machine still ahead of Jasmine Preissig for Wolf Power Racing. So the gap between those two is, again, about 40 seconds. So we've got similar difference in the GT leadership as we have in TCE, but I just wonder whether Jasmine's able to take a bit of time out of Kantersak here and there. Then again, Kantersak of the 5 drivers allocated to number 158, generally the quickest, I think.
Look at their lap times though, Johnny.
Yeah.
So Kantersak's lap time, 2 minutes 2.049. Yasmin's time, 2 minutes 2.045. Only 4 thousandths of a second difference. That's how close that TCE battle is at the front of that field. Great stuff, class stuff. It's the wrong car from BBR at the front of the TCR field though, isn't it? The car that they need to be out there, the currently leading the European Championship, is the number 159. And the 159 is currently in 3rd place. Tanart, Sassi and Thirikul at the wheel of the number 159. In contention, championship looks like this. BBR on 57 points. AC Motorsport, the number 188, is in 2nd on 51, and then the number 116, Wolf Power Racing, are on 43. Now that car having just pitted there, Yasmin now at the wheel of the Wolf Power car in 2nd place. That's going to really mix up the championship. I mean, there's nothing in the championship points there, so it really is wide open, and we're really not going to get a feel for how that's going to look until, what, maybe the last 4 hours before we're able to kind of think about that.
Yeah, and the teams, well, will do well to try and not let that distract them, I suppose, but the danger is, if you're not like to win this race, you then start to need to think about championship, because if you're in a contention to do that, to win the championship, then that's a great second best, other than winning this 24 hours of Barcelona. And this particular race, because of its history, stretching back to the late 90s, you almost want to win this as a separate entity, together with the championship if it's possible. But it's very easy to be sucked into a situation where you're racing for the championship and, go for the wrong targets. But a lot of these teams are so experienced elsewhere in motorsport disciplines that they don't need me to tell them how to do that. And will fully focus on, well, certainly for the first 18 hours, just trying to pound round and tick off the race distance. Alexander Schwarzer in the Huber Racing Porsche, just ducking up the inside there of a slower Cup car. I was trying to work out whether the Cup car had run out off the road as a mistake, but I think it was more of a gentlemanly after you. Claude into that right-hander. The 910 machine is heading through turn 4 as well. So, and down the hill towards turn 5. This place, not necessarily known for its elevation change, but when you walk it, you really do realise there's quite a bit of ducking and diving. Not to the extent of Portimao, where we were for the previous race, because that's just bonkers in terms of a roller coaster type track. But for example, uphill coming out of turns 6 and 7, or 7 and 8, I should say, into 9 now. The fast right-hand kink, run out wide, but try and keep a slim slither of Hankook tyre the right side of the white line, so that you're not done for track limits. On occasion that's okay, but if you persist with it, then you will start to incur penalties. And Alexander Schwarzer, his car just moving around quite a bit underneath him, actually. I'm not sure how old these tyres will be for Schwarzer. He is how long into the stint now? Well, just over an hour and a half, in fact, for this particular driver. The orange and royal blue Porsche was actually started by Manuel Lauk, but they did the driver change earlier than expected to coincide with the Code 60, and it has been Schwarzer ever since then. So an hour and 15, I should say, on the drive time for the car behind him, which is the Elmantis Navikauskas driven Jutta racing car, but longer behind the wheel, 20 minutes longer for Alexander Schwarzer. So this number 23 Huber racing car will have to pit earlier than a lot of them around it on the timing screen. And those newest to their mounts are Shane Lewis and Daniel Alleman, having only been at the wheel of each of their cars, CP Racing and Herbert Motorsport, for 40 minutes now.
Yeah, we're getting into the race has settled down, hasn't it? 2.5 hours gone. We're about 9 minutes past the 2.5 hours mark. And this is when we start just pounding round, really. This is when you've got to be disciplined. Let's not get dragged into any kind of unnecessary harsh driving, battling to get past people, and discretion being the better part of valour in most cases. It's the sort of track here at the Circuit of Catalunya is, as we've discussed, very, very hard on tyres, very, very hard on drivers. It's the constant radius corners that really take it out of the tyres, and especially turns 3. And then we've got that quick right-hander at turn 9. That really does put a massive, massive load on the car. And then towards the back end of the track, where we are in car with the number 23, that sweeping right-hander, and then those chicanes, swift changes of direction to end the lap. And it's the sort of thing the drivers have got to take into consideration at this stage. They've got to get their tyres to last the length of a stint. We don't want tyres to go off. All stints are fuel restricted. Car off into the gravel, couldn't quite get an identification number on that. And that car in the gravel on the outside of turn 5, it looked like it was still moving, and it wasn't sort of ploughing into the gravel. It looked like it had gone wide. Just rejoining now. There's the rear end of the Porsche. It is a Porsche, I can confirm.
That's one of the 360 Racing cars.
Is that a 92? Was that 927?
They're both 992s.
Didn't quite see the number board.
It'll either be 927 or it'll be 926.
I
But
think it was
926 is about to come across the line with JP Mauro at the wheel.
It's 927, Johnny. And we've got a car spinning. It's another turn 5 spinner. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with that car in the gravel trap. That one is the 951 numbered Porsche. Now the 951 is...
It's the same car that caused our third code 60, actually. Manel Lau Cornago, Bapora Motorsport and their Porsche. Still no need for another purple zone or purple neutralisation of the track. So we're staying at racing speeds, but yeah, drama virtually in the same part of the circuit, but entirely separate incidents between turns 5 and turn 6. And a second rotation for Manel Lau Carnago. But he's got going again. They're running 5th in the 992 AM division. And the other car, as Joe identified, was 927.
Roman Zamakowskiewicz.
Very good.
Zamakowicz.
Okay.
That's got it better. Roman Zamakowicz. I can't really tell off the timing screen because the writing is so tiny. It's a 360 Racing team, Porsche, I can tell you, 5th in the 992 class and 3rd in 992 AM. So certainly contender for one of our podiums at least in the class structure of the series. Leader's done 73 laps at the moment. You've gone through the gaps in the order, still being led by the Pulsar Motorsport BMW. A comparison to the car at the back of the field, the RD Sainz Lamborghini, having been out of this race from that first lap and pretty much 2.5 hours in the pits to repair the car. That car's completed 14, so it's a 60-lap gap between that Lamborghini Huracan and the car at the very forefront of the field of cars here. And I know you were talking about the gap to Shane Lewis and the difference in lap times, pretty much nothing in it. There was only a 10th in it last time through. We're waiting for Shane Lewis to come across the line and complete his 74th lap. Progress on the number 18. That continues to climb the order. Sven Herberger now at the wheel of the Phoenix Audi, the number 18, remember. They took the choice of being very conservative strategically in this 24-hour race. They allowed Michael Doppelmayr, their AM driver, to start the car. They had a very conservative approach to even back in qualifying yesterday. They did not use Pierre Caffer, who was undoubtedly the superstar in that driver lineup. No disrespect to Elie Earhart or the other driver at the wheel of the car at the moment, Sven Herberger, still a very good driver. And that car into 9th place in the GT3 class and ahead of the WTM Ferrari, Nicholas Varone, dropping behind Sven Herberger. And I'm not sure why that happened, Johnny, are you?
In truth, no. There's obviously quite a bit of fluctuation going on right now, but I'd be interested to identify how the 18 car has been going on average lap times, to give you an idea. So we know it was started by Doppelmayr, and just have a look, tracking back. Doppelmayr managed an average of 158.0 lap time, but bear in mind that will have involved the code 60 as well. His best lap time was a 155.4. Then Elliot Earhart took it over and was, well, again, there might have been a brief period of code 60 within that stint, but he managed an average of 152.5. And then Herberger took over, and he's generally about a second slower per lap on average. So the 18 car has worked its way slowly up the order, not quite into the top 10, and still with 3 Porsche Cup cars ahead of it. I've been scrabbling around all race to realise exactly where 360 Racing heralded from, and it was confusing me because it's the same colour of flag as Romania, but it's got a bit of extra detailing on. That's because it's the flag of Andorra.
Oh, really?
So the flag of Andorra is another country that you can tick off being represented on the grid this year. I mean, not a great distance from Barcelona, in fairness, and 360 Racing team, 2 cars from that country, but one has it's an all-Brazilian lineup, isn't it, in one? And then the other Brazilians as well, actually, but yeah, with some connection to this part of the world as well.
Very good setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, very professional setup.
Really,
you've seen the garage setup.
I haven't actually seen the garage setup. I mean, the way that the cars are turned out, I just love that paint scheme, which is the sort of the car split into thirds, purple, white and blue, and I would imagine those colours are echoed in the pit garage as well.
Not at all, actually. It's black and white, yeah, predominantly black. White lettering on black background, but the way that the professional image that they portray when you look at that garage, dual garage setup, and looking very... Another spinner, Johnny. 908 is the number of the Porsche. That is pointing in the wrong direction, and that's Laurent Misbach and the Seblejoux Racing by Duveau. Currently 3rd in 992. I'm not sure if we've got any kind of oil down, but what corner is that on? Is that...
It's quite a fast right-hander. I think it's turn 3.
Is that not turn 4? It looks a bit
too
tight
fast for
3. You might be right.
I think it's the exit of 3.
Right, he's at 90 degrees to the direction of travel he should be. He was reversing onto the racing line there. He needs to stop doing that. The car rolling back. I think the driver's struggling to get the car into gear. He's got it into gear now and shoots forward. Be careful not to get into the gravel. Yep, stays on the grass verge and resumes. And we'll get an angle if we stay with that car as to exactly where that is.
You were right, Joe. You were
Turn
right.
4.
It is 4, yeah. And I was trying to remember where our camera position was. It's actually focusing, can look at cars coming out of 3 and into 4, and also can pan around to see cars exiting turn 4 as well.
He's got going though, Johnny. He's already through 7 and 8.
Yeah.
And up the hill towards that very fast right-hander at 9. They're just coming out of 8 now. And then he'll turn right through that right-hander. It's very, very fast indeed. Fast entry, fast exit. You're on the throttle, almost an acceleration zone. And then down that longish straight to what is the slowest corner on the track here. Heavy braking into the braking area. It's a hairpin left. And it's a very, very tight hairpin. We are using the tight hairpin configuration there, aren't we, Johnny?
At 10, you can
Yes.
go, yeah,
Yes,
you
we
can
are.
go further into that corner, but it confuses me because it's been reprofiled, and having not walked it since it's been redone down at 10, there are, as you say, different versions of the circuit that can be adopted right in front of a huge grandstand, by the way. And I think later on tonight, 10, 11 o'clock this evening, that grandstand will be fit to bursting, because it's in Spanish culture, isn't it, to basically sleep in this part of the day when it's so warm.
Yeah, it's so hot, yeah.
And then you come out for a late meal, bit of drink on a Saturday night, and go and watch some racing cars in full darkness. The one thing I will say, and I'm being reminded of post-COVID, is how popular this race is with the fans, because the fans are really very busy in the tunnel that we use to get from the commentary box to the paddock area. And it may not be immediately obvious because the grandstand is so vast here on the main straight, but there's a lot of people milling around the paddock using the huge pedestrian bridge which basically spans that whole paddock area between the back of the garages and the grandstand that overlooks turn 10. That's constantly busy with spectators as well. There are a lot of large grandstands that are closed, in fact, this weekend, so that's the reason why you will see empty seats at turn 11 and turn 12. You just can't get in there, but other areas, definitely you can.
It's like a stadium over there,
It's
isn't it?
huge,
I'm pretty
isn't
sure
it? Yeah.
things like MotoGP and the
And the
Formula One
Grand
Grand
Prix,
Prix,
yeah.
when that grandstand is full, that you must get the feeling of driving into and out of a stadium. It really is a fabulous facility. There's a reason that this has been the home of the Spanish Grand Prix since 1991.
It reminds me of the arena section at Hockenheim, for instance.
very
or
much.
almost, the Mexican race as well, where the track drives through the grandstand, doesn't it?
That's an actual stadium, though, isn't it?
That is a stadium.
It's a baseball stadium, isn't it? That they deviate off into.
Exactly.
It's the section of track there now. It's coming out of the stadium now down towards the chicane, turning right.
I don't know how many people that whole large grandstand area will hold, but we're into the thousands easily there, and quite obviously it's so difficult to steward that for a meeting like this. That's the reason it's been closed off. But don't let that kid you that no one's coming to watch this race. The opposite is true. Very busy to get in here this morning as well, with bags being checked by the security, so no detail or no stone being left unturned, as it were. Meanwhile, Nicholas Veroni and the Huber Racing Porsche are together on track. So in the Huber car, it's Alexander Schwarzer. I'm going to say that's Veroni having just lapped Schwarzer, or unlapped the Ferrari, because the Ferrari is laps down on the Porsche, in fact. Ferrari running in 9th, that Porsche it's just overtaken is 6th. So Veroni is going about his business quietly but assuredly, as we would have expected, and getting the WTM Racing Ferrari back up into contention.
Yeah, I think he's just a lap off that car now. That has probably put himself on the same lap as the Huber Porsche. So that is work in progress there, isn't it? From the number 22, Nicholas Veroni, just a bit of a recovery drive after that puncture, and then scything down the inside of the TCR traffic there, just ahead of our camera car. Alexander Schwarzer not being able to stay with the Ferrari, so he will drop back. We'll keep an eye on that gap. Schwarzer on 76 laps, the Ferrari on 75, just crossing the line now, and Schwarzer will complete 77 laps that time by. Just looking for the Ferrari. Yeah, still there's a lap in it, Johnny. So he needs to come back at him and get around and then challenge.
Last lap for Veroni, when he was very much affected by traffic, was actually in the 152s, but the car was capable in qualifying trim yesterday of a 147.9. Unlikely we're going to see that sort of pace in the race now, because the fuller fuel tank will get in the way, unless Veroni's in there in the closing period of a stint when the car's nice and light and he's kept the tyres in good condition. But as long as he can average around the 1 minute 50, 1 minute 51 marker, then he's definitely going to make progress. And current lap time from actually new race leader Shane Lewis, because the car in front of him has come down pit road for fuel. The current lap time there was a 152.8, and peering further down the order, anyone close to a 152? Not really. Veroni is the class of the field right now, and he is finding, in some cases, 5 seconds a lap on Porsche Cup cars ahead of him, and indeed on fellow GT cars as well. Now, Alexander Schwarzer, I think, wise not to battle that, really, realising the Ferrari in this phase of the race is quite a bit quicker than the Huber car. Steer clear, allow him by, because that's not your race to be fighting.
It's that time of the race, though, Johnny, when that discretion being the better part of valor is. That's the sort of example, exactly what I mean by that term, where you're not going to take any unnecessary chances. You're going to not be dragged into any unnecessary dive bomb executions of passing slower class traffic. You're going to take your time, you're going to remain disciplined, and you're going to continue pushing without risk, is what Lena Gade used to say. As the Hofer car, the Mercedes, into the pits, Chantal Prince, first pit stop for Chantal's return to the 24H Series, former ladies champion and overall champion with Hofer Racing in the past years of this series. And it will be a driver change for that number 11, currently 7th in the AM class and 7th overall.
And the car ahead of it in the fueling bays is our former race leader Alfred Nilsson in the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. So both of these cars getting fueled. That means we have a new top three. Shane Lewis leading Daniel Alleman, so CP Racing ahead of Herbert Motorsport in the 85 and 91 Mercedes and Porsches respectively. Samantha Tan gains a spot because of the pitting Poulsen BMW as well. So an M4 still in the top three, up to third for ST Racing. There's the leading car though, Shane Lewis. His first stints of the race after Charles Espenlaub did as close to the 2-hour marker as they were willing to go, really, and that code 60 helped them out an awful lot. Alfred Nilsson fully fueled because that was done under green, so he'll get 100% allocation. That doesn't necessarily fill your tank, because generally 100% of your allocation isn't quite a tank's worth. But they will have gone at maximum refuel according to the regulations. As from the IV Capital drone camera, there is a car off the road and facing the wrong way, I noticed.
That's out of turn 3, Johnny.
That was the car that Sam de Jonge was driving earlier on and was leading the 992 class. I don't think it's Sam at the wheel any longer. Probably can't be because of his drive limit, but I'm trying to remember now the number of that Porsche. 903. Car 903, I reckon that was. It was off the road. Yannick Redant. Yes, and he's had a very long first sector, Yannick Redant, leading the 992 class. So it was that car. Quite how he found his way out that far, I have no idea. Meanwhile, we were witnessing there the pit stop for car number 14, Alfred Nilsson. And Andrew Marriott, well, I was about to say he can't be very far away. He was in frame of our camera then, yes, briefly, looking for the outgoing driver, who was Alfred. And Roland Poulsen getting on board that car, therefore. So helmet about to come off for Alfred Nilsson, and Andrew Marriott can have a chat with him.
Yeah, he's ready to talk to me.
Yeah.
Excellent stint there in the lead of the race.
Yeah, it was quite good. We managed to time the code 60s in a good way, and then we basically took our advantage of it. Had a quite good of a stint, quite fun with the flow. So yeah, still many hours to go, but that was good.
What's the track condition like at the moment? Is there much rubber out there?
Yeah, it's gripping up, but in the same time the track temperature is increasing, and obviously then the car feels a bit more lazy. I think we will get down on a bit quicker lap times during the night.
You've been racing a similar BMW in Italy, I believe.
Yeah, correct. My main campaign this year is in the Italian Championship with the BMW Italy and Ceccato Motorsport. So I'm familiar with the car, but the entire 24-hour series is a new experience for me. And so far, I'm enjoying it.
All right, quick young Swede, just 20 years old, takes a swig of some rather pink, strange fluid. I don't think I'd drink that.
Maybe he's like you, Joe. Is he drinking coolant? That neat. That's how they live in Sweden.
I'd say something if Marriott won't drink it.
Well, good point.
Very good point. I've been in a bar with Andrew a few times.
It's interesting that Alfred says I'm driving a similar car. As far as I know, oh no, that was last year. Beg your pardon. That was last year. He was driving a GT4, and now he's driving a GT3 in 2022. So yes, he does have experience in GT3 machinery as well. But prior to this year, this was all very new. He's only 20, from Tomelilla in Sweden, and silver rated by the FIA. So down as semi-pro, I would think. That's normally the way that Creventic transpose the driver gradings issued by the FIA. So if you're platinum or gold, you'd be a pro in this series. If you're silver, you'd be semi-pro. that if you are bronze, then you are AM, but there is room for manoeuvre there as far as the officials are concerned in this championship. They will say, well, we've looked at a bit of data and actually we want to move you a category different from how you're rated by the FIA. But car number 14 has Alfred, who's the semi-pro, Christopher Nygaard, who is very much a pro driver, and the two Poulsons, Roland and Christian, who are the AMs, and it's Roland who's just taken over the car. It feeds back in 6th place. So we've got a block of GT3 cars at the head of the order, 6 of them. What about the 903? Despite that spin for Yannick Redon, he's right up there in the Red Ant Racing Porsche 911 with a brand new Cup car, admittedly, but it's living with the stint speed of some of the GT3s right now.
It's not going to be long before we get those two GT3 cars. The car directly behind him, and it's about 6-7 seconds behind. That's the WTM Racing Ferrari of Nicolas Ferroni, the number 22. That's on a recovery drive, so it's not going to be long before we see that car moving up into 8th overall, the Yannick Redon-driven Red Ant car dropping down, and then it won't be much longer before we then have Sven Herberger coming upon the rear end of the Red Ant car, and that will mean that he's only then got two GT3 class cars behind them. The 992s, as ever, proving to be one of the classes that we find to be very, very difficult to pass for GT3s, and that's purely down to their straight line speed. They're very, very slippery cars, this Porsche Cup class. Not as aero dependent in the corners, and certainly not as aero efficient, I should say. So we will see the 903 dropping down, but that's purely by dint of the number 22 and the number 18 making their way back up the order. The number 18, remember, dropping down the order purely because of the tactic employed by the team at the start of this race. Started down the order, allowed their AM driver to take the wheel of the car at first. That dropped them right out of contention, and I've been looking on very interested to see when indeed that number 18 Phoenix car gets back into the contention for overall win, really, because that's where we expect it to be. They're lapping in the 154s last time through for Sven Herberger. It was a 53.7, and if you consider last time through for Shane Lewis, who's leading the race, it was a 53.7. 53.8 from Daniel Alleman, 54.3 from Sam Tan, 55.7 from the Utah Audi of Navakauskas. So, yeah, it's all very, very close. It's all nip and tuck, but slowly we've seen that number 18 come back up the order, making its way, climbing up the timing screen in front of us, and there it is, 8th overall. Was down to 29th at one point, Johnny, not so long ago, and now he's in, I would say, he's into contention.
And they haven't used any driving hours of Pierre Caffer yet, which we should remember. So Pierre Caffer being held back for as late as possible. The 23 Uber Racing Porsche has just come into pit lane. Alexander Schwarzer may be coming to the end of a stint. The man that will know all is Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, Wolfgang Triller has just got into the car, and I'm going to go after Schwarzer. Excellent drive from him. Of course, the car in the early stages had Mark Blessing going so well, just doing this pit stop at the moment, and still saying SDH on the windscreen, but he's already in the back of the garage, so I've got to monitor his progress and then see if I can grab hold of him. This Uber Racing team from Germany, and I don't know where the driver's gone. He's disappeared in the back, as I am doing as well. And he's just taking his helmet off now, and he won't be able to escape me because I'm going to grab him. He's got a brand new ground helmet, and he's trying to get away from me, actually. Let me just run and get it. Come on. It was almost a truck when I got him. So he's following me out of the garage now to the interview area, and let's see. Here we are, he's coming. Well, Alexander's absolutely bathed in sweat, as you can see. Very nice drive from you and running right there in the top 5. You know, obviously Mark Bassing did a good job at the beginning, but you were really rowing that car along very well.
Yeah, it was very difficult, a lot of traffic, but at the end I pushed to the end, and man, we still need to push. But besides that, all great. At the end, the tires were very slippery, but overall, we're doing good.
And you haven't too much experience in races like this, have you?
No, actually, this is my first 24. Yeah, it is. And for racing, this is my fifth year of racing, and GT3R, my first one.
What have you been doing up till now?
Until now, I've been racing the GT3 Cup, Swiss Cup, without ABS, and this is with ABS, so it's not easy, but I'm getting there, I'm getting there.
So what's the badge here? That's got a...
Yeah, I'm from Mexico, representing Mexico, but both our parents are German, and that's what it is, yeah. And living in Madrid, Spain.
Oh, you're living in Madrid, so outstanding job, well done. You almost got in the truck, you almost got away from me, but back to the truck now, have a nice rest of the drink.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'll see you around, thank you.
Yeah, so he's got Mexican parents, and it wasn't only, I think Bassing started the car, didn't it?
No, it's Lauk, Manuel Lauk.
Oh, was it Manuel Lauk started the car? Okay, right.
So we got Bassing still to come, which is the exciting thing, yeah. So looking forward to that. I hadn't realised Schwarzer, though, were carrying the Mexican flag on the belt
you
of the
wouldn't
race
guess that
suit.
from the name, would you?
Not really.
Johnny,
It sounded
no.
very Germanic, certainly. But no, very impressive stint from the Huber Racing Porsche. And, well, Lauk were certainly not hanging around. It was interesting to me, though, that they didn't get anywhere close to the drive limit for Manuel Lauk. He only did, well, he did an hour, and then he handed it over to Schwarzer, who's just done a double stint. So he's done 2 hours, but it was only 28 laps from Manuel Lauk, and probably frustrating for Huber Racing, because they thought, we'll put one of our hot shoes in at the start when you need the nous to steer clear of other people, as others on the grid did not. But then, of course, it was 15 minutes of code 60, so you're burning rapid driver time there, because Lauk is no slouch, and you can't utilise it because you're all circulating at 60 kilometres per hour, so that's not ideal.
Yeah.
But they took him out, which I just wonder whether that was always part of the plan, to take him out after one stint and put Schwarzer in to burn some AM time. But, I mean, it was good AM time because he was quick.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and the only thing I would probably sell my soul to the devil for, hindsight, God, do so many things differently. Anyways, moving on. Ideally, of course, the code 60s is when you would like to burn off your AM driver driver time, and if you've got a compliant AM driver who doesn't mind doing that, tactically it's more advantageous to have the slower driver in the car under a code 60, of course. Herbert's car onto the pit lane, and I think Andrew is down there. Daniel Alleman has brought that car into the pits. Andrew?
Yeah, a bit of a mystery here, because Ralph Bone was standing in the pit lane, crash helmet on, and the car's driven straight past, so I don't know if there's a change. I did see Robert Renaud came out, said something to Ralph Bone, and then Ralph Bone has now gone back into the pit and is taking his crash helmet off. So obviously decided to leave Daniel out there, part of their strategy, and obviously he's a couple of seconds off the pace compared with the Renault boys. Meanwhile, also seen the 85 come by. That did make a pit stop. So it's all happening down here. I know the Samantha Tan car also came in, so I think I'm going to leg it down to that end of the pits. And but definitely a change of strategy here from Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're just doing their same old strategy, which is at every code 60, you take the opportunity to fuel the car if it's close enough to pit lane entry, because it was a pit stop of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. That's not just a drive through. He stopped in fuel.
He's got 54 minutes before his driver time is up, so plenty of time.
But they did fuel, but they didn't stop with the team, Andrew.
No, well, Ralph Bowman's in the pit lane, you know, helmet on, waiting, sort of poised to jump in the car. And when he went by, he shook his head, and then Robert Renaud came up and said something to him.
I think that's because the code 60 was withdrawn, so you can't afford to be doing a driver change when the track's back to green. You've got to send them back out again.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah, good point, Johnny. Right there when the car on pit road ready for it, they thought they could maybe squeeze the driver change under code 60. You're not going to lose as much time out on track, but when that went green whilst that car was refueling, then it made sense to send Daniel out. He'll do another 54 minutes on that full tank of fuel now, although he will have gotten 50% allocation. I'm not quite sure, I haven't got the data in front of me, where he was in the stint with regards to his fuel, but he can do another 54 minutes before he then starts reaching his 2-hour maximum driving time. So yeah, I mean, you know what, I would never ever question the Herbert Motorsport race strategist over the years. I mean, you know, they've won this race 3 times. It was a 1-2 for them last year here at this race. So, you know, and how many times have we said this? You know, stealth like the 91, doesn't matter where it qualifies, it just finds its way to the front of the field. Well, it was at the front of the field at the start of this one. So, they've dropped back down, but now look who's leading. It's the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
So CP Racing also made a stop during the Code 60, but the difference there is they did do a driver change. Shane Lewis out, Charlie Putman in, and that cost them, to give you an idea, it cost them an extra minute doing the driver change as well, and possibly tyres. So, yeah, if you can massage the strategy, or, you know, at least have the flexibility. Ralph Bone was probably on a short call there, and they probably said, Ralph, if we go back to green straight away, you won't get in the car. We'll just wave him through, because we don't want to lose the time. Ralph might be shaking his head, but if they're on the top of the podium by the end of tomorrow, he'll have a big grin instead. It's just that, you know, that moment of isolation, you go, oh, I'm all geared up to get in the car, and it doesn't happen. But you're only going to wait 60-odd minutes before it can do.
And Bryson Morris in the #1 ST Racing BMW, he's just taken over from Samantha Tan only a few minutes ago. A couple of laps ago, we saw that car come in. Not quite sure if he came in just before that Code 60 or right on the cusp of the Code 60.
Good question.
Change of driver and currently third.
Because, of course, the point at whether your fuel allocation is 50 or 100 is later now, because that's, as we've described, the point where your little personal chip attaches onto the side of the fuel pump. It's not at pit road entry. That changed for the first time at Portimao, the previous round to this. Oh, there's a wheel nut going, skating right across the operator, or the fast lane here in the pit lane, and I wonder whether that might be a penalty, because you've got to make sure that all of the equipment is kept under control at all times.
I think they'll get away with that one. Yeah, they've retrieved it.
As long as it's not a tyre. The tyre is a different tyre. Tyre and wheel is a different story.
I mean, honestly, Johnny, and the class of cars where you've got 4 and 5 wheel studs, the wheel nuts are coming off and they are just bouncing everywhere. You perhaps don't catch it on the camera, but they just bounce everywhere, and then they go up and kick them into place, because the last thing you want to do, bare hands, to never pick a wheel nut up.
No,
because it's pretty hot. Yeah.
But I suppose the argument is, if a car runs over a wheel nut, it's not going to do a great deal of damage. Whereas if a car hits a loose wheel / tyre, that's going to, do severe damage to a splitter or a headlight. So wheels can't be errant, but maybe there's a bit more flexibility given to smaller car components. But as you say, they're still carrying a fair bit of heat after an hour-long stint. 91 Porsche then, driven by Daniel Alleman. I wonder whether he had started to loosen his belts. You probably can't by the regulations. You need to do that when you're stationary. So he was all set for another stint, should it be required, and has to fully focus. But, we call these drivers AMs. Actually, they're still highly professional, because, there is a point where your strategy is either going to go left or right, and you need to be ready for both scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, they're not professional race drivers by way of they don't make their living at being a racing driver. But they are very, very experienced and capable AMs. I can't remember. They've been around this series since we started, since we became involved in reporting on it back in 2015, wasn't it, when we'd done our first full season of the 24H series, and they've been a part of that. Daniel Alleman with teammates Ralph Bourne and the Renault twins, a big part of this series, and history potentially to be made if they carry off this win. It will mean that Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bourne and Alfred Renault will become drivers who have joined a pretty exclusive club. There's only one driver has won this race 4 times, and that was Oscar Noguez, who won the event in 02, 03, 04 and 09. Robert Renauer won't get that accolade of 4 wins. It will be his 3rd win, but the other 3, his 3 teammates, Jürgen Haring came 2nd last year, but he's not going to make any of that history I mentioned. Got a bit of bodywork on the 138. That's creating a bit of, probably a bit of unnecessary aero working on the left-hand side. That's not going to be an issue, because that's the piece of the wheel arch that's just come detached from the lower part of that wheel arch, and it will just flip up. It's still attached though. It's not like that's going to fly off. The 138, just finding out where he is in the field. 138. That's our good friend Ricky Coomber in the Simpson Motorsport Audi, currently 5th in TCR. And Ricky, I think he last raced in Dubai, or is that the race where they didn't actually take the start? They had a bit of a nightmare. Maybe. Yeah, so Ricky, a familiar driver to the series, and a last-minute deal coming together to put him in that number 138 Audi with the Neil family and James Kay, of course.
He certainly raced a TCR Audi at Abu Dhabi in January, but he does spend quite a bit of his life in the Middle East. So,
he does, yeah. He's about to move to Dubai. He's got residency in Dubai, and he's always there. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure we'll see him. We even see him in Kuwait for the 12 hours.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a sort of provisional entry list for the Kuwait 12 hours. They're actually available on sort of glossy sheets of paper with lots of information as well about how to get to Kuwait. So this is all part of the material that's being handed out to the teams this weekend. So the mechanical engineering educational program, also transport information as to how to get your car or cars either containered, so on a ship, to the event, or the other alternative being air freight. And yeah, there's a great stack of GT3 cars that have already clearly signed up on the provisional entry list for the event that will take place at the Kuwait Motor Town over the weekend of the 30th of November and the 1st and 2nd of December. TCR entry is still very well, every entry, frankly, is still very much open. Got a couple of TCR cars already confirmed, one from the BBR squad with their Leon Competition, and the AC Motorsport crew with the Audi for Stéphane Perrin and Mathieu Detry. But there are GT3s, going to be GTXs, various Porsches of different vintages, Porsche Cup cars that is, and a number of GT4s as well. So it's a very similar look to the entry list as any other Hankook 24-hour series entry, but for the first time we'll be racing at the Kuwait racetrack in Kuwait Motor Town.
And there's all sorts of subsidies and what's the word, incentives to become part of that. I mean, you know what, 24-hour series has been a series that kind of goes to tracks where the history, it follows the history. Here we are in Barcelona. The 24-hour race here had a huge history. It was a touring car race before we brought sports cars here. We've been to places like Imola, Paul Ricard, Portimao, places where that have a rich history going back, some places going back many, many years. Well, Kuwait and the 24-hour series, they are beginning the history. They'll be the first ever FIA-sanctioned motor race in Kuwait, and the history of motorsport in Kuwait will start with a 12-hour 24-hour series race. And so, I think that's fantastic. I think that, and why wouldn't you, as a race team or a race driver, want to be part of that history and be able to say, I was there at the very beginning when motorsport, was born, or international motorsport was born in Kuwait.
Yeah. Well, it's his first circuit in Kuwait to hold an FIA Grade 1 licence and an FIM Grade A licence. It's fascinating to me that, the first international event to be held there will be for Creventic and for the 24H series. So another feather in the cap for all those involved with the Dutch organisation. It's also a Herman Tilke designed track, so it's going to be a cracker because, you know, think of the circuits that he's come up with through the years for Formula One. Mistake inducing, very often they call it as well. So, you know, there will be the places where you're going to be really holding onto the car late into your stint when the tyres are very second hand, and there's always the scope for something to go wrong in the closing stages of a stint, which is what we love in motor racing. The race here continues. Daniel Alleman's out front from Charlie Putman, Porsche leading Mercedes, as we head down to Andrew Marriott in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with Sam Tan. We had a nice stint there, and the car's really in contention now.
Yeah, it was a great stint, kept it consistent, and you know, there's still a long way to go, so we're going to keep it up there for sure.
I don't know if you've been looking at the timing screens, but your boy Bryson is really closing on the front too.
Yeah, for sure. And I know I think it got hotter over the course of my stint, so I know the tires are starting to go down, but Bryson's great. I know he'll do good.
He's taking 4 seconds a lap off the two boys in front of him.
Yeah, Bryson's awesome for sure.
Long way to go yet, but everything happy with you?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, again, we won GT4 last year, so fingers crossed again for this year.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Sam.
Thank you.
Samantha Tan of ST Racing and the gang behind her glued to the screens, to the art car. Really love this livery for 2022. It reminds me of I remember a BMW at Le Mans in 2010 that certainly Andy Prio was part of the lineup there. They had a couple of those cars, but it was prior to GTE ruling. And it was almost like, you know, the car had driven through a paint factory with paint just thrown at it.
Yes.
And it's smeared down the sides. It just looks fast, even though it's parked in the paddock at times.
Put the paint on wet and then put it through a wind tunnel. Yeah. The way that the streaks, yeah. I mean, BMW renowned for their art cars across the years, going back decades, and that's certainly in that character. That's not an official BMW art car. That's a Samantha Tan Racing livery, and it's easy to spot. And I do love that shade of purple. What would you call that? Violet, cerise, mauve,
magenta.
Magenta, yeah. It's a great looking race car. Big fan of the M4 GT3. Does remind me of the old PTG BMWs that ran in the American Le Mans series for Tommy Milner's race team. That's Tommy Milner Senior, not the Corvette driver. He's far too young for that. But they just look like this, you know, they look like they just pumped the M4 road car with steroids, and that's what's popped out. Great looking car. Yeah. I can even forgive it. It's huge radiator ducting and radiator grille. I can forgive it that.
The nostrils.
Forgive that on the race car, because that's, you know, that's effective and efficient, getting cooling air into the systems.
And I think, you know, the angry look of the car, because of that massive double grille, fits on the racetrack. But when you see him on the road, I'm less sure about that. But there's then those huge openings on the top of the bonnet, which is actually for the air to escape, isn't it? So you've got quite a bit of airflow going through the front of the car as well to draw it down.
Well, that gives you
onto the road
massive
surface.
amount of downforce. Yeah, that the air just goes straight up and
through funnels almost,
Yes.
but it's like 45-degree airflow, which again is, you know, that's the new way to design. Not quite a crossover between a GT car and a prototype, but there are prototype elements to these GT3s these days. There have to be to make the airflow work as well as it does.
Yeah. That's Kantasak Kasiri into the pits, Johnny. The number 158 in from second place in the TCE Endurance Series. Second in the TCR class.
And Andrew's watching the stop. Driver change here.
Yeah, or Deca Thon Fu Aka Awat. It's so real tongue ties, aren't they, these Thai names? Anyway, he has got into the car and is about a foot taller than the bloke who got out. So I'm going to try and find him. But obviously the Monau team, very well established in Spain here, and a great team. I got in the way of a man filming on his iPhone. He wasn't very happy with me. And I just, the driver who got out has refused an interview with me. So what do you make of that? Maybe he doesn't speak English.
No, they're pretty good at English. Kantasak is very, very good at English. Yeah, he's
Well, Kantandi Kasuri's great. I mean, normally you'll get a good comment from him. And
give it a try, Andrew. It'd be nice to see you Yeah. We'll give him 5 minutes, yeah.
Recover.
Okay, looks a bit wiped out, Andrew was saying to us off air there, so we'll give him a moment to cool off. And meanwhile, JP Mauro has just pitted with the 360 Racing Team Porsche from the lead of the 992 AM division. Konstantin Kletzer still leads 992 Pro, 9th place overall. The other good thing about these Porsche Cup cars is that their fuel consumption's a heck of a lot better than the GT3, so they can go further on into their stints. That doesn't always fit well with the drive time, though, because if you've got a car that'll do, let's say, an hour and 15 on the fuel, 2 lots of hour and 15 puts you at 2.5 hours, which is longer than you can be at the wheel for. So there's a bit of bridging of the gap to be done there, and a bit of compromise. But nevertheless, it's impressive to see some of the 992s, one of the 992s in the top 10 overall now. And the 991 car for the older Cup machines for Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors is knocking on the door of the top 10. Fabrizio Brogi, who's another very entertaining driver to speak to, we need to catch up with him at some point. 9:55 is in 11th position, with Ayrton Redont just creeping up to 12th there by virtue of the fact that JP Mauro has just pitted the car for 360 Racing.
I've noticed into the lead of the 992 class, currently 9th overall, is the number 929, Konstantin Kletzer, in the HRT Performance Porsche. He's got a very, very strong team lineup. Konstantin, of course, semi-pro driver. Their AM drivers, Jim Rautinen, he's already been in the car. Kari-Pekka Larksonen has not, as far as I'm aware, and Antti Burri, who is, arguably their superstar in that 929. But that bodes very well as the 926 comes in. Now the 926 is currently 4th in the 992 class, currently 14th overall. JP Mauro at the wheel, and the 360 Racing Team. Great addition to the 24 hours as the GT3 and overall lead is still in the property of Daniel Alleman in that number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. We saw Daniel come into the pits under code 60 and a bit of a change of plan as we saw him stay in the car, and Ralph Bond sort of sloping back into the pit garage, taking off his helmet and waiting his turn. Charles Putman continues to circulate in the CP Racing car. CP Racing Mercedes, I should say. 1 minute 57 is Charles's lap time. So they are slightly dropping back off that Daniel Alleman Porsche. Bryson Morris now at the wheel of the ST Racing BMW in 3rd place, and there's a gap of 54 seconds to the CP Racing car. And that gap coming down very, very slowly indeed. Roland Paulson now at the wheel of the Paulson Motorsport BMW M4, so that's BMW M4's 3rd and 4th overall. And the fight back, the climb back up the order continues for Nicolas Verone, still at the wheel of the Rockenspiegel team Monschau Racing Ferrari, and he's done his stint coming towards its conclusion. He's just coming up to about 10 minutes to go before he's going to have to bring that car in, because purely because of the driver limitation time, and the driver behind him in the Phoenix Racing Audi, Sven Herberger, he's got about 35 minutes before he needs to come in.
I don't know who our IV Capital drone pilot is this weekend, but there was some proper erratic moves going on there. Very cool between turns 1 and 2, and then that flick back behind the paddock area between turns 5 and 6, and almost like a spin from the tail of our IV Capital drone then, high up in the sky. They do drone racing, don't they, which is a ridiculous sport. I mean, I'm already, having never actually been to one of the events, clearly a fan of this, but from a televisual point of view, I have no idea how you would cover a drone race. How many drones you would have in a race, 10 or 15 of them?
Is that those indoor things?
I almost think you must have to do it indoors, because otherwise, the scope for going where the heck you like.
Yeah,
otherwise.
they kind of do it in like sort of open warehouses and stuff, and they put obstacles and they create a course. And I mean, I would like to try and even contemplate commentating on that.
No.
drone identification for a start.
Well, you'd have
And
to
then
have them all
rapid
painted
things.
in very much primary colours to know the difference. And yes, how would you know that one was in front of the other? Well, maybe that doesn't matter because it's all about well, there's 3 dimensions within drone racing, which it makes it very, very complicated indeed. Daniel Alleman still leading for Herbert Motorsport, nearly 100 laps done. In fact, we're on lap 97 currently, with Charlie Putman in the Mercedes running in second place. Exactly 50 seconds now between the two of them. So 20 hours and 30 minutes to go. Probably better to put it that we had 3.5 hours of the race, in fact. And what are we, nearly 4:30 local in Barcelona, with beautiful clear skies. There's a bit of lighter white fluffy cloud over in the distance, but certainly no threat of rain. I think it's going to rain in the week, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, just as soon as the RSL crew clear out of here.
We'll not be here,
the
Johnny,
storm
so-
clouds may well be gathering, but you know that's what we're used to, isn't it? The fine weather following us around the world.
You know what? I would say it's almost perfect conditions. It's quite hot out there, 29 degrees ambient. By my reckoning, that's going to give us a track temperature of towards 40 degrees, if not more, 42 maybe, 43, 44. Tomorrow we are going to get slightly hotter. Monday's going to be slightly hotter still, but tomorrow, towards the finish of the relatively early finish here, we got 5 hours of TV coverage starting from 8 a.m. till the finish at 1 p.m. But that's so perhaps the weather not getting quite to its maximum tomorrow by the time we finish, but it's still going to be a lovely day, so to speak. But temperatures going to drop off to a balmy 20 degrees by the middle of the night. By midnight, for instance, we're going to drop to about 23 degrees. I mean, that's an English summertime temperature, isn't it? 23 degrees. Be happy with that. And then Sunday morning, 20 degrees rising to midday. It's going to be up to 26, and then it'll continue to rise. It's at its maximum at about 4 o'clock, but by then the race will be finished. So we're kind of in the realm of track temperature wise. This is where we're going to be at towards the end of the race tomorrow afternoon. So the team's getting an idea of what tyre wear is going to be like, to a point, that is, because by then, of course, we are going to be of a very, very well rubbered track. The Hankook tyre is the tyre that's going to have been used for, you know, the previous 20 hours. So the track, and if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see track beginning to rubber up nicely with huge streaks of rubber going into and out of the corners and line developing. And as the track rubbers up, it becomes more and more grippy as the tyres begin to connect with the already laden rubber on the track. So track evolution is something that we talk about. We heard one of the drivers mention they're probably going to be, their optimised laps are in the cooler hours. That's when the engines are running at their best and the tyres aren't being baked and overheated. So when the track temperature starts to cool off towards sundown, and that's not until about towards 8 p.m. tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, 10 past 8.
Away, yeah. So still plenty of baking hot sunshine to race through, and nothing that any of our teams and drivers in the 24 series are unfamiliar with. It was absolutely scorching in Portugal 2 months ago, to the point where drivers were needed, it was necessary for medical reasons that they got out of their cars and immediately lay in inflatable swimming paddling pools that pretty much every team had at the back of the garage. Leader into the pits, Daniel Alleman. He is getting towards, we said, the latter half, or the latter few minutes of his driver stint. The fuel's going in at the moment. Fuel on the fuel tank at the front of the Porsche 911, remember, the 911 GT3R in GT3 spec. Quite an important race car, and it's been the car of choice for the Herbert team for quite some years. I remember, Johnny, at Dubai, maybe Dubai 2015, the Herbert team were running a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And it was an overnight rebuild job going into the qualifying and practice days for them. The CP Racing car has hence gone into the lead of this race. Charles Putman will take over the lead. Bryson Morris goes through and ahead of the 91 Porsche and into second place. Charles Putman and Bryson Morris pretty much equal on stint time, 26 minutes into their 2-hour stint, if indeed they go 2 hours. Richard Roland Paulson currently in fourth. He's going to be very soon overtaking the Herbert car whilst that car remains still in the pits. But of course that will all just come back to the Herbert car when the cars which will end up ahead of them when it's their turn to do their pit stop.
Yeah, just going back to your point about Lamborghinis, they weren't known as Herbert in those days. They were HB Motorsport, and they had a Lamborghini in certainly 2016. I wonder whether HB were known or an entity in 2050. I can't see them, and I can't see Renault's in the entry list either for 2015, but 16 certainly was not a good year because, well, I don't even remember, but the Lamborghinis at Dubai sort of got a name for themselves, not necessarily just the HB one, for getting early race punctures, but I remember the overnight rebuild for HB was a massive fire that had happened out on track over towards the end of the first sector. Dubai starts sort of similar to this track in that it's got a right-hander and then a bit of a kink, and then it goes out round to the back section and yeah, way out into the darkness close to the dual carriageway that runs along the back of the Dubai circuit. I remember still to this day, you know, peering into a night practice session and the car well ablaze, and that was the HP Motorsport Lamborghini that then required an overnight rebuild. But they moved to Porsches not long after that. Whether the two incidents were connected, not quite sure. But this is now the 991 Gen 2 GT3R, still with the engine right in the back. Remember, the GTE cars had a big revision as their engine position, putting it right behind the firewall of the cockpit, but that's not the case for GT3s. And stepping out of the car then, Daniel Alleman, around about an hour later than he might have expected, or 45 minutes or so. And they therefore put Ralph Bone in it, because it was Ralph who was expecting a drive.
Yeah, it was.
And it was Ralph Bone going in this time. And yeah, he appears on our timing screen for the first time in the race, back into 5th place for their car.
Yeah, it was definitely Ralph Bone that got into the car. I'm pretty sure Daniel will be in a position to, or I should say Andrew Marriott will be into position for getting an interview with perhaps Daniel. Oh, it's Di Binks in the pits, so let's go down to Binksy.
Hi Daniel, as you were just talking about, has just jumped out of the car. Obviously he just has gone back to the back of the garage just to get himself together. As you said, he's been in there quite a long time, so I guess he'll need to have a drink and just freshen himself up, and then we'll try and get a quick chat with him to find out how that stint was.
Okay, well, one of the questions will be, you know, had you actually expected to get out after only half a stint effectively, or, you know, a full fuel stint, but not necessarily the full drive time, because there was that element of, not confusion, I think they were just covering off both options. He could stay at the wheel if necessary. On the other hand, if the Code 60 was going to continue for a couple more minutes, they could have switched to Ralph Bone. But yeah, in the heat of the day, what temperature did you reckon it was, Joe?
28 degrees, 29 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, that is, when you consider you're then in a closed compartment with not a hot racing car in front of you in a Porsche, it's all behind you, but nevertheless the heat displacement from everything else is, you know, making that a real sweat box.
It was 39 degrees in Portimao.
Yeah, oh, in comparison, yeah,
well,
this
it's still
is
hot,
easy.
don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'll just turn that air conditioning up a bit, down a bit. It's getting a bit chilly. I think I'm needing a scarf.
There is a picture that I took yesterday, folks, of Joe Bradley struggling somewhat before the aircon was working in our commentary box.
Yeah, that's not for public.
No, but it's a nice bit of ammunition to have from my perspective. You know, if our relationship suddenly spiraled downward,
can't imagine why, Johnny.
I can pump that out onto social media, no trouble. The thing is, I wasn't very far behind you. I was sweating buckets as well. You didn't take a photograph of me.
It was only the colour of your shirt that wasn't showing it as much as it was me.
Yeah. But thankfully, the staff here at the Barcelona the Catalunya circuit were quick off the mark in replacing whatever the fuse or whatever had gone wrong, and we are very much enjoying the conditions here. Perfect view of the track as well over at turns 11 and 12. You can see the cars working their way through there, and beneath our feet on the main start-finish straight too. But the temperature tonight's probably not going to go, I mean, it's obviously going to go lower than it currently is, but with no rain expected, a low of 23
by midnight, and it's going to drop to 20 by 5 a.m.
Okay.
I mean, it's not freezing.
Certainly not.
It's mild. It's going to feel colder because it's 29 degrees now. So, you know, unless the humidity, you know, there's a chance that it's going to feel humid, and that makes you feel warmer. If it's that dry sort of temperature, then you are going to feel a bit colder.
Well, humidity, I reckon, is in the 60s right now, and it's feeling like a couple of degrees more than it actually is. Reactions being tested down on the pit wall of...
That's a great game.
Fantastic game.
I want to do that.
Top Car Sport is where they are, so the Rail Equipe Top Car Sport Garage. They are local to here at Barcelona.
Down there. Let's get the bottom of that.
And Binksy maybe wants to go on this game. It's for radio listeners, it's kind of like the stuff that you find in arcades where you've got buttons on the wall and you're having to reach up top left, top right to press the buttons with the lights, but they're doing it on the floor of the garage just to test out as many reactions as possible, perhaps before a stint, Diana Binks.
Yes, I think so. We were watching you We were watching you obviously on camera. Are you getting ready for your stint?
Yes, it will be an hour more or less. So yeah, we are winding up to be ready for the stint. Yeah.
See, you're a bit out of breath.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll come back to you. I'll let you get your breath back while we cover this. She was actually really out of breath there, so she wanted to capture herself. She was timing herself doing that. So obviously, as you just saw, the 22 came in, I think it was. Yeah. So I missed that. I'm terribly sorry. I was fascinated with what they were doing in that carriage.
You want to go, don't you? You want to press those buttons on the garage floor.
That's a nighttime sort of opportunity, you know, get the reflexes going.
Now this would become a subscription channel if Binksy was doing that. I'd need a medic after doing that for 2 minutes. I can tell you the 22, like Di said, has been in. Leonard Weiss now at the wheel of that. Nico Veroni is probably worth a talk to, Diana. He's our brand new superstar that Johnny Palmer's been telling us about, and he's just brought that 22 in, brought that car right back into contention in the GT3 class there after that car recovering from that puncture. So it'll be interesting to see if Di can get him. I think she has already, has she, John?
I have, yes.
Wow. Let's get straight to you, Di.
Yeah, I mean, Nico was just having a drink, as you quite rightly said, just jumped out of the car. Nico, that was a superb stint. I think you went from 12th up to 5th.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. We had some issues with the front right tire, so that cost us an extra pit stop that was not planned. There we lost quite a lot of time. But still, I mean, the pace was good. Car was amazing. Really, really happy with the car. The pace over the stint was really good. Now I think, yeah, we had some bit unlucky first part of the race, but we are getting there.
Very hot inside that cockpit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think now the temperature is going down, but it was really hard. Also, I had no drinking system working, so it was quite difficult, but I could manage it well.
Well, thank you for coming to chat to us, as you just jumped out of the car and you obviously needed to rehydrate.
Thank you so much.
You're doing a great job, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's a very recent experience of this track, and with Rinaldi, because he was here 2 weeks ago with the European Le Mans Series. Rinaldi run a couple of, they should have been running a couple of LM GTE cars. One car, though, was not in the entry because of a driver being committed elsewhere, and that's, you know, one of the downsides of Rinaldi's business model, I suppose. It depends on, in ELMS anyway, a businessman coming in to be able to do the bronze driving time, and by the very nature of them being business people, sometimes that takes over and they can't get to the race meeting. But thankfully, Veroni's car was here And let's just have a look at how he got on in the 4th round of the championship that time around. So he was in, as mentioned, the GTE category, car number 32, and they finished 9th. So it was a difficult event, as it turned out. But Veroni, again, when he got on board that car, it went like a rocket ship. And it reminds me, actually, of, do you remember a Portimao 24 hours pre-COVID when Klaus Bachler turned up, and I was going, guys, we need to be interviewing Klaus because he's a right standout character, you know. And he got behind the wheel of, I think that might have been the Herbert Porsche, actually, and we thought it obviously went well with the usual protagonists of Alleman, Bone, the two Renaults, but when Bachler got on board, it was almost like another half second was found. And it's a similar situation this weekend with Nico too, especially when you consider he didn't have any drinks bottle for most of that stint, so even more credit to him. And he'll now get probably a couple of bottles of water down his throat to catch up. So the 22 now with Leo Weiss driving it in 7th, and Leo is certainly not too shabby either. He was silver rated, so similar to Nico Veroni, but won't quite be as quick as the Argentinian. But that was, if you remember, yesterday, Andrew Marriott's pick for, well, certainly qualifying and the pole position. It narrowly missed out on that, but maybe for the win as well this weekend. It's just that they had a puncture, didn't they, when I was away from the booth?
Yeah.
And that it obviously took it off the lead lap and cost it, what, a couple of minutes?
Yeah. I think Andrew calculated that it costing them 3 minutes, which really put them out of contention. But it's been a clawback, and Nico's time and the lap times he's been putting in has brought it right back into contention. All it needs is some really nifty Code 60 strategy, and that's how you claw back laps. You can pick away at a second here and a second there regarding lap time, but it really comes down to, you know, endurance races are won on the pit wall is a saying that I would advocate quite readily. And you know what, the 22 Ferrari, if everybody has a clean run, if everything goes, you know, for everyone else ahead of them, then it's going to be very, very hard. You know, the cars around him are of a similar pace. So a bit of nifty strategy in the pits, and now they use the Code 60s, will continue to get the WTM Ferrari back in there. And remember, it's Rinaldi racing under Glockenspiel, Team Monschau. So, you know, there's every chance that they will be a contender come tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, so Wolfgang Triller and the Michael Kroll battle continuing on. 22's just behind that, 5th, 6th and 7th, not separated by too much real estate at all. As we head back to pit lane, here's Big Z.
I found a naughty man in the pit lane. He was naked, I made him put his clothes back on. J.M. Lippman, great to see you back here. How are you enjoying it so far?
Well, I hope you just said it's great to see me. It's great to see you too, Binks, and be back in the Creventic family. It really is lovely to be back amongst friends. Haven't been racing at all this year. It's quite a challenge to get back in the car and get on pace quickly. But yeah, I've enjoyed it so far.
When you sort of look at this event, how would you describe it?
I think it's one of the biggest challenges in motorsport. Barcelona is hot as hell. The humidity this time of year is 90%. I'm in the car in about 20-30 minutes. If you come back and see me in about 90 minutes, you'll see the former JM as a mess of as hard. It's a really hard race, but it's a fantastic race. I heard the commentary team talking about, there's not many spectators in the here yet, but at midnight or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, there'll be 10,000 people here, and it's like a festival. It's fantastic. So you know, it's a great place in the world. Creventic do a great job. I'm here in a Porsche. Always good.
Now, what's the feedback from the team with how things are going for you guys so far?
I'm going to answer you with different. I'm going to reply with a different answer. I want to say hello to Colin White because he's greatly missed. I don't know if we talked about Colin. Colin, hello. Where are you? I mean, surely a broken leg wouldn't have stopped you. Bit of gaffer tape around it.
Well, actually, Joe's been speaking to Colin, and hopefully they're going to maybe chat to him later on tonight live on the show. So thanks for that. But no, back to the team. How are things unfolding for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with what we've done. You know, when you listen to Formula One, you hear, you know, Lewis go, we've gone the wrong way with setup. and that's exactly what we did on Friday. But we worked really hard. We've now got a really nice car. In qualifying, it was pretty good. And yeah, look, we're doing well. We're 4 old guys. We've probably done, I don't know, 150 24-hour races combined. And, you know, for once, we're just enjoying it. With no pressure on us. Normally, I start this time and going fourth. Yeah, I don't mind. You know, we'll just enjoy the race for once and not put too much pressure on ourselves.
So tell me, you said obviously you've gone the wrong way on setup the other day and you changed quite a lot to suit the nature of the car and the circuit. Tell us what you've changed and what difference that makes.
Well, to be honest, the most important thing on a car is the tyres. That's it. Everything, 90% is tyre, and it's trying to get that contact patch because at any one point there's only a very small bit of rubber on the tarmac, and the more you have at that point, the better. So basically we were just changing cambers and toes so to make sure the car was always had the most tyre in contact with the tarmac, and then there's just been some tweaking with it, but we got there. Hankooks are really durable tyres, we know, but sometimes quite difficult to switch on, and we just were struggling with that. We're going to make some tweaks to pressures in the next stop, just to keep on top of it. I mean, I love it. It's really, this is a bit that you don't necessarily see, but it's a bit that's really interesting for me as a driver, is like the engineering part of it and the science behind racing.
And obviously for the guys in the team that work here, you know, they work pretty hard getting these cars together for you, making sure that they're pristine when you get in behind them, and they don't stop, do they?
Well, look, I'm moaning about how difficult it is for a driver, but to be honest, the team have a much harder job. I mean, they're up for 24 hours. I will get some sleep at some point. The marshals, the officials, everybody works hard. You guys work hard, and some of you viewers on YouTube, I hope you're going to stay up all night as well.
JM, as ever, great to chat to you. We'll definitely see you through the race.
Thank you, guys. Love to see you.
What a character.
I'm surprised Di didn't ask him about his hat.
He's back in the paddock. Yeah, I spotted the hat there with a certain sponsor on the front of it.
Personal sponsor of GM's.
Is that right?
Yeah, he drove with the guy who owns the company in Dubai. And I did an interview with him, and he explained what the company did.
Okay.
I'll leave Di to explore that one.
This works brilliantly on radio, Joe. But we are also broadcasting, of course, to a worldwide audience in sound and vision. And you can wind it back on the stream service that JM just mentioned. You can wind it back and have a little look at his cap.
Well, the proprietor of that company isn't racing with us. He did race as a team.
Oh, he has done some driving?
Yeah, in Dubai, yeah. And he explained exactly what the product does. But we'll wait until we'll see GM, no doubt, in the small hours or in the morning when we come back on.
Yeah, it's a product that might come in useful in the small hours, or indeed any time of day. Anyway, Charlie Putman and CP Racing are out front on 107 laps now completed, but only nursing a 15-second lead over ST Racing's BMW M4 for Bryson Morris. Roland Poulsen and the Poulsen Motorsport M4 GT3 in third. And the Poulsen Motorsport BMW coming back after a 6-year absence from the championship, but you wouldn't know it because they're regularly in the top 3. Things obviously fluctuate a fair bit around the pit stops, and we've got this nice scenario now where, you know, certain cars are on their own pit stop rhythm, and that doesn't necessarily marry up with other teams. So bear in mind, Herbert only 15 minutes into their stint for their new driver, Ralph Bone, whereas the cars he's chasing, nearly an hour done for Roland Poulsen and 45 minutes done for Charlie Putman and Bryson Morris, who pitted on the same lap. So it's getting a real uneven flavour now, which is great for us because it's not as simple as just looking at a timing screen and every car is pitting, you know, at the same time at the end of every hour. Yeah. Just requires a bit more thinking outside of the box from us and from you, of course. I mean, this is why, you know, our audience love endurance racing.
We've got I mean, all the way down to 17th, we've got over an hour before we have to think about a driver nearing that maximum 2 hours. Yasmin Preissig, who currently leads the TCR class and therefore leads the Touring Car Endurance Series part of this race. She's been in the car an hour and 46 minutes. That's how far into her stint she is. So we expect the leading TCE car to come into the pits, well, within 14 minutes, that's for sure. That's going to hand the lead of TCR to the BBR
car number 158. They've been swapping the lead of TCR and TCE pretty much since the start. And it's at the wheel of the 158. It's Dekatha Thorn Pukarawut. Pretty sure I haven't pronounced that right.
Puakarawut.
Puakarawut. Why don't you say it like that, Johnny? Puakarawut. Yeah, I'll have a go at that again later.
All right.
He's been in the car. Dekatha Thorn has been in the car for, lost it again, just over half an hour. So he's going to be in that car for ages, and he will take that lead of TCR back from the Wolf Power Racing Audi of Preissig when she pits, and that clock is still ticking, so it's getting close to that window that she has to operate in.
Meanwhile, there's Wolfgang Triller in the Huber Racing Porsche out of turn 11. Got a bit of traffic ahead of him, including one of the 360 Racing cars that hail from Andorra. The purple, white and blue Porsche Cup car being caught by the GT3 version of the 911. They will hit the main straight together. Also going to have to lap a Cupra from the TC part of their race as well, which is car 102. Car 102, well, that was the Holmgard machine that looked like it would be properly in the reckoning at the start of the weekend, but has struggled in the opening 4 hours. Car 102 looking to try and recover some of those places that it lost early on in the piece. It is the Cupra Leon Competition of Danish squad Holmgard Motorsport. Remember, Holmgard more familiar with running VW Golfs in the past, but they got 3 Danes: Marcus Holmgard, Jonas Holmgard and Martin Vedel Mortensen. And Mortensen being the semi-pro. They're joined by 2 further AMs, Roy Edlund and Andy Stoko from Norway and Great Britain, respectively. So Huber's Porsche able to pass the Holmgard car fairly comfortably there. Joe's talked about how the track is becoming grippier and grippier. Part of that is down to the bed of Hankook rubber, which of course is being laid down as well, because as the Hankook tyre continues to wear on each of these racing cars, it's laying down a blanket of Hankook rubber, and race tyre meeting with similar tyre compound that's already down the road surface is normally a very good reaction indeed. The problem with having support races that don't run on the Hankook rubber is that you get the complication of different tyre manufacturers' compounds mixing with others, and that's not necessarily a happy chemical mixture. Much better this stage though, nearly 4 hours into the race, and getting to enjoy the engine note of Wolfgang Triller coming through turn 16 now. Lead gap very much coming down between the leading Mercedes and the BMW, Joe.
Yeah, gap down to 4.5 seconds that time by. Lap times last time were about 4 seconds. So Bryson Morris lapping about 4 seconds faster than Charlie Putman. So that means those cars are going to be together when they cross the line next time by. I wouldn't be surprised if it was not the ST Racing BMW who heads up the CP Racing Mercedes. Intel, insider intel, Johnny, I think you're aware of this. The Red Camel Jordan's car is being repaired. I'm going to get Binksy, or if Binksy's listening, of course she is, she'll head down there and get a bit of an update as to exactly what was needing to be repaired and how far the job is on, and how far are they from getting that car back onto the track and back in this race. I know they're out of contention, they're way down. They've done 34 laps in comparison to 110 that the leader has done, and the leading 992 car's done 107, so they're well out of contention, but that's not the spirit, is it? The spirit of the race is about getting the car to the finish. That's what it's all about. So we'll wait and see where the leaders are, and I'm trying to get a location on the track, Johnny, of our leading cars. So the number 85 Charlie Putman Mercedes.
Final sector somewhere.
Final sector,
which is quite a short one.
Yeah, just looking out the window there, across to the stadium section of turns 12, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15.
They've just crossed the line and got onto another lap. So
right.
Down towards turn
I
one.
tell you what, only 4 seconds, it was 4.5. So Charlie Putman there, 156.546, and Bryson Morris only half a second quicker on that lap. So a little bit of traffic coming into play there to delay what I think is pretty inevitable. We are going to see the CB Racing car drop back to and behind the ST Racing BMW.
Meanwhile, much more comfortable for Jasmine Preissig at the lead of the TCE race. Joe's mentioned, I think, that it's now north of a minute for the Swiss woman who is leading Decaton Pu Akrawat in the Cupra Leon competition car. Wolf Power Racing ahead of BBR. I got a big thumbs up from Andrew Barrett there. It's only because it's the most practiced one for me. I'm doubting myself for the other 4 drivers in that car, but Pu Akrawat I'm a big fan of. Now all through the sausage curve, have to go the 54 Porsche there with the black livery and the lime green detailing. That's the Dynamic Motorsport car, unless I'm very much mistaken. Down at the first corner, yes, and Amedeo Pampanini with an error there, which meant that he had to go through those sausage curbs that are laid down, or drilled down into the track surface. It was one of those that resulted in Enrique Chavez absolutely backflipping a Aston Martin at Monza at the second chicane during the World Endurance Championship race there. And a lot of people, well, for reasons at Silverstone, which saw a Formula 2 car vaulting another one, say that the sausage curbs on the inside of bends are somewhat of a disaster waiting to happen, but I do appreciate why they're there as well for a track limits point of view. And thankfully for Pampanini, he was able to thread his way through after that outbraking manoeuvre. 54, they'll be disappointed with where their position is at the moment. Dynamic Motorsport have been in strife at times, but they're a GT3 car and they're well outside the overall top 10 currently, down in 18th position.
We got a few cars in fueling. Merkel van Oostrum in the HRT Performance, that's number 928, and also just been in Fabrizio Brogi in the Villi Motorsport. That car currently leading the 991 element of our Porsche Cup classes. The 928 numbered car of Merkel van Oostrum is currently 6th in 992 class.
So we had another hour, that is 4 hours done already, and the Wolf Power Racing Swiss-entered Audi RS3 LMS TCR is leading the TCE race by, as mentioned, just over a minute now, back to the BBR Cupra Leon Competition TCR machine. So Wolf Power ahead of BBR, then the AC Motorsport crew for Stefan Perrin, Mathieu Detry, Vincent Rademacher and Charles Dawson. It's Dawson doing the driving currently in car 188, who is third. The second of the BBR cars with Chariya Nua, fellow Thai driver, and his car, which is the TCR rather than the Leon Competition, running in 4th position. Then Ray L'Equipe by Tot Car Sport. They're the guys who were doing the reaction testing on the garage floor not too long ago, and 1, 2, 3 now being driven by Jorge Belloc Ruiz. It's Henry Neal in the Simpson Motorsport Audi in 6th position. 7th spot for the 165 Vipaniza Racing car of Malaysia. Dominic Ang doing the driving there, ahead of Holmgard Motorsports Martin Vedel Mortensen and the Leon Competition that they run. And finally, Michael Bonk in car number 332 is in 11th position in the BMW M2 CS from Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. Then we can turn our attention to what's going on in the GT series. Bryson Morris, the new race leader then. We said he was closing in on Charlie Putman and the 2 American drivers door handle to door handle briefly, but it's the Canadian team, ST Racing, actually back ahead. So I realise I'm reading a slightly out-of-date graphic here. This graphic snapshot was taken a few moments ago, so actually read those top 2 positions in the reverse spot. ST now ahead of CP Racing. 3rd position, Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4, which has Roland Poulsen driving that. Then the Herbert Motorsport Porsche in 4th. Huber Racing's Porsche number 23 is 5th, ahead of the Hoffer Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 car number 11 with Michael Kroll driving. The WTM Racing Ferrari, somewhat on the back foot because of an early race puncture, but a combination of Nico Veroni and Leo Weiss have brought it back into the top 10. That's currently 7th. And Phoenix Racing's Audi, number 18, still quietly going about its own business. It is in 8th. and has, incidentally, Pierre Caffa at the wheel for the first time. Jutta Racing's Porsche, no, Jutta Racing's Audi, I should say, the R8 LMS for almost a full Lithuanian lineup. It's Lars Villone, who is the British driver, who is racing with, as I say, otherwise a full Lithuanian delegate, and the Jutta Racing car is in 9th position. Then it's the HRT performance car, which leads 992, yes, with Konstantin Kletzer driving that. Redont Racing, though, second in the class with car number 903. Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors running in the lead of their class of the 991, the older shape Porsches than the older Cup cars, and that is 12th overall, ahead of the 360 Racing crew of Andorra, but with the all-Brazilian lineup. HRT Performance are 14th with their 992. Rabdan Motorsport, a similar car for the 977. They're 5th in the class and 15th overall, ahead of Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing, car number 908. It's an older shape 991 Gen 2 Porsche Cup car in 17th, second in class for E2P Racing. Dynamic Motorsport, now that's the slightly out of position GT3 car, down in now 18th according to our graphic. It's fallen a bit further down than that, but they've just done a pit stop is the reason. Atlas BX Motorsports from South Korea running in 19th as the class leader, car number 403, which is the GT4 pace setter. In GTX, the class leader is the Liebert Motorsport Lamborghini, despite the damage that it carried very early on in the race with Gerhard Watzinger was doing the driving. Now 710 has Greg Gorski at the wheel, and Greg was racing in one of the support races earlier on today as well, so he's had a busy weekend. Behind them, Bapora Motorsport, 21st with a Porsche Cup car. Vortex V8's GTX machine is second in class, number 702. Schenker Motorsport's BMW M4 is second in the GT4s, and 24th position for the 360 Racing team, also with plenty of Brazilians in that car. Still, well, now fixed, but very damaged at the start of the race was the 720 RD Signs Cilia Racing team. 909 Red Camel Jordan Stott NL, that car is also being repaired, and it's currently actually in the fueling area. And the final car on the graphic, Red Hat Racing's number 904, that car badly damaged at the start of the race as well.
We've had a change lead. Is that the rundown?
That's the rundown done.
But we have that change of lead in TCR. The number 150 at BBR car has taken the lead. Yasmin Preisic did bring the Wolf Power car in, as we suspect that she would have to. She was getting very close to her 2-hour driving stint. And that car now just dropping to second place. Charles Dawson now at the wheel of the ISSI Motorsport car, the ISSI Motorsport Audi. They are third in TCR and will likely move ahead of Preisic as Preisic stays in the pits. Or is that a car moving off? Just getting a look at that. I think that's Marlon Menden now at the wheel of the 116, and that's the car coming out of the pits. GM Littman, we heard from a few moments ago. He gets in that car a little bit ahead of schedule. I was speaking to him at lunch, and he told me he was due in the car at 6 p.m. Well, it's just gone 5 past 5 in the afternoon here in Barcelona. So GM taking over that car. That car currently 6th in the 992 class. It's the sister car from HRT Performance that leads the 992 class. They're 10th overall, and they've got about I think that was a 15-second lap that I measured last time through. We'll just keep a check on that one. And that car, the 929 HRT Performance Porsche, Konstantin Kletzer at the wheel of that. But it's Ayrton Redont in the Red Ant Racing Porsche in second place. Gap gone out to 28 seconds. However, he's lapping quicker, so that battle for 992 honours is beginning to heat up. We're now inside the final 20 hours of this 24-hour race.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we're nearly at the end.
You know what? I always think the first 4 hours is a bit of a benchmark in a 24-hour race. Yeah. Now we've just got 2 chunks of 10 to get through.
Well, it's psychologically, it's always nice that the first number is a 1 and not a 2 anymore, but it still says 19. And actually, it's 19 hours and another 50 minutes on top of that. So the teams won't be thinking anything yet. What they will do, I'm sure, is look at 4 hours in the block and go, right, we can keep this sort of pace up for the next 4 hours and the 4 hours after that, and then try and work out, you know, extrapolate their general pace across 240 minutes throughout the race.
Yeah.
And that's a good benchmark to run by, unless you've had a big drama.
Well,
then you just scrap it.
I think you've just got to keep projecting that your car's going to keep running at that pace, or you're going to try to maintain that pace, if you're happy with that pace, that is. Attrition may indeed come in, incident may come into play. It's 19 hours and 50 minutes, so, you know, we expect anything to happen, and it usually does in a 24H series race. But at the moment, yeah, we're just ticking off those minutes and those hours, and the battle at the front, it's kind of like I use this analogy a lot, don't I? It's a high-speed game of chess right now, with teams running to strategies that have been thought out and planned, and they are running to a strategy that they're pretty much going to keep to. And if you've got any sense, not be dragged into any kind of silliness and trying, you know, burning the tyres out just to stay in touch with cars. They've been working on setups all week here at this track, so, you know, the setups where they want, the tyre wear is, you know, hopefully where they want to be. They've got a comfortable car that is comfortable for all of their drivers across their driver lineup, and that's pretty much what people have been aiming for. It's not necessarily, you don't necessarily set up your race car for your hotshot superstar, because your gentleman arm driver isn't going to be able to cope with that car, and very likely you're going to end up in the gravel. So, you know, you're as fast as you slow most inexperienced driver to a point. And that's pretty much where we are.
And that's actually something that's adopted for qualifying these days as well, because historically you would trim a car out to make it as kind of risky as possible, as tight, you know, on the tightrope between it being on the circuit and only just being on the circuit, whereas you can't do that now with the qualifying format within the 24H series, because the first session you're putting an AM driver in on the best set of tyres, admittedly, you know, probably a new set of Hankooks for that opening 12 minutes as we had this weekend, but then those tyres have to stay on for the next 2 qualifying sessions as well, as the driving talent becomes quicker, generally speaking. Dominic Ang in the Viper Nisa Racing Cupra, heading into the left-hander at turn 7, and it's certainly a striking paint scheme for this Malaysian outfit, with an all-Malaysian driver lineup as well. It's not the first time we've seen Viper Nisa taking part in the 24H series, so good to have them back. Henry Neal now at the wheel of a relatively understated Simpson Motorsport paint scheme. They're carrying a bit of damage on that left side. I think possibly the mark of some wheel rub early on in the race, no doubt, and a TCR car no stranger to a bit of rubbing racing. So that heads out of turn 3 now. Michael Kroll in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes is still being fuelled. Feels like that car's been there for quite some time now, but might have just left the scene. Yes, it has, and gone into pit lane proper. So looking like that's actually fine in terms of a pit stop. It's a green flag fueling, so therefore you can take a full, not a full tank, but your full 100% allocation of fuel this time around. We'll wait to see who clambers on board the Mercedes AMG, which is running second in the GT3 AM division, but second to the overall leaders in the GT series. So, you know, Charlie Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Shane Lewis and Joe Foster may well be, you know, entering the AM part of GT3. However, they are at the moment the strongest GT3 package, because there's been various dramas for cars around that crew, and they know one another so well. Helped, I think, in the fact that Charles Espenlaub is no longer considered by the authorities to be a semi-pro. He's now an AM+. So again, that will help them within the AM division. There are a couple of cars in GT3 AM. We've got one that's considered fully pro, although they're not fully pro because there's some AM drivers in the 22 Ferrari as well. And that car has got itself back up to 5th position. And the former race leaders, ST Racing, are also in the fueling area as well. In fact, already made their way up to the pit lane. Bryson Morris bringing that car in as we head back to the pit lane and Diana Binks.
I'm with Yasmin Prisic from Wolf Power Racing. So she, again, just got out of the car about 5-6 minutes ago, just catching her breath at the back with the team and rehydrating, but a superb stint, Yasmin.
Yeah, it was a very long stint, it was a double stint. It was very hot inside, but we had a good code 60, so we have to did a short stop, change the tires, but I think it was a good one. I was fast, and yeah, now I need a little rest.
Well, thank you for coming to chat to us, but just give us an idea of what it's like behind the wheel of this car, and how challenging is it in these really hot conditions with the track evolving?
I think the biggest challenge are the tires. When it's so hot outside, now it's getting cooler, but you have to drive about 40 laps with the same tires, that you not overheat them, and that you are very fit in your head. That's the most important thing.
What is it about being a racing driver that you love that makes you want to keep doing it?
Oh, sorry.
What is it about being a racing driver that you love and makes you want to do it?
For me, I love to be a racing driver because I can go outside with the car, I can driving like hell, I can do what I want, and against the boys. So yeah.
So it's the competition element.
Yeah, the competition is perfect.
Okay, Jasmine, I'll let you get a bit of a rest. No doubt we've got a long way to go still in this race. No doubt we'll catch up with you again.
Thank you.
Jasmine Prisic with a smile, even though she needs a bit of a rest now, and I think not alone in that fact. If you've done a double stint, and particularly in a TCR car, these cars can comfortably do over an hour on fuel. So it's the drive time limit that will dictate when you need to stop that car, because I think probably these TCRs will do an hour and a half if you really push them, but that's no good on the drive time, because a TCR driver still can't do more than 2 hours in one block. So a question as to when you want to come in to put some fuel in. You could pit after an hour and 20, let's say, but that's then an awkward number of like a 40-minute stint to then come in to make sure you don't upset or breach that driving limit of 120 minutes. But
hard work at the wheel of a car on a racetrack, on any racetrack, and those TCR cars are proper race cars. So you could see Jasmine, young athlete, really, and that was how hard she'd been working.
Yeah, and no stranger to TCR cars over the years. Spent a long time in the TCR Germany Championship, but that was in sprint racing. But tackled her first 24 hours, I reckon, in 2019 at the Nürburgring event, when she was with GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing, and there's an element of the GT Tyre team which is all female crew, both drivers and mechanics as well. So those looking after the car, repairing it where necessary, and engineering it, female as well. So she was part of that lineup in 2019. But this time around did do the 24 hours of the Nürburgring earlier on in the year with Max Cruiser Racing. That was in a VW Golf. This time for the Barcelona 24 in the Wolf Power Audi. Marlon Menden, who helped qualify that car, as Jasmine did yesterday, now taking charge of that. And actually, Marlon Menden was getting the praises of Rob Huff yesterday after qualifying, saying Marlon did a really good job in the AM stint, in the AM qualifying session. So we should see some good times, relatively speaking, for him now, leading still, third place in the TCR division. So it's, that car's slipped down a little bit, but it's really between the two BBRs and the Wolf Power car right now.
And I've just been keeping a note of Henry Neal in the Simpson Motorsport Audi. Currently in 6th place, Henry been in the car for just coming up to half an hour. And the Simpson Motorsport car not quite on the pace this weekend, but Henry and his brother and his father probably taking a lot of pleasure out of racing with his family here in Barcelona.
All right, so we've got 19 hours and 40 minutes still to go, and Joe's been rather suggesting to Diana that she might be able to pop along to Red Camel Jordan's.
Well, they did say they weren't repairing that
Initially
Porsche.
they did.
Yeah. But the underground intel I've been receiving is that they aren't.
Okay.
They're actually fixing it.
Let's see what Binksy knows.
So I wonder who that was.
No clue.
I can't give up my sources, Di. You know that. No.
Of course, here I am at the Red Camel team, just behind me, the 909 Porsche behind. Just had a quick chat with the guys. You can see they're busy fixing the car. They do think they'll get the car back out. They've been getting parts from lots of other teams up and down the pit lane here who are really helping them out. It's all hands to the deck. So they're taking the time, they're checking everything thoroughly, but pretty confident in about an hour's time they'll be back out on track, or that's the plan anyway.
Thanks, Di. Very useful to know that. And
confirmed my sources, that did.
Yeah.
I just needed confirming, John.
Well,
now I can pay them.
I see. Oh, so you always need your sources to be backed up somehow, do you, by a secondary one, or indeed third?
Well, they need to be. Yeah, they need to be.
I don't know how reliable your sources are.
Well, they're clearly very reliable, mate, because they're.
Well, why do you need confirmation then? Anyway, whatever. You can pay them now, as you say.
The confirmation's required to pay them, mate. That's all. Remember what I used to do for a living.
You're doing a lot of deals here, sneaky deals in the background. Almost 3 abreast into turn 4. That was the ST Racing BMW up the inside of one of the BBR cars. Meantime, Charlie Putman's brought the 85 Mercedes into the pit lane from 3rd position in the race. So we're now at a point where Poulsen's BMW goes back to the top, not for the first time. Roland Poulsen driving that, and again we have a gap of only 8, nearly 9 seconds between the top two. And Ralph Bone's pace, is that going to be slightly better than Roland Poulsen? Poulsen's a bit more of an unknown entity in this championship compared to Christian, for example. So let's just see whether I can draw the right screen up to get average lap times between Poulsen and Bone.
Average is a good idea, Johnny, because last time through, Poulsen's time 1:55.6. Ralph Bone's time 1:52.8, but that might have been influenced by traffic, of course. So an average time is always a good idea. The gap is 8.9 seconds, and behind those two cars, which are now battling for the overall lead, Joe Foster has now taken over the wheel of the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. They are about to click onto the same lap. They're about 1 minute and 44 behind the Herbert car. So a little bit of time to make up for Joe now at the wheel of that car. Leonard Weiss continues to circulate in the WTM Racing Ferrari, car 22. That was the car that had the puncture, and that car's come back into contention really, really well. It's about 1 minute and 23 behind the CP Mercedes and continues to push on. 1:52.5. So one of the quickest runners at the front of the field, and not quite as quick as that number 18 Phoenix Audi there last time through. 1:51.8. Guess who? Pierre Caffer in the number 18 now. Been waiting all day to see that as work continues on the Red Camels Jordan. The number 909 Porsche going off, and heavy contact into the barrier for Rick Breukers with a brake failure they are fixing, as well as the damage, of course. They have to get to the root of the problem that caused that. And the car in some state of disrepair. There's Ivo Breukers, who has been scouring the paddock for Porsche bits. So if you park your road car in the car park, you might want to check that your exhaust's still there and some front suspension components. I'm not implying anything, no.
No, nothing whatsoever. Right, so the average time that Roland Poulsen has done in recent times is a 1:55. In fact, 1:55.5, whereas Ralph Bone can comfortably go in the low 1:52s. So on average, there's about 3 seconds between Roland Poulsen and Ralph Bone. But that is not including, bits of traffic that they will find here and there. But there's every chance, as has happened since we last mentioned the gap, that will come down considerably with every tour of the Barcelona circuit. It's 4.6 kilometres around here, or 2.9 miles, and the gap's down to has been sliced from nearly 8 seconds to, and it's going to change because Poulsen's coming in the pit, so that's a shame. We're not actually going to get the battle out on track. It's a pit stop for Poulsen Motorsport and the BMW M4. I reckon Ralph Bowen was going to catch you anyway. Bryson Morris isn't quite as quick, according to my data, as Ralph Bowen. There's only about half a second between them on average lap pace. So as long as Bryson can sort of keep Ralph Bowen honest at the top of the shot, but there's about a minute and a half, closer to a minute and 40 between those two cars. But Ralph Bowen is again out front now, Herbert Motorsports Porsche, and could go a further 1 hour and 10 minutes as far as the drive time is concerned, but he will need to come in for fuel within the next quarter of an hour.
Well, Richard Robinson joins us again, and Richard's good spot here. The STR car, the ST Racing, I should say, car. Its pit stop took 3 minutes and 47 seconds. That's slightly quicker than pretty much everybody else. The quickest time after that is 3 minutes 54 for the WTM Ferrari. We've gone code 60 while I fathom this out. 3 minutes 54 exactly for the Phoenix Racing car. So it's not too far off the mark. I'm not sure, and Richard's suggesting short fill for track position. I'm not sure that's kind of a consideration, but it's a good shout, Richard, and a good spot as well. So thanks for that. Keep your tweets coming in. You know where to go.
91 in the gravel. 91 in the gravel has just appeared at the bottom of my screen. That's Herbert Motorsports, Ralph Bowen. He's just taken the race lead, and the car's now in the gravel at turn 3. And all these pictures being brought to you on the IV Capital drone camera. How on earth has he ended up there? Because the car, as mentioned, 47, 48 minutes into a stint. Has he had contact down there? But Roland Poulsen was already in the pits, and that was prior to the code 60. He should get 100% worth of fuel. Bryson Morris has come down pit road as a reaction to the code 60. The 91's not going to get anywhere close to there because he's off the road in sector 1.
And he'd just taken the lead, hadn't he, when Poulsen came into the pits? And in the excitement of taking the lead, he's gone and put it in the gravel. Hard to judge how he's not that far into the gravel, Johnny. However, he's in far enough that he's going to need an extraction from one of our recovery vehicles to get him out of there. I noticed from the drone footage that the car did look intact. I didn't see any serious bodywork damage, so hopefully it's a harmless run-off and gone wide. And what corner did you identify that
Turn
as?
3.
It is turn 3, right. So that's that long sweeping right-hander that just eats up the tyres. And we'll wait to see as the whole track goes into code 60, everything goes into slow motion. The fuel stations begin to fill up as everyone begins to fill up. And it's beginning to get quite crowded there with people not finding a slot. Not quite sure who that was. And we're back on the tarmac for the 91 Porsche. So he's been dragged out quite quickly. He's on the outside on driver's left through turn 3. He's shaking the car around while he's off that track on that tarmac runoff just before the gravel bed. And now he pulls back onto the track and he's still shaking the car around to get rid of that gravel. So Ralph Bowen, an uncharacteristic mistake for Ralph, I've got to say. Usually these guys at the wheel of that 91 Herbert Porsche are like clockwork. So I'm not sure. We'll maybe get a bit of insight when we get a chance to chat to Ralph, but he's only 50 minutes into his stint, Johnny, so that's a chunk of time away potentially.
Now, one of the saving graces of this is that the cars behind haven't necessarily been able to catch up a lot of that time because we're under code 60. So an incident that, a caution that he has caused himself. The sector took him nearly 4 minutes, when actually at race speed it would be taking you 30-odd seconds. So effectively he's lost 3.5 minutes, but he hasn't, because halfway through the incident everybody was slowed to 60 kilometres per hour. So bizarrely, nobody's had a chance to catch up and overtake.
Yeah, bizarrely, the code 60 that you've caused has
saved your life.
It's limited the damage that you've created
yeah.
for yourself. We've gone green now. That was a very quick code 60.
My worry as well was Ralph Bone, so distracted by the incident, might then speed away from the incident, shaking the stones out, and exceed 60 kilometres per hour. I don't think he did.
No,
I think, he'll have had the team, blaring in his ears, going, keep at code 60, make sure that button is pressed. Now he can really get going, but the next few corners might be him again shaking the car about to make sure that the tyres are clean and the gravel has been chucked out of, some of the wheel arches. You're never going to get rid of it all, though.
And he's coming towards the end of the lap, Johnny. He's down towards the turn 13, which leads to the turn 14 and 15, which is a left-right chicane. We'll see if he peels off into the pits. That would indicate a problem with Ralph Bond. If he stays out, then we know. Has he stayed out? Yes, he has. He stayed out, hasn't gone onto pit road, so that indicates to me that it was Ralph Bond, not the car.
Yes, agreed. Well, it was either him on his own, or he was going into turn 1 and 2 with a lot of traffic around him, and there's been some contact made with somebody else. But the fact that nobody else was down there in the gravel or limping away from the scene would suggest that maybe he did just lose the car, maybe through traffic. Who knows? But Ralph will be able to answer the question at the end of this stint. It'll be a long time, though, before we get a chance to chat to him, to try and stick that in the memory banks for future. So Bone leading by
21 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Now we're under green flag. But bear in mind, of course, Bryson Morris has just pitted for fuel, so that's a big advantage.
Yeah, it is.
And Christopher Nygaard, well, the Roland Poulsen car had already come in for fuel prior to the code 60, so he will have got maximum amount of fuel on board. So it doesn't look like a win for either of the BMWs, but I think it will be when all of this untangles itself.
The thing is, Bryson Morris will pit in 44 minutes. I know that. Nothing to do with the fuel, everything to do with his driver stint time. He's been in the car 1 hour 17, so that's 43 minutes. So in 43 minutes' time, that number 1 BMW will come into the pits. That's going to allow them, that next driver, if they are getting towards filling that car with enough fuel for maybe towards a 90-minute stint, depending on how much fuel was in the car when he came in for that top-up. So it's all speculation, of course, which is what we do, isn't it? But I tell you what, Ralph Bond is a very lucky driver indeed, not to have lost just 21 seconds. However, he is a pit stop behind that number 1 ST Racing BMW now, but I'm sure at this stage it's gonna ebb and flow a little bit more than what we're even considering at this point.
Now the Poulsen racing car is in the hands of Christopher Nygaard, who is I would imagine he's pro, because he's considered still to be a gold by the FIA. Car 14 is a pro. Alfred Nilsson, the semi-pro, and then the 2 Poulsens are the AMs. So expect the timing screen to light up now that Christopher Nygaard has taken charge of the BMW. Far more familiar with the Radio Show Limited network audience to be at the wheel, behind the wheel of Aston Martins, whether they be run by, well, in the case of Barcelona 6 years ago, massive motorsport. He ran with an Aston Martin prepared by that crew in 2016, but he's obviously driven for the factory team, the Aston Martin Racing prepared Vantages, together with TGR, who are a huge name in the United States when it comes to preparing V12 Vantages. So he ran at the Daytona 24 Hours, for example, 2015. But in terms of races of this magnitude, Christopher Nygaard hasn't done anything since 2016, so pretty much 6 years away. But he is I'm sure, a former champion. No, because he didn't win the championship in 2014, although he shared very often the car of Christian Poulsen. And I think the fact that maybe he sat out one particular race meant that Nygaard wasn't driver champion. Yeah, that would tally up. So in 2014, Poulsen and David Heinemeier Hansen became the drivers' champions in GTE AM, but Christopher Nygaard was, 34 points back, because he changed to a different car that year. But he's very, very swift indeed. So, yeah, 3rd position for Nygaard. And I reckon he's going to reel in the top two now, Ralph Bone and Bryson Morris, with them all on the lead lap. And amazingly, the situation for Herbert doesn't look too bad right now, but I think when this all levels out again, Bryson Morris has fuel in his back pocket, which will then go into the next driver's stint when Bryson runs out of drive time. Nygaard's in a great spot because he's only 6 minutes in here. We're going to have 2 hours of fully pro driving for Poulsen Motorsport, and he's got fuel, and I think it's 100% worth of fuel because they got in before that Code 60 came out. So Poulsen in a great position right now with their BMW M4 running in third.
So with that, with the Red Camel Jordan having that problem there and that repair job going on, they're well out of contention in the 992 class. That's massively opened up the European Championship. They were just leading the European Championship by just 1 point. However, the car that was in second place coming into this race on 73 points, 1 point behind them, was the 903 Red Ant Racing Porsche. Now that's the car at the moment with Ayrton Redon at the wheel. That's leading the 992 class. So that at the moment is about to maximise its points haul. The next car in the running, they're 13 points behind. That's the sister car, the 904 car. Now the 904 car is well down the order. Corby de Broeke, that was the car that we saw have that heavy frontal impact with massive damage to the car. But that car, well out of contention. It's completed 41 laps in comparison to 124 laps of the leading class car. So 903, dare I say it, certainly on target with 19.5 hours to go, certainly on target to take the European Championship. However, still a lot of racing left, still anything can happen.
Remember that our scoring tower on the live stream, there's a bit of indecision here as the Hoffa Racing Mercedes tries to get up the inside of the 910 Porsche Cup car. Finally, each other worked out where fellow car was, and contact was avoided into turn 10. That was Jay McGarthia in the E2P Racing Porsche, jostling for position with Thomas Moulins, and Moulins actually on a different lap, so that wasn't actually for position. But a GT3 car trying to lap a Porsche Cup car, and disaster averted there. But yeah, so Pierre Caffer in the Phoenix car now, Joe Foster, who's rapid in the CP Racing Mercedes, and Leo Weiss in the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari. So some quick guys here, potentially quicker than our overall race leader Ralph Bone. But this is a fascinating part of the race right now. We also shouldn't forget what's happening in the TCE division with Marlon Mendon, who's the AM in the Wolf Power Racing Audi. Now only 13 seconds to the good of Kantasak Kuseri for BBR and the Cupra Leon Competition.
Mendon's going quicker though.
Generally speaking, is he?
Generally speaking, yeah.
Okay.
So the gap is just coming out ever so slightly.
And are they... Now, they're not the championship leaders. 116 is, and they're close in the championship with 159, aren't they, rather than the 158 car?
It's the 117. Well, I'll give you a bit of an idea of the European Championship. The 159 car is leading on 78 points.
Yeah, okay.
The Wolf Power car 116 is on 50 points. So 28 points in it. And then Holmgard Motorsport, the car, the number 102. Andy Stoko, currently at the wheel of the Holmgard car, they're currently 8th, not having a very good race at all. 8th in TCR, whereas the 116, just looking up the order, the 116 is of course the leader, just said that, and the 159 BBR car, that's currently 3rd. So at the moment, it's very, very tight, Johnny.
Well, it's a 28-point advantage, isn't it, for BBR?
Yeah.
I reckon there's only 29 points available in the race after 12 hours and 24. If you score maximum after 12, maximum after 24, you'll score 29 points. So if 116 are going to win the championship, they need the 159 to retire, basically. BBR, as long as they get some sort of a result, should stay in front. There is the drop score to weave into that, though, of course, as well. Which makes it slightly more complicated. Our man on point, Andrew Marriott's done a lot of calculations overnight, and I was trying to piece together his handwritten notes. We'll get that from the author directly, or possibly now, in fact. as we switch headsets in the booth. But it's very early in the race to be talking about championship battles, but nevertheless it will be in the minds of some of the teams, Andy Marriott.
Yeah, it will, and of course drop scores. I hate drop scores, actually. I mean, this is not a big championship. There's only 6 rounds in it. Why drop a score? But then, and why? Because you think if every round counted, it would encourage everyone to do every round, which is what they want. But anyway, that's the rule.
True.
And well, in the 992 class, obviously we started with just 1 point between Red Camel and Red Ann. Well, Red Camel might still get some points, and they're going to drop 16 ultimately.
Right.
Because that's going to be their... Well, it depends where they finish, of course. Well, it's very difficult to work it out at the moment because we need to see what... Oh, dear. The 910 is off on the side. Johnny, what happened there?
Well, Jamie Garcia has already come fairly close to the number 11 car. I commented on that at the time as Thomas Moulins was trying to get through. We're not code 60 yet, but we are local yellows. And as the 910 came out of turn 4, just lost it all on its own, I'm afraid. And it goes sideways, backwards, loops around. And Jamie Garcia, second in the 991 class, trying to catch up with Sergei Nikolai for Villi Motorsports. Is back on the straight and narrow, though, now for the local crew. And he's a local guy as well, certainly from Spain. E2P Racing back onto hard standing and back into the race, although has rejoined right in front of some rapid 992s who have to go around the outside of him. And it looks like they're engrossed in their own battle as well. That was the car that was formerly driven by Sam de Jonge, I noticed. Not leading the class anymore, though. 903 Ayrton Redont, as we've mentioned, is the class leader in the 992s. As we say,
what I really want to say about this is it's too early to really go into it. Because, you know, we've got to look at these drop scores and how people do here. I say, I hate drop scores. Let's worry about it later. What I will say is I am so impressed by Ralph Bohn. I mean, he is an AM driver, and he came out of the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland years ago, being with his team. He is putting in some phenomenal lap times, and you've got to remember that car has not had its fastest driver in it yet. No. Robert Renault has not been in the car yet.
Indeed.
In fact, when I was down there, he
started the race. He started the race.
Alfred started the race. No, okay. Well, Alfred hasn't been in the car. One of the two hasn't been in the race. Alfred's very nearly as quick as Robert. They are twins, identical twins. So, you know, they've got that up their sleeve. Also, interesting to see that the two BMW drivers at the moment, got the two pros in, and got Bryson Morris and Christopher Nygaard. I mean, depending on the traffic, they're lapping in very, very similar times. I think Bryson Morris, young man, has been doing, he might even still be a teenager, actually, Bryson Morris. He's certainly, if not only in his early 20s, but he is doing a great job. And you know, you look at this race and those first 6 cars, any of them could win this.
Yeah.
They're all in with a shout. And they're the 6 best cars in the race, effectively. So I think it's everything to play for at the moment.
I agree. What I will say is I don't think the spin for Ralph Bohn has been fully felt on the timing screen yet, though, because the guys behind reacted, and it looks a better picture for Herbert than it is in reality for me, because Nygaard, I think he was brimmed in the Poulsen Motorsport car.
Yes,
and he's got an hour and 45 minutes of drive time now.
Yeah.
Yes, he's not raced for 6 years, so that maybe means that he's not quite as quick as he was in 2016 when he last did this race, incidentally, in an Aston Martin for Massive Motorsport. But yeah, the undercurrent for me is that Poulsen are in a very strong position right now in the number 14 BMW. Meanwhile, the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche is heading along the straight towards turn number 10 and turning left through that reprofiled corner. Rabdan started very well indeed in the 992 class. They are still...
No, they didn't, Johnny. That was the car that was put at the back because of that qualifying infringement. And
yeah, but Vermeulen was up to third.
He was up to third.
That's what I mean.
I think he did indeed.
He got second, actually.
And the infringement was that during qualifying, the 3 driver segments, you're not allowed to start, or you must start the first segment with your AM driver. They didn't. They put their hot shot in, which, in fairness to them, it was just a slight error. That would maximise that first segment because you've got your superstar driver
on the new tyres. So you're going to optimise that run. That's why the regulation's there. So they were penalised for that. They started at the back, and then Vermeulen just came up through the field, and I think at one point I saw him at the lead of that class. So it was you're right. The car did phenomenally well.
Yesterday didn't go to plan, but Thierry Vermeulen put things straight in the opening phases of the race, because he actually got ahead of Rick Breukers as well. So a good little dice between Rabdan and the 909 Red Camel before the Red Camel's car hit its difficulties. Incidentally, there were question marks from me yesterday regarding Herbert and their order of drivers in qualifying, because they used Ralph Bone in the first qualifying session. He's actually AM+, and apparently I heard from a reliable source that there was actually a penalty hovering over Herbert's car for a while overnight, and then it got cancelled, probably through force majeure, to say, well, you know, AM+, AM, is that a bit of a grey area? And they were able to start from pole position nevertheless. But usually, as mentioned, the first 15, or in this case 12-minute session should be AM and no higher, so you can't even use an AM+ in the first session. But the other two are entirely up to you. Car 403, which is one of the Mercedes GT4s heading through turn 1 now. That's the Atlas BX Motorsports entry, leading GT4, and has Hai-Tai Young doing the driving there in a... How many cars we got in GT4? A couple of cars, so battling away with the Genkia Motorsport BMW M4.
A car that was penalised and was put at the back of the grid and out of position slightly by about 3 places was the number 138, the Simpson Motorsport car, for that same infringement, not starting with an AM driver in qualifying session 1. So that's the only car that I saw that, as well as the 977, it went back to the back of the class. Of course, that's in the TCR class, so it went to the back of the full grid.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was penalties issued, and not only, you know, wasn't just one team that was caught out by that regulation.
Always got to know your rules, and they're the same for everyone. But yes, some clearly you can argue the toss perhaps a little more than others. If you stick a pro in an AM session, that's going to stand out like a sore thumb, and no one quite went that far. But we did have a semi-pro in an AM session. Pierre Caffer's just come in the pits, so fueling under green. That's good in a way, because you get 100% fuel capacity or fuel allocation. It's bad because everyone else on the racetrack is still going at full speed, but he's come in from 6th place. Again, every time I look at Phoenix Racing and where they are on the screen, they've gained a couple more places.
Yeah, I know. Sneaky, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I was very interested. I was speaking to Pierre earlier, and he said that they were very concerned with the additional, the 2-hour Iberian supercar field that we're going to be doing the first 2 hours. And they were very dubious about whether or not any of those, and all credit to those drivers. I think we only saw one incident, and that was the one that caused the puncture on the 22 Ferrari. But because of that, I think that's the the decision to go with the tactic of Michael Doppelmayr taking the car at the start. That was the reason, and they knew they would start this race proper, having cycled Michael through, then that climb through the field, and just sticking with and being very disciplined about it. Phoenix know what they're doing, of course. They're race winners in this series, and I've got to say, it's fascinating to see how that car has climbed back into contention. And not only is it in 6th place overall, but it's 6th place in GT3. And for a lot of this race, it was just lying there, 10th in GT3, until it started to catch up to the GT3 runners towards the back of the class. And now it's on the tail of the big hitters, really, because the car just ahead of them now, and that car itself has come into fueling. That's the Wochenspiegel's team Monschau, the number 22, the WTM Ferrari. Both of these cars making their way back up the field. However, they're going to be stifled somewhat now because the car's ahead of them. CB Racing Mercedes in 4th, the Poulsen Motorsport BMW 2nd, SD Racing's BMW 3rd, SD Racing BMW 2nd, and of course the Herbert Motorsport car still leading by what is now 16.8 seconds last time through, Johnny.
So Ralph Bone's average across 2 stints Well, a stint and a half, 152.3 as an average. He's just done a 0.5, by the way. Bryson Morris, 152.4. And Nygaard, 152.3. So, having heaped a load of praise on Christopher Nygaard and how much time he's going to be taking chunks out of Ralph Bone, they're averaging exactly the same lap time, pretty much.
Yeah, interesting.
So again, more credit to Ralph Bone, because that incident that ended up with him in the gravel could have thrown him. It could have really sent him off the rhythm, but actually he's put that aside and is just hitting his marks everywhere around this 4.6 kilometre circuit. Sector 1 just completed, down the hill into turn 5. And that is more downhill than the camera would suggest, actually. It's not until you walk it and you think, braking, you've got to do it with finesse, because although these cars have ABS on them, you've got the gravity to take into effect, as well as forward momentum that you've got coming out of turn 4. Kink at 9, relying entirely on the downforce of these mighty GT3 cars these days. Even the TCRs have a bit of downforce though as well, so they're certainly not hanging around through the kink, but honed in upon from Ralph Bone's Porsche. That's the 116, isn't it? So that's the two race leaders effectively finding one another on the track.
Was Ralph that the 116? I thought that was the Henry Neal car.
No, that was Marlon Menden in 116.
Very similar livery.
Simpson's car is actually more black. There's not much purple on it, having caught sight of that a few moments ago. So Menden weaving his way now through the left and the right and heading for turn 16. I'm just going to stand up and peer out the commentary box to be convinced that was the 116. Yeah, and it was. It's carrying the...
that shed some doubt on you in your mind there, Johnny.
Always, mate.
Don't listen to me, mate.
There's the Lumi rank number, 001 flashing, and MLM, which is the short code for Marlon Menden. And he will kick on to another lap, still leading by 7.3 seconds. So Kantasak Kusiri did take a bit of time out of him on that lap, 0.6 of a second. So it is coming down slowly but surely, with the Thai driver catching the German as we head to Diana Binks in the pit lane.
Yeah, the 22 W3M has just come in, just the usual tyre and fuels, no driver change. Very, very slick stop by the team here at WTM Racing. All very happy with that one as the car makes its way back out on track.
Interesting, Johnny, that they've kept Leo Weiss at the wheel of that car. He's been in the car for an hour and 6 minutes, so that is perfection, really. Another 54 minutes or so from Leo in the car, and that car will be back onto pit road, no doubt, in that 54-minute cycle. And so that worked out very well for them. Elia Earhart has taken over the number 18 Phoenix car now, and he will start what will be his driver stint. We'll keep an eye on their lap times. 15.6 seconds the gap at the front of the field, and that is coming down very, very slightly every lap, Johnny. And with Ralph Bone now in 15 minutes into his stint. Bryson Morris, however, in 21 minutes or so, Bryson Morris is going to be right on the edge of his 2-hour stint. So his 2-hour driver time, I should say. So we are going to see the BMW. Remember, the BMW last pitted under the code 60 created by the 91.
Yeah.
However, that's irrelevant. It's driver stint collectively over how many. It doesn't matter how many pit stops you do. A pit stop doesn't reset the driver clock, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, as long as
it's 2 hours consecutively, that's the maximum.
As long as you hold on to that same driver, so if there's no driver change, the clock effectively continues to tick by. But it's minus the pit stop time, as far as I know.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
When you're in the pits, that's not counting towards your driver time. But if you re-emerge onto the track with the same driver, i.e. Bryson Morris, then his driver time starts to tick down again. And when you lump the two together, it's an hour and 40 minutes for car number 1 and Bryson Morris. Meantime, Christopher Nygaard in a very similar car, although this time prepared by Danish outfit Poulsen Motorsport. He's just done a 152.3, which is a little slower than Bryson's time, but Ralph Bone may be caught in the same traffic as Nygaard on that lap, because Ralph Bone's time was a 1:53, so that was a little bit costly compared to Bryson Morris, who eked out or caught back 2 seconds of a gap that is certainly coming down now. And Ralph will be aware of that. Ooh, a little bit sideways, not sideways, but almost kind of drifting its way out at turn 11. So that again is wearing the tyres a little more than Herbert will have wanted. But we don't know how old these tyres are. The stint length, well, I tell you the driver time length, but not necessarily the stint length. But bear in mind, these are the tyres, of course, that ended up in the gravel as well. But they will have been cleaned up a lot since then. And Ralph in for fuel now. So are they thinking, actually, we have reached the very end of the tyre life window, more so than Ralph actually needing fuel right now?
Or maybe fuel. Remember that they didn't pit when everyone else around them pitted, so they were always going to be the first one to be on pit road, compared to the cars around them, because they didn't pit when they put themselves in the gravel.
Yeah.
So that might be a fuel restricted window. I would have thought that the tyres are going to have to be really, really bad. They're going to have to be dropping off by 5-10 seconds a lap before they consider that one. And I know he's been losing time, maybe just under 2 seconds a lap, but I think it'll be fuel that's brought him onto pit road. Drops to third. Nygaard ahead there while he's in the fueling station. Going to stand up and do a Johnny Palmer here and watch that Herbert car come to the conclusion of its fuel stop. Mechanic looking at the fuel nozzle as it's inserted into the fuel tank. I'm not sure if that's an issue there. There seems to be a lot of movement there around the nozzle of the car as the mechanic has got it in. A conversation with the driver. A little bit of an inspection going on, just checking the rear end as the refueler sits there or stands there with the nozzle inserted.
So I appreciate our audience can't see the. Oh no, they can now. In fact, if you're on the live stream, you got 3 guys around the car. One is definitely a marshal with the RACC fireproofs on, with fire extinguisher in hand in case the worst happens. And then are these other 2 guys from Herbert then?
Yeah. So the guy in the red overall with the white balaclava, and the guy in the white-coloured overall with the black balaclava, they are crew. They are Herbert crew. The guy in the white overall has been crawling around underneath the rear of the car, and now he's come back to just see off the. I mean, that car's out of fuel, Johnny. That car's taking a lot of fuel on board. It's been there stationary for quite a chunk of time. In fact, let's have a look and see the pit time. Where am I? It's gone down the order, hasn't it? 2 minutes 39. 2 minutes 39 before it moved off. Just there as I checked the time, it moved off. Now, everybody's pit stop times have been around about the 3 minutes 45. Sometimes even 4 minutes of pit stop time. That's more likely to come towards a driver change when the pit stop's going to take that long. And we think that, in fact, we're pretty sure that Ralph Bond will get out of the car because he's well into that driver stint, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not sure. Maybe we'll see Alfred take over that car. We've not seen him yet, have we?
He's the only driver of the quintet that hasn't yet done any driving. Remember, Jürgen Hering has joined.
What about Jürgen Hering? Has Jürgen been?
He's done.
Yeah,
Hering's done some
Ralph
driving. So started with Robert Renauer. Jürgen Hering did the next stint. Then we had Alleman for a double, and then Ralph Bone has got on board. And well, I don't know how reliable the numbers are in terms of stint length, but that could well have been a 39-lap stint for Ralph Bone, which is really going some. Admittedly, there was a code 60 in the middle of that when he spun off the track and into the gravel trap. But Diana Binks is poised and ready to go because Ralph got out of the car at Herbert Motorsport.
Yes, he did, and I didn't see who jumped straight in. They had a slight issue, I couldn't see what it was, but I think maybe the change of driver hadn't been flicked on the car, so there was just a small hesitation at the end there. And of course they changed tyres, changed driver, and Ralph's gone into the back of the garage, but obviously I'll try and get a word with him as soon as I can, just to talk to him about the earlier incident on track.
Yeah, I'd love to know whether it was just going off on his own or whether there was a collision with another vehicle, but it's actually Daniel Alleman who's got back on board, according to that. Well, although Di suggested there might have been a driver ID issue, so has that little switch gone to the wrong location, or is it the Swiss back in charge of that car? He will have had sufficient rest, because you have to have half of your drive time off, don't you? So if you've done 2 hours, you have to have then at least an hour as a break before you get back on board again. But Alleman clearly keen for a bit more, if that is correct. And was it also the fact that Herbert were aware that they were being drawn in by those chasing cars? But there's not a lot really they can do about that. You've assigned, or you've chosen your driver lineup. The fact that there's going to be 5 guys in that car, the strength is definitely Robert Renauer, but you utilise him more so towards the back end of the race. Yes, he started, because it's good to have a pro in when it's such a busy start, but then keep most of the hours back again for Robert Renauer. Another slight bit of drama for one of the 2 Vortex machines, the Vortex 1.0s. That's a 702. I think briefly off the road, only caught the back end of that incident, but the car is back onto hard standing now.
Yeah, I think we're going to get an idea. Yeah, half spin at the first turn there, just then driving onto the grass for the 702 Vortex. No harm, no foul there, and quickly resumes. It's nice to see a Vortex just getting back on with it without any great issue. Car can continue round, doesn't have to come into the pits. And just to give you an idea where that car is, Lino Amarouche, currently 2nd in GTX and down in 29th overall. So car doing very well, I've got to say. We haven't seen that car into the pits much, I know. Pardon me, the car can be a little bit fragile at times, with that Chevrolet engine in the back of that very small space frame chassis. That must be like driving a firework. There's no weight in that whatsoever when you see it up close. Yeah. And you bolt a Chevy V8, it's a crate motor into the onto the tube frame chassis behind the driver, and then that must feel like driving a firework. It must be.
It's that certain angles you just sort of peer into the innards of that Vortex, and there's sort of bits of almost scaffolding in amongst the body parts, that the actual chassis itself, that all of those fiberglass bits, or it won't be carbon fiber on there, but fiberglass and other bits and bobs are bolted to the side of the Vortex. But often we have a bit of a chuckle about how unreliable those cars have been historically, but I think they have learnt so much with every retirement that they had in the last 5 to 6 years. There is a definite pattern now in the right direction for those Vortex cars. They are lasting longer, generally speaking, yeah. But they're getting to the end of 12-hour races, they're getting to the end of 24-hour races as well. Yes, with some time spent in the pits, being fixed, being tidied up, but great fun. And clearly, there's no shortage of people that want to enter a race in them. Also, their hospitality unit is great fun this weekend. It's all bright orange, just like the race cars, and their sofas are effectively transported as flight cases, it seems. That it might be that you can bolt 2 sofas together when they're put in the back of the van.
If you can imagine a flight case splitting into 2 halves, and that when you split it into 2 halves, insert cushions like a sofa shape into the flight case, and then voila, you've got your box furniture. I'm pretty sure there's space in there when you fold them back up. There's also a void in there where you could put kit and stuff, not dirty kit obviously, maybe catering stuff.
Yeah, not smelly champagne covered overalls. Yeah, no. But no, some plates or something.
Well, it works really well, really
knives
clever.
And forks. Yeah. So it's a good use of space, and rather than carrying and potentially damaging actual sofas, why not put them in sort of steel lined boxes, and they conveniently will stack up then as well in the back of the Arctic.
Makes them easier to transport as well.
Exactly. So yeah, it's very convenient. I wonder whether they've got a special company that produces those, certainly wrapping them in the bright orange of Vortex. But French team, really enthusiastic, and we've got 2 of their cars to keep our eyes upon within the GTX category. They're basically racing 2 Lamborghini Huracans, one of them heavily delayed at the start of the race. The other one is the class leader in the hands of Jean-Francois Bruneau, the American with French heritage. And he is ahead on the timing screen of Jaume Font, the man from Barcelona, racing with the team just up the road, Bapora Motorsport, in their Porsche Cup car. They're 4th in the AM part of 992. That class is led by J.M. Littman now. We were hearing from him not too long ago with Dye, and the HRT Performance Porsche from the German squad for the British driver is leading the class. But I did like J.M.'s comments about the fact that they I won't say they weren't taking it seriously, but they obviously, as a driving force, have decided not to go hell for leather from the off. You know, relatively chilled approach to the race, because that actually might get you a result. And at the moment it's working for them because they're leading their class. And when you count all of the 992s, they're up to 4th, 3 pros ahead of them. But they might even make a kind of, if you like, an overall 992 podium.
Yeah, it's looking on, isn't it? And yeah, over 24 hours, you've got to advocate a strategy that is conservative rather than just sort of throwing caution to the wind and you know, maximising every lap. You're just going to put strain and everything on, not just the car, but the drivers, the tyres, everything. So yeah, I mean, it's got to be kind of controlled aggression. It's got to be pushed without risk. It's got to be all those other cliches that we use in and around endurance racing. And at the moment, the number 23, that's Jörg Drasov in the Huber car. That car dropped off the pace a little bit, I think, as we've cycled through their drivers. 156.3 the last time their car came through, and they're currently 9th overall in GT3. The Audi just ahead of them, just a few seconds ahead of them, actually, about 8 seconds or so. Sorry, 13 seconds or so. Aramis Jablonskis at the wheel of the 71 Yuta car, currently 8th, and then just ahead of them by about, that's 9 seconds ahead of that car is Thomas Mullens in the Hofer car, the Hofer Racing Mercedes, making a return with the Kroll family behind Hofer. Michael Kroll here with his daughter Chantal. Chantal Prince now, Alex Prince, her husband, in the car with them. And it's great to see them back. We haven't seen them since the 2020 season, last raced in 2019. In that space of time, Chantal and and Alex have been quite busy and have managed to create a little family there, 2 kids that are running around the paddock there, and it's just great to see them back. Former champions, of course. Chantal, former ladies champion in this series, and the Hofer Racing Mercedes team, former overall champions. I think, was that 17, Johnny?
That would fit in my mind, yeah.
Or was it 16, and then they carried the 1 in 17?
Now
My memory just fades. You know, we're well into this. We've been covering the series in detail since 2015. By my calculation, time passes by so quick. Bryson Morris just gone through, 144 laps. We've got a BMW 1-2 here with the SD car leading. It's the Paulson Motorsport BMW following. But Bryson Morris now, he's about 5 minutes or so away from that pit stop. He's getting towards the maximum driver stint he can give us. He's been in the car 1 hour and 54, using all of the road coming out of turn 3 there. Short straight into turn 4, which is again a constant radius, 180 degree sweeping right-hander. I'm not going to call it a hairpin. The following one, this one, turn 5, is where that car's at now. Comes out of there using all the curb and more on the outside of there. Goes through the little bit left kink at 6, And then turn 7, a definitive left-hander followed by a right-hand kick almost immediately. And then very quickly into that sweeping right-hander at turn 9. There's the second place BMW, and not that far behind the second place BMW is the Daniel Alleman driven Porsche. Now that car's on a different lap, and then looking very racy indeed is Leonard Weiss, right on the tail of Daniel Alleman and about to take that position. So the number, oh, and he's gone off. Alleman getting into a slide there as Weiss put the pressure on. There was no contact with the cars whatsoever, and Daniel Alleman, the car just got away from him, and he managed to correct that. The car did a half spin, went sideways, and then he was spinning and sliding towards the inside wall. He collected it up and didn't contact anything, and has managed to keep the car now on the track as a car that is definitely not on the track. That's the number 926, and that 926 car is the Marcio Mauro 360 Racing Porsche, currently 6th in the 992 class, 3rd in the 992 AM subclass, and that car very much into the gravel. We have had a change of position there, and preempting the code 60, all of the front runners, Johnny, into the pits. Leo Weiss, having just overtaken Daniel Alleman, now gives him that 4th place back because he's coming to fueling. Bryson Morris in the number 1, he was due a pit stop, and that code 60 has landed very nicely indeed, and they'll swap drivers. They'll not get the full fuel allocation though. They'll only get 50%, but they'll be able to swap drivers under code 60, and that'll save them a chunk of time.
I'm not sure Christopher Nygaard had necessarily the choice to get in for that code 60 to do fuel, so he stayed out and is now somewhere in the first sector, which is the longest of the 3 and restricted to 60 kilometres per hour. But Christopher Nygaard becomes the new race leader for Poulsen Motorsport and the BMW M4 GT3 from Denmark. Bryson Morris being fueled. Joe Foster for CP Racing could pit because he's now rounding, well, possibly at the chicane. He is somewhere in that final sector, so there's the chance that CP Racing might be able to utilise this code 60 as well. Also in is the 903 Redant Racing car heading into pit road. The WTM Racing Ferrari is in, but what exactly happened then for the number 91 Porsche? Herbert up the inside at turn number 9 and then out of view. Yeah, there was a clash potentially with that Porsche up ahead, but I don't think that's the Porsche that's causing this code 60. That was another car, wasn't it?
Another car, yeah.
926 was on a different part of the circuit. There was a silver Cup car just up the road.
Completely separate incidents.
Whether he didn't see Alleman trying to get through, tough to say, because it was just out of the view. But, well, actually, this is the same part of the circuit, though, isn't it? So, yeah, that is at turn 9.
No, I think that's coming out of turn 9. That where we watched Weiss and Alleman, that was coming out of turn 3 into turn 4, I believe.
Was it?
I think so. Yeah, pretty much.
If we could, guys, next door, where we're doing terrific producing here. I'd love to see that replay again to work out whether that was 926 or whether it was a different car. We can probably recognise from the paint schemes. It's still very, very busy as we line up that replay for you in the pit lane and in the fueling area as well. But 903 is in, and that's the Ayrton Redant-driven Redant racing car leading the 992 class. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen has got on board the 929 HRT Performance Porsche, running in 2nd position. And Nikolai Gadetsky for Rabdan Motorsport. Can't have been at the wheel of 977 for very long, but he now is in the number 977 Porsche and being fueled. We're going to go to Diana Binks and get now a catch-up with Ralph Bone. Well, on two fronts, really. What does he think about what's happened to the 91 Porsche a moment or two ago when Daniel Alleman was driving it, and his own moment that ended up in the gravel? Di's got all those questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ralph has very kindly come to chat to me. Ralph, first of all, you're just watching the screen there. What do you think's happened? Because I'll talk about your incident after. But is there oil or something on the track, or is there something else?
No, it was my own mistake. I was too early on the throttle and lost the rear, and so I went to the gravel. Yeah, no oil on the track there.
It was a heart-stopping moment. Our commentators, Johnny and Joe, were like beside themselves up in the commentary booth when they saw you. But you got it back on track really quickly and managed to get rid of all the stones that were inside the car.
Well, thanks to the guys from the circuit to bring it back so fast on track. But in the end, it was not a good situation for me, for us, for the team. I'm sorry about it.
And you've just watched the situation now where the car's gone off again. Any feedback so far?
No, I didn't see it really. Just one moment on the replay, but I will have to ask to the engineer what happened. I don't know.
And Ralph, before obviously you went off, how was the stint going, and what are the conditions like there on the track now that we're sort of heading towards the cooler evening?
Well, the conditions are pretty the same as all the weekend. A little bit slippery everywhere, but I'm sufficient. The stint was sufficient for me. Thank you.
It's always a challenge, isn't it, endurance racing?
Yeah. Once again, please.
Endurance racing is always a challenge. It's minute by minute, unpredictable.
That's it. Yeah, it's a long way. Always a long way. You know the sentence, which is always said, but let's see. There are some hours in front of us.
Would you describe this circuit as a very challenging circuit from a driver's perspective?
Yes, it is, for sure. A lot of changes in the type of corners are around here, and so I like the circuit, and it's also challenging.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
So that's Ralph Bone with Diana Binks. We're going back to green now. This was the incident for the latest moment for the 91 Porsche. It's been very troublesome of late. That is the 926 car, which has just caused the code 60, helped by a message on the bottom of our screen saying there's been an incident between 91 Porsche and the 926 Porsche Cup car.
Yeah.
So was it actually Nikolai Gadetsky, Marcio Mauro, in 926 that has caused that incident?
There's been a misunderstanding and a coming together of those two Porsches. Different class cars, of course. Almost had Alleman off and into the wall there. I think he's been lucky. And unfortunately for the 926 car, that's the car now made itself back to the pits, the 360 Racing team going to work. That car came off the worst there by the looks of things. Certainly as it went into the gravel, it lost its front splitter, etc. And I think Daniel Alleman is there's no doubt that there was contact made, but from what I can see there, Johnny, absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever, hardly. None. I can't see any evidence of it coming together. Nothing falling off the car, not even a sticker or a decal. Is that the little bit of winglet just coming off there?
I think the back of the wheel
arch,
has just a little bit of bodywork that's been bent out of shape,
It's
maybe.
been a light touch, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. And very good evasive driving from Daniel Alleman, because he will have had to have got out the throttle. He also had, bear in mind, the Ferrari right behind him, so he couldn't let up too much for fear of being rear-ended by Georg Weiss, who was wanting to push on through turn 9 as well. But yeah, I mean, that turning right to avoid a car and off onto the gravel, I mean, it could so easily have gone straight into the wall there, and that could have been race over. But he did so well to read the incident, react to it, but not too erratically. And the car is still in the race in 4th position. Blimey, they've been through it of late, haven't they? I mean, there was the incident last night in night practice with Alfred Renauer and the treble 4 Schenker Motorsport BMW, and now within the last 20 minutes, half an hour, 2 off-track moments for car 91.
2022 continues, doesn't it? The nightmare of 2022. I mean, this is the team that had a 1-2 here last year. This is the team that are on the verge of 3 of their drivers making history by becoming one of only 4 drivers who have won this race 4 times. And yet, you know, this is the former champions. They have won so many 24-hour races in this series, and yet their 2022 has just been throwing this kind of thing at them
and they've just been, you know, I mean, that, all right, there was the bad luck, but I tell you what, Daniel Alleman had lived to fight another day. He had that wall looming large on the inside, didn't he? And it was only a matter of feet, couple of feet, and the front of that Porsche would have been contacting it. He did really well. I'm not sure how in control or how controllable that out of control moment was for Daniel, but he did extremely well to keep the car out of the wall and just slid harmlessly on the grass and was able to right the car and continue. Incredible.
There's now a message at the bottom of our screen, though, that the team manager of that car must report to race control of Herbert Motorsport. Now, we didn't get to see how Alleman was either nudged onto the grass or drove onto the grass, whether there was actual contact. There is a scar, the back of the wheel arch, the front left. Is the suggestion that it's the 91 team manager to report to race control, that actually Alleman was in the wrong and shouldn't have been forcing his nose up the inside of a effectively slower car? Do they just want to get their side of the story? We might get a message about the 926 shortly as well, the 360 Racing Team Porsche. So there's more to follow, folks, on the 91. That's not done yet.
There's always two sides to a story.
Exactly right. And Daniel Alleman then running in 4th position. Meanwhile, a green arrow upwards on the screen for ST Racing's BMW, a red arrow downwards for Christopher Nygaard. That indicates a place change on that lap. Nick Whitmer, who was put into the ST Racing car to take over from Bryson Morris last time in a pit road, now takes the race lead from Christopher Nygaard, who finished 2nd in the FIA World Endurance Championship driver standings in 2014. 2nd indeed to his teammate Christian Poulsen this weekend. But Nygaard not able to hold back Nick Whitmer, and actually, well, there's a big gap between them now. So have we actually had a further pit stop for Nygaard? They'll cross the line with 36.7 seconds. It was... I wonder whether Poulsen pitted under green there, whereas we know the number 1 car did not. The number 1 car came in under code 60, didn't it?
Well, Nygaard's been in the car 49 minutes, so that pit stop came right in the middle of a stint, so to speak. Nick Whitmer took the car over from Bryson Morris.
Yeah, but Nygaard did 23 laps and then came in for fuel. But I think, even though the pit stop for car 14 started under code 60, it will have continued on into green, and that's been pretty costly for the number 14 car. And now there's over half a minute between them.
They were pretty exactly, the pit stop time for both of those BMWs was pretty much exact. 2 minutes 51 for the number 1, 2 minutes 52 for the number 14. So I'm not sure where that time has slipped from. Bizarrely, 36 seconds, the gap between 2nd and 1st. So we'll see if that gap's coming up or down next time by.
Vipanisa Cupra heading into turn number 4, and with Nick Whitmer over the line again to complete 149 laps, so he's on to lap 150 now. Let's head to the pits and to Diana Binks again.
I'm with the 926 360 Racing team. Raphael Suzuki is chatting to me, but it was Marcio that's inside the car. Raphael, you were watching the car as it came in. Obviously, the team were working on the car. What is your understanding of what happened on the track, and what were the team doing here in the pit lane to get the car back out?
Yeah, I mean, he had this contact with the Porsche. I don't know exactly what happened and who is guilty for that. But it seems that the car is okay. Obviously, he has to stop to take all the gravel out, and there was a small, damage at the bodywork, but it seems fine. He said the car is straight, is going fine, so should be all right. It's a shame, obviously, we lost a few laps. I don't know how many, maybe 2 or 3 laps, but at least the car is running, and we know that the race is long, and we'll see if we can fight back for the 992 win.
It's always worrying, isn't it, at this stage of an endurance race when the car comes in and it looks like it's got damage, and until you actually see it, you can't really assess it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a nice thing to see when the car has this kind of damage, but we know these cars are really, I mean, they can really resist a few touches. I think the touch was not big thing because it didn't hit at the wheel, so the suspension should be all right. I don't know the other car. But anyway, it is what it is. We hope to come back and see if we can do the rest of the stint clear. If he doesn't stop anymore at the pits, it will be fine. You know, Marcio is a really nice guy. I'm sure he is not a crazy guy, but it happens, you know. It's a lot of cars running, and he was bad luck now.
When are you getting back behind the wheel?
Sorry?
When are you getting back behind the wheel?
Me? Probably soon. I mean, obviously it will get dark in a few hours. So yeah, probably I will be driving a lot during the night to help the guys that they have a little bit more, how can I say, difficult, at the dark. So yeah, hopefully I can, if I drive a lot, it will be great. It's a good sign that the car is still one piece and we can finish the race.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very insightful interview there, and
that was a very diplomatic interview there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would have been as calm as that.
Well, that's why I suppose he's a team manager, and you have been team manager, in fairness. As chilled out as that, though?
Not really.
No.
I just had my car delivered from the gravel trap because someone dove down the inside. Doesn't matter, you know, what the...
True.
You know, maybe...
Well, yes.
Maybe if Di stuck a mic under my face, I would have been as professional as that, but underneath, I would have been paddling.
Paddling. So from a 360 racing point of view, the blame, it sounds like, with Alleman and perhaps a slightly too forceful a manoeuvre.
One of those racing incidents, in fairness.
Yeah, maybe.
Different class cars. Daniel's got a Ferrari right under his rear wing, and he doesn't want to relinquish track position. So it's like it's an alignment of the planets, isn't it? And it all goes horribly wrong so very quickly. So I'm not apportioning blame on Daniel or anybody. I'm just saying that I thought the team manager was really diplomatic in the circumstances.
Clearly, there's a discussion being had in race control, though, to, as mentioned, for the team manager of Herbert's car to put across their case. I suppose the question will be being asked, did the Lapri need to happen at turn 9, which is a very fast right-hand kink? Could it have been done at turn 10 or maybe on the exit of that corner? But we'll find out whether there's a penalty to be taken. I wouldn't imagine it's going to be that severe, even if it is assessed, and it'll pop up on our separate screen of penalties in due course, if indeed that is the decision to be taken. There was quite a bit of damage done to the back of the Lippert Lamborghini. Of course, it's still carrying that, which it encountered within, well, in Jean-Francois Bruno's words, in the first 50 yards of a 24-hour race, pretty much. And I'm still not sure, even though Kobe De Bruyke reported to Diana Binks that he hit the RD Sainz Lamborghini. I wonder whether it was the Lippert car which was checking up to avoid the spinning RD Sainz car, and then in a classic kind of motorway freeway accident, Kobe De Bruyke's got nowhere to go, complained that the Lippert car braked in front of him, but in fairness, Lippert were trying to get out of an accident themselves, and collision was made. Unfortunately, lots of damage done to the 904 Porsche, which is running again, isn't it? The second Red Ant car.
65 laps completed for the... And you know what? That car is currently third in the European standings. It's currently second in the Championship of the Continent, which this is a qualifying round of, remember. That's the European section of it. It will be rounded off with the visit to Q8 in the first weekend of December. More information on that coming soon.
The light here at Barcelona is just starting to change a little bit. We're a fair way off sunset at 9 minutes past 8 this evening, officially. It's currently, well, 3 minutes away from 6:30, but there's a bit more cloud in the sky. And in areas, the cloud doesn't exactly look black, but it's just darker because the sun is changing position in the sky. No risk, as far as we can tell on the forecast, of any rainfall tonight. In fact, you're going to have to wait till about Tuesday or Wednesday of this forthcoming week to see any rain. It could arrive with real ferocity, though, by Thursday, with thunderstorms expected. We have had storms affect the 24 hours of Barcelona in the past. Big lightning strikes, I remember, as well. And the race briefly red flagged because of that in previous years, but thankfully it's all looking fine in the skies in this mountainous region, providing a brilliant backdrop to another one of these Barcelona 24 hours, the 23rd, in fact. This race did not happen in 2020, or certainly wasn't part of the Creventic Championship in the year of COVID, but every other year since 1998 it has done.
No, it didn't happen, Johnny.
Didn't happen at all? No. Good. That's all right then. I checked back to make sure it wasn't in the championship in 2020, and I thought, is it one of those peculiar ones where the race occurred but just not as part of the 24H series? But no, it's called off completely.
It was because of the COVID implications. It didn't happen.
But we did. I mean, one of the first races to happen coming out of COVID
in the world,
was the Portimao
series,
24 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah. Fabulous work by the series organisers to arrange for all of the, the testing criteria that everybody... It's like a faint memory now, isn't it? But the testing criteria, the knife edge on your nerves of whether or not you pass the test, unwittingly carrying COVID, not having, any symptoms was quite common.
Indeed.
We're just back to full strength now.
Endless
getting there.
PCR tests, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
Don't miss those one bit, but they are still being done in certain parts of the world. I noticed that the Phoenix Audi's carrying, not damage necessarily, but often the very rearward piece of an Audi R8 GT3 car always seems quite susceptible to a bit of contact, and that strut, or the strut that is right at the back of the car, is still in position on the rear left, but it's missing on the rear right of car number 18. There's a bit of tape as well flapping, but clearly that's
been wearing away. That was there at the start. Red tape. It's now worn itself away. It's just like a little streamer coming off the back of the car.
But there's no bodywork at all behind the rear right wheel, and as I say, an Audi R8 is no stranger to that little bit of bodywork being plucked out on occasion. But it does mean if you get very close to the back of that Audi, it's an open, bare-faced tyre there, which could ping you up in the air, but let's hope that nobody does get quite that close. The team will have looked at that and thought, we don't need to worry about that in the next pit stop, just continue on. And those bits weigh so little, all being carbon fibre, that the car will still be, I'm sure, the correct weight by the end of the event. Nick Whitmer then leading the way as one heck of a lot of Porsche Cup cars pile their way into turn 4. They're being hunted down by the 710 Lamborghini of Leipert, and that GTX class leader running as the 20th positioned car overall. So it's the 2022 edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the Trofeo Fermi Vélez, live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in sound and vision, perfectly synced. Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley looking after matters in the commentary box. And we've had now 5.5 hours of this year's race. The sun glaring down this early part of the evening, but certain parts of the racetrack in shade. So at times the sun will be blinding you around the circuit, and then in others you're going to have to adjust very quickly to the world around you. And at times you're catching batches of traffic. Never tend to get a race where you're encountering cars, slower cars, one per corner. They all seem to gather all together, and that can grab your attention.
And that cloud cover doing the drivers a big favour there, because at this time of night, with the sun dropping low in the sky, you've got a dirty windscreen full of rubber marks and flies and whatnot, all sorts of detritus that's being picked up and splashed at your windscreen. And sometimes with the low sun, your windscreen becomes opaque. You can't see through it, and even shielding your eyes doesn't even help. However, that cloud cover that we've got at the moment is giving us benefits in all sorts of areas. It's cooling the track temperature for one, and it has an immediate effect. Once the cloud comes over the sun, that tarmac begins to cool almost immediately, and you'll see, you know, your tyre temps begin to come down, and the car begins to pick up speed as the air cools as well. As we get towards the sun going behind the horizon, the air will begin to cool, and we get into what's called the golden hour in motorsport, especially endurance racing motorsport. As the number 14 continues to lap cars, it's chasing down the other BMW in the field. Got a BMW 1-2 at the moment. I know there's 18.5 hours to go, so plenty of time for that to change, but BMW's been the car of choice at the moment. 39, let's call that 40 seconds, the gap between Nick Wittmer in the lead in that number 1 ST racing car, and Christopher Nygaard in the Poulsen Motorsport, similar BMW M4. Great looking cars, these. Fabulous. Further back in third, Charlie Putman at the wheel. Is that Charles's second stint? Yeah, we've had, yeah, it is. Yeah, we've had a couple of drivers cycle through that car. Joe Foster did hand over that car to Charles, and he is just off that lead lap by a few seconds now, is Charles Putman. So only 2 cars, only the 2 BMWs on the same lap, 156 laps completed. We'll see what the gap is. It was 40 seconds. However, that's a cracking lap by Wittmer there in the number 1. 1 minute 50.875 was the time. So we'll see in a few seconds whether or not Nygaard in the Poulsen car is actually running any quicker and reducing the gap. Still waiting, Johnny. Still waiting. It's gone out a bit. It's 40.8.
Okay.
It was 39.4. It's gone out to 40.8. So Wittmer is extending that lead ever so slightly.
So the BMW threading its way now through out of turns 7 and 8 and towards the kink at 9 as we head to Andrew Marriott in the pits.
Yeah, my cameraman Seb has gone off for a bit of dinner. I've just had mine, just relieved Di. I just looking at timing screens and seen a surprise. The Hopper racing car has got a guy in that I don't think we've really heard of before, called Max Parkle. Maybe you can look up his background. He is lapping under 152. I mean, this is a pro time. So that will certainly help that team, won't it? I mean, he's down. That's got to be one of the quickest damn times out there. So maybe, Johnny, you can do your famous Googling and see what his story is. And when he comes into the pits at the end of his session, I'm going to grab him, of course.
Sorry, Andrew, I was busy doing other things whilst you were chatting. Which driver did you say?
In the Hoffer.
In the Hoffer car?
Max Parkle.
Ah, yeah. Okay, well,
Yeah,
Max...
I've heard that name.
Max, as far as I know, is doing double duty in the race as well. He's certainly named against 2 different cars in the 24 hours of Barcelona. Whether that's an insurance policy from the team so that, you know, if adversity hits one, then he's open to stepping into another. I've seen that done many times before at the Nürburgring 24 hours. You know, a driver is named against both team cars, but actually the intention is only for him to drive in one. What do you reckon, Andy?
Yeah, well, they always used to do that at the Rolex 24, Daytona 24. That was a regular thing. And some people managed to finish first and second on occasion, which was rather clever. But anyway, check out the Parkle guy, because he is quick.
Well, he's 31 years old. He's been racing at this kind of level since 2012. Did his first Nürburgring 24 hours that year and has connections with teams like Valkenhorst Motorsport and, Bonk Motorsport more recently. So that's your Hoffer connection, because the Mercedes isn't run by Bonk, but the BMW in the TC part of the race is, and Max down, as I mentioned, in car 332, which is the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M2 CS, and this Mercedes. But yeah, it's been quite a number of 24-hour series races in the past, and plenty around the Nürburgring 24 hours. So, you know, like any other great German driver, knows where to go where the motorsport is highly competitive.
Yeah, well, I kind of thought maybe it was some hot shoe sort of 90-year-old kid out of a single-seater, but obviously not. Anyway, he's doing the job, that's the thing, for Hoffa Racing. Of course, do not have their star drivers that they had in the past when they raced in the past and won this championship. Christian Frankenhoek and Kenneth Heyer was part of the team. Kenneth, of course, the son of Hans Heyer, the famous Bavarian hat-wearing, briefly Formula One driver, I think the top driver in things like Ford Caprice in the past. We often used to see Hans Heyer in the pits here. He certainly interviewed him in the past. They don't have those hot shoes anymore, but they've got a guy who is, it's not a hot shoe, it's definitely a quite warm shoe.
Yeah, Max Bartel then is lighting up the timing screen regarding, well, the times that have mainly come from that Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Last time around he did a 1:53.0, but the car capable of a 1:50.9. And yeah, I mean, he'll do a bit of TCR racing. He was in the Cup 5 division, which is for the BMW M240i's, GT4, and on this occasion GT3. So a very flexible person to be in terms of lots of different cars and being quick in all of them. Max Bartel working away at the wheel there, right behind the Vortex that is in 27th position overall, and that's just working its way now out of turn 5 downhill towards the tricky approach to turns 7 and 8, Joe.
Yeah, he's going to make his way past there, isn't he? And he's going to have to start thinking very seriously about getting past that Vortex. It just shows how quick that Vortex is, though. We mentioned it earlier, Chevrolet engine car. It's very, very quick in a straight line. It's perhaps lacking a little bit of performance in the corners. And as Max Bartel makes that move into turn 10, the slowest part of the track here at the Circuit of Catalunya, he's got the 977 car ahead of him. That's a 992 Cup car, so that car will be a little bit less grippy in the corners. And there we see there the run down towards turn 13, turns hard right and then into the chicane, 14 and 15, turns left, turns right, and then we've got the final corner of the lap for Max Bartel, currently 9th, as we said, 8th in the GT3 class, 2nd in the GT3 AM subclass, and Max Bartel will complete what will be 155 laps. He's got 1 minute and 12 seconds. The car ahead of Max is Bert Redont. He's the team principal and father of Ayrton, and he's now at the wheel of the 903 in the Redont Racing Porsche, just ahead of him in 8th place and leading the 992 class, getting right in and amongst the GT3 runners ahead of the Hoffa car. We were monitoring the lead battle, everybody. That's gone out to 49 seconds. So Nick Wittmer putting in a sterling stint here. He's been in the car 29 minutes. And Christopher Nygaard trying to hang on, but slipping back ever so slightly by about, I don't know, 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap. He's been in the car 1 hour and 10. So still a chunk of time in their driver stints for these drivers. Oh, and the Vortex is off.
Yeah.
That's the 701 though. That's not the car that's just been overtaken by the Hoffa car, is it?
It's the one that had 27 in the front, which I thought
you might be right then, yeah.
It's a 701 car.
701 is way down the order in 36th place. I don't know where that 27.
Well, it's 27th of the GTs.
Ah, right. See. Okay, that's not confusing at all.
Very much. Yeah, that's 2 races in one, Joe. 2 races in one.
Always. It's only done 53 laps. That car's been had a problem and is way down the order.
Yeah. Well, it had...
He's still on the track, Johnny, and he's still not getting it moving.
Lucas Lassier, the Frenchman. And, yeah, it's tricky because, I mean, yes, it's a crate Chevrolet engine, 6.2 litre. Might be pretty difficult to locate reverse in this car, though. And he's also needing to do it under the instructions of the marshals, because the last thing we want is him, whacking it in reverse, flooring the throttle and just driving into somebody else. So he's doing the sensible thing here. Originally from Po, Lucas Lassier. There's a good track there. And I wonder whether he's done any laps on the street circuit in the past. Lucas Lassier, 44 years old, but started his career in Formula Renault and actually was a Formula Renault French champion. Oh, now into the gravel.
Well, what's happening there, Johnny, is the front splitter on the car, which is really low on this little sports prototype, is now grounded out so that his front wheel is actually being lifted off the ground. And because he's on the grass and because he's digging that splitter into the gravel, those rear wheels were just spinning round.
Yeah.
And he couldn't steer because the front wheels aren't the front wheels aren't actually in contact with the ground. So it was just like, oh, tonight on Dig That Hole, we've got the 701 Vortex, and it's going to dig its way into that gravel trap.
And we're going to go code 60 because of it. So the one-time Le Mans runner in LMP 900, Lucas Lassier, back in 2003, mightily experienced, running the Spa 24 hours, and he's done some NASCAR wheeling European racing as well. So no stranger to high-powered GT cars. As mentioned, a 6.2 litre stock crate Chevrolet engine. And remember that the Mercedes that it was being chased down by the 701, similar type of engine, as in that's a normally aspirated V8 6.2 as well in the front of the Mercedes, but made by the German company. And Lucas Lassier, I think, now doing the sensible thing, waiting for marshals to attend to safely push him back into the race. He doesn't want to go any further forward because he's just going to dig further into that gravel. But the rear tyres, the rear Hankooks, are still in contact just about with hard standing, I would say. But maybe locating reverse is very, very tricky in these cars. And as you say, you've got to make sure that all four tyres are in contact with the ground when you are recovering.
Yeah, and the slick tyres, now that they're on the grass, of course, will just, get very little traction. We've got recovery teams going out to the car. The driver stays in the car. Let's head down to the pits where Andrew can add to this. Andrew?
Yeah, well, first, that's the car that had the big oil leak, of course, that Vortex. But I'm in CP Racing now, and there's a lot of running around in here because they decided to put Charles Espinal in the car, or maybe they just changed their mind. He took his crash helmet off the shelf, off the helmet dryer, and I don't think that Charlie Putnam has been in the car that long, has he? About 35 minutes maybe. But maybe they're changing strategy. Just see what Charlie's doing. Just a quick word with you. Charles, have they just changed their mind? Well, you're going to thinking of going in the car, but of course Charlie Putnam hasn't been in it long, has he?
No, he's doing a good job in there, and we're going to make him drive a little longer. It was a little ahead of schedule, but obviously with the Code 60, we have to act on our feet. But I think he's going to stay in and finish his stint out.
Okay, right, it's all very tight, isn't it, at the top here?
Yeah, for sure. It's what we love about it, great competition.
That's a bit of I thought they might put Espinal in the car, because I think he's probably the quickest of the four, isn't he? But changing their mind, and everybody, of course, crawling by us now at 40 whatever miles an hour, obviously 60 kilometres. And be interested to see who does dive in.
Yeah, I think Espinal is next in the rotation, actually.
Yeah, I was just tracking back through that. So, Espinal started, and after that opening double, I want to say, we haven't seen him back in the car since then. So, yeah, he would have done a double. Shane Lewis then took over. We've had Charlie Putnam in, then Joe Foster for a fuel stint, but he didn't stay on board for another one. And then Putnam took over again. So they've certainly worked their way through as quickly as possible their full complement of drivers. And Espinal, I think they'll want to try and keep back as many Espinal driving hours as possible into the race. Although historically, Charlie Putnam likes to finish the race when he's at the wheel. And I think actually, of all the teams, they tend not to think, we want the quickest driver in at the end. They almost want to even out to make sure that everyone's got their fair share of drive time.
They didn't report them out, Johnny.
Really?
No.
I wasn't at Portimao.
I know. They took
Was that very, very close towards the end, and they needed...
They took Shane out the car. He was goosed. It was 39, 40 degrees. So that was where I got the story. That is part of my column this month in the Series magazine, telling people about these paddling pools that everyone had. And the CP Racing were advocates of the driver getting out of the car and then just plunging into this paddling pool in full kit, and it brought their body temperature down. By doing that, Shane, having got out of the car, was ready to go within an hour.
Yeah. And
they chose to slot Shane in and maximise their run. And I tell you what, I've known Shane Lewis for a long time. First met Shane in the American Le Mans Series paddock back in 1999. And he's been around the block, He's been in high-pressure situations in motorsport all over the world. But I tell you what, that period of time where he was waiting to take over that car with a race win, an overall race win in sight, was quite insightful. He was at the back of the garage just by himself, and he had a race face on. Now, Shane's a very smiley person. He'd talk to you at any point in time. And yet I felt, you know what? I am not going to intrude on that, because that's a process I'm seeing there.
Yeah.
Ultimate professional. And he had his race face on. He was just standing there by himself, getting in the zone, getting focused. He knew the job he had to pull out. He knew what he had to do when they sat him in the car, and he did that. And it was a great finish, but they maximised and optimised the finish of that car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what they did. And at this stage of the race, these guys are very experienced in this series, and they know there's no reason to There's no reason to get out of sequence now. Let's just get on with the plan. The plan is, just ticking by. However, when it starts getting towards the serious end by midday tomorrow, we might see a different sort of tactic employed. But it's all up in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, and at the moment, I can't really follow the pattern, but that might be because of Code 60s. As I say, why did Joe Foster not do a double stint to take him right up against the drive time? Shane Lewis did 31 laps, but they are altering things as they go, as everyone else is doing. They've got a kind of basic spreadsheet of a schedule pattern, but whenever there's a Code 60, right, how can we maximise this then? Do we get in and do a driver change? And sometimes that decision is made very last minute. Case in point, Herbert Motorsport, driver, helmet on, hands device on, ready to go, and the car drove straight past him. Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone expecting to get on board, but these decisions or non-decisions are made very, very last minute. The 701, by all accounts, didn't go off on its own, because that incident involving car 701 and the Vortex and 977 is now under investigation. The 977 machine is the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche, which is going back into the race now with Thierry Vermeulen at the wheel, but Vermeulen's just taken over from Nikolai Gadetsky in 977. So Nikolai Gadetsky might be called to race control, more likely the Rabdan Motorsport team manager, as now we go green again at 10:07 local time. We've done 5 hours and pretty much 51 minutes of this 24 hours of Barcelona. And we're now getting to the part of the day where this becomes quite challenging for Joe and I, because the sun is peering right into our commentary box, and can't see any of the screens now. I can see Joe's face, which is quite consoling, but Porsche
found me alluring earlier, now I'm quite consoling.
Yeah, I'm going through the dictionary. So that Huber Motorsport Porsche I can just about identify, but if you find us half-heartedly is that car or this car, it's because of the sunshine right on our screens. I've got an excuse finally for not being able to identify cars correctly. I equally can't speak 6 hours into the race, so here instead is Andrew Marriage in the pits.
Thanks very much. Go on, I need to clear my throat. I saw Jürgen Herring, because I just asked the team, it is Herring, not Haring. I'm ready to jump into the family Renault car, and I'm also now down at Leipa Motorsport, but for some reason, very early in the race really, they're changing the front discs, or rotors as we call them in America, and they're putting new front pair, and I'm looking at the pads, and there's nothing left on the front pads that have just come out of that that brake, so maybe there was some damage to the front. Because you know what you do with the junior brand new pits reporter, don't you, if you're a producer? You say, oh, show us the pads that just come out of that car. And of course they're very, very hot.
Yeah, do not touch brake pads when they've been on a car for the best part of 2 hours. That's certainly a lesson. I used to study German at almost GCSE level, and yes, the A with an umlaut on the top of it effectively turns it into an E sound, so Jürgen Hering rather than Haring. That's the bit I'd learned, and everything else I forgot immediately. Didn't pass that GCSE, but there we are, all in the past. Nick Whitmer and the ST Racing BMW leading the way from Christopher Nygaard and the Poulsen Racing BMW. The two M4s doing very nicely indeed, but Charlie Putman remaining at the wheel of the CP Racing car, as explained to us by Charles Espenlaub. Jürgen Hering's car had come down pit road. They're still obviously working on the 91 car, as we get another update from Andrew.
Yeah, well, JT Lippmann is on the floor here, sitting down, absolutely whacked, soaked in sweat. I'm not going to interview him, but at least he's waving to me, look. Just taking some salt in, JT.
It's actually a high sugar, just to try and stop me facing it. Why do you always interview me when I'm like...
I've done this before, haven't I?
Yeah.
Like, mate, you should be down the gym more.
Am I leading or not?
You are.
All right, then it's all right.
It's not bad then.
You know what? I've been trading the other bottom off. I do 45k on the bike every day. You know, even when it was 36 at home, I was doing it. And you know what? It's made not the slightest difference. I'm still, to get to a point, I just run out of water. And if I run out of water, I'm, you know, very fatigued. But I like pushing myself. I'm an idiot, right?
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're doing a great job.
It goes, all right, let's do 2 hours. Then the engineer's going, all right, and I think I've got 10 minutes left. And he goes, you got 40 minutes left. And I went, are you crazy? 40 minutes left? How is that possible? I've been in the car since 1 o'clock.
You'll be all right. So he's done a great job there, JT. He's still on the floor, sitting down with a special dollop he's been eating, some special sugar thing, he said. And I'm just going to head down to the Samantha Tan team, see what's happening there. But yeah, actually it's very nice breeze down this pit lane. It's perfect weather. You know, ready to head towards the night, but it's just beautiful at the moment here.
Put it on.
J.M. Lippmann, très fatigué, he called himself. A nice bit of French there. Very fatigued indeed for J.M. Lippmann, but brilliant interview nevertheless. He did say to Diana Binks, you know, come back in 90 minutes time when I'm out of the car, and I will be a sort of former J.M. Lippmann, a bit of a sorry mess. And we didn't get actually a view of him on the camera, but you could picture it, couldn't you, of the recovery now that he will go into, just trying to get some carbohydrate maybe back on board, certainly some salt that he will have lost during those long stints.
He's a renowned sweater, is GM.
Is that right? Okay.
Absolutely right.
I'm not sure whether that's good knowledge or whether we've gone too far there.
I said to him earlier, I said, because he's moving to Barcelona, he's actually moving to Barcelona. He lives in England, just north of London at the moment. And his plan is to move to Barcelona. He's been sort of working at doing that. And I said, mate, if you move to Barcelona, you're just going to spend the rest of your life sweating. And he says, yeah, how fantastic it's going to be. It's like, yeah, I've kind of got to agree with you there.
Surely it's a good way of losing weight, maybe. Do you lose weight through sweat? There must be a bit of... It's salt, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, you do lose some weight, but you just put it straight back on when you drink.
Fair enough. So yeah, we're closing in on another hour completed. Let's get a little more from Mariotti, Andrew.
Yeah, just a little Lippmann story. The first time I met him, he was telling me about having raced husky dogs. You know, he did race husky dogs, And I said, oh, that's interesting. I used to live in Muswell Hill, and there's a guy that used to walk 2 or 3 husky dogs down my road. And he said, that was me. So I'd seen JM as a husky dog racer trainer way before I ever met him when he was car racing, because I don't think too much of it, apart from the dogs look nice. There you are.
Now that, Andrew, is in the book, isn't it?
No!
Yes, it is. I've read that. I've read that in the RSL chapter.
Oh, yeah, no, about him not buying me the ice cream.
Oh, no, not buying you. No, it is, yeah. But you also mentioned that he was a husky
maybe
dog.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I wrote that chapter.
Did you write that book, Andrew?
I did write that book, yeah. There's so much good stuff in there I've forgotten.
It's on everyone's Christmas
called,
list.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
What's it called?
So. It's called Is There Much More of This?
By Andrew
Well,
Marriott.
there's a bit more in the pit lane tonight, I can tell you that from me. And it's what a Sun copy taker said to me years ago when I was dictating some long story about James Hunt. You know, in the old days, you had to dictate stories to a bloke who then typed it out, and then somebody else, of course, then edited it. And I'd go in quite nicely with it. And he said to me, mate, is there much more of this? And so I thought that was a brilliant title for a book. But anyway, performancepublishing.co.uk, and there's still a discount for anybody listening on the radio show network of wonderful companies.
I wonder
adulterated plug.
I wonder whether there's going to have to be a postscript edition now to
There's
include,
gonna be- oh, no,
to
it's-
include the 2022 Barcelona 24
No,
hours.
it's going to be that difficult second book.
Oh, right.
You know,
Okay.
like that difficult second album.
Yeah.
Andrew's going to write that difficult second book.
Okay, so
Full of anecdotes.
A book just as thick, probably.
Oh God, no! It's as thick, but then you'll have that even harder, trickier third book. He's got enough stories going back his World Motorsport career, his broadcasting career, to fill about 20 books.
I've no doubt about that. But the thing is, he's not done yet, so he's still going to accumulate stories.
Most of them are not printable, to be honest.
Can I add?
You can add.
Yeah, I am starting on another book at the very moment, but it's a completely different book. So a bloke I know, one of the artists, because I run a motoring art exhibition sometimes in the winter, and this guy had got the most fantastic autograph book, going all the way back to Wolfgang von Trips and Phil Hill and Sterling Moss, and these great autographs, and a lot of them with stories about how he got them and how the bloke asked him to hold an ice cream or that sort of stuff. And he's also a great artist who is doing a book about 18 chapters and 18 of his very nice paintings. So you've got the Phil Hill autograph, and then you've got a picture that he's painted of Phil Hill, and then you've got a little bit about Phil Hill that I'm writing. So that'll be a fun book, I think, but completely different to my main work that's just come out.
Andrew Marriott, thank you to you for all those little anecdotes. There'll be plenty more of those whilst Mariotti picks out who to speak to next. But we've reached the end of another race hour, and that's now, crucially for the teams, 1/4 distance, because it's 7 o'clock in the evening. We started at 1 o'clock, 6 hours done, 18 to go. And this is the race order in the GT part of the field then. ST Racing's Canadian entered BMW in the GT3 field, the M4 GT3, now with Nick Whitmer at the wheel, leading the way after 165 laps, has an 18.2 second lead over Poulsen Motorsports' similar car, and Christopher Nygaard remaining at the wheel. Christopher has now done 90 minutes in that car, so we'll have to get out of it within the next half hour. CP Racing's number 85, Mercedes-AMG, is third, with Charlie Putman staying on board. Pierre Caffer in the Phoenix Racing Audi, all the way up to fourth position now. Remember when that was way down in probably the high teens of positions, and we said, keep your eye out for Phoenix, because they are going about their business slowly and surely, and they have a plan. Well, they're surely keeping a lot of driving hours for Pierre Caffer back for the overnight period, and also towards the end of the race as well. Fifth position for the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Racing Ferrari, car number 22. Then in sixth place, Huber Racing Porsche, number 23. For Mark Basseng, who has now got aboard that car. Jutta Racing's Audi R8 LMS, number 71, is in seventh. Hoffer Racing's Mercedes AMG for currently Max Partel, car number 11. Onto the second slate of current standings. That's where we see the 992 class leader, number 903, the Red Ant Racing Porsche of Belgium. Herbert Motorsports, number 91 Porsche, is 10th. Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, number 955, is in 11th position ahead of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Italy. HRT Performance, number 929, 13th. Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing 908 is 14th. The Rabdan Motorsport 992 Porsche in 15th position, and a similar class car for HRT Performance 928 are 16th. 17th place for the local crew E2P Racing with their slightly older Porsche Cup car, and they're second in their class. The 360 Racing Team 926 are 18th. Bapora Motorsport 19th position with a 992 Porsche. Leipert Motorsport are the GTX class leaders, number 710. Then it's the 403 Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes GT4 leading the GT4 part of the field. Schenker Motorsport second in GT4 with a BMW. Vortex V8, they've been battling all sorts of problems, including an oil leak in the 701, wasn't it? And then the 360 Racing Team, their second car, in 24th position. 720 RD Science car heavily delayed at the start of the race after it thumped the concrete wall from the start line. Then the Vortex that's been affected by the oil leak, that car in 27th. And in 28th position, it's the 909 Red Camel Jordan's .NL car. In the TC part of the race, Wolf Power Racing's Audi RS3 leading. Car 116 is now being driven by Rob Huff. And in second place in TCR is Sandy Stuvik for BBR in the Leon competition. Got the TCR from the same Thai team behind in third. AC Motorsports Audi is fourth, car 188. Rayleigh Keep by Totcar Sport, their Spanish-entered Cupra running in fifth. Simpson Motorsport of the UK, an Audi RS3 for them, and they're in sixth position ahead of the Viper Nisa Racing, number 165 car, and another Cupra from Danish outfit Holmgard Motorsport are in eighth place. A ninth position for the only TC entered car, so got TCR and TC, remember, in the touring car part of the race, and Hoffer Racing by Bont Motorsport, because they're still running, lead that class, number 332. So there you go, that's how we sit after 6 hours of running, and a chance to remind you of what has happened over that first quarter of the race. And now, under slightly cloudier skies, you could be forgiven for thinking it's about to chuck it down with rain, but there is no rain in the forecast. We can head straight down to the pits in the first period of the 7th hour of this race to catch up with Andrew Marriott.
And catch up with Kasiri, who's just got out of the car. Well, what a big battle in TCR.
I think our pace is quite good, so like we can keep the position, but we are not so lucky with the 460, so we drop back to P2 or P3. So we just try to keep pushing back again. Yeah.
Obviously, Rob Huff is very quick, but as a team, they're probably not as quick as you when you add the drivers' times up.
I didn't focus the other team. We just try to focus our job. So yeah, just keep our pace and then let's see how it goes.
It's great to have you racing here. What brought this decision to come and race in Europe?
I think we just want to let the world know that that our Thai drivers, they are quite getting better. So yeah.
I'm so old that I remember Prince Bira.
Yeah. My mom, she worked at the Bira circuit, so we know Prince Bira quite well. So yeah.
I don't know if you know that your other famous Thai driver, Alex Albon, is ill and he's not racing this weekend. He's got appendicitis.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. So, but he did a great job in practice. So yeah.
How many racetracks are there in Thailand? Obviously the Bud circuit.
They have like two big one, like Bira circuit and Kankachan. So it's not so much, but yeah.
Do the Thai media follow what you're doing? Do the Thai media know what you're doing? They follow you?
Yeah. They follow our result already, always. So yeah.
That's brilliant. Well, I think it's fantastic you're racing over here. A great team, obviously, with the help of the Spanish. So congratulations. And it's great to talk to you.
Thank you.
Big smile on Kantandi Kasiri's face there, and he's always so enthusiastic, especially when you're talking to Andrew Marriott. You can't be any other way, Diana
No, you can't. And typical Andrew to come out with some things that seem so obscure to us generally, and for him it's not at all. But great to, as he said, great to see that the team and the drivers. They're so responsive. They want to sort of talk to you. They're always happy. They're always looking to improve themselves. Run a very slick team there. It always looks nice, and they perform on track. And they like to keep pushing themselves to sort of make the advantage as much as possible, but very quietly and consistently, it seems, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a lot of success ever since hooking up with Mon Lau, who also draw on university local to here, I think. So they get some, students in who are learning how to set up a race car as part of the Mon Lau Repsol Technical School. And then you've got this element of Thailand hooked in as well, with the Thai flag very much being flown on the B pillar of these cars. But that's the reason why they look otherwise very Spanish, because the Mon Lau connection as well.
But what great training for all the students that are learning motorsport, learning the engineering, data engineering, all the unique areas that they can work in within motorsport and go on and have a career in that. And to do it at this level, with the competitive nature of this championship, is it's only going to go well for them really from now if they really embrace it and find the passion for it.
Yeah, it's happening more and more. I mean, to do a degree in motorsport engineering is nothing new, but what you've got to do is actually engineer a car in a race, because you can't copy that in a classroom necessarily. Some of it's academic, but a lot of it's hands-on.
But the other side of that is you also got to be able to deal with all the pressure that brings, because it's okay, yes, it's being academic, but you also then have to deal with the pressure element. So you have to be able to do both and be successful at that. So it's definitely the perfect training. It will make you realise if you want to do it or you don't, if you can't deal with the pressure, unfortunately. But what a great career to give you confidence going on, even if you did it for a few years and moved on to something different. It just gives you an inner confidence and knowledge and an ability to sort of react to situations when you need to. So it's a perfect training ground.
Yeah, and you can script stuff as much as possible, but the nature of a live sporting event is it never really goes to plan, so you have to be able to think on your feet as well. There's lots of examples of it. University of Bolton in the UK, I know, run a course, and we've had teams in the UK from effectively that establishment. There's a campus at Spa, Francorchamps, which I think again you can study some bits and bobs about motor racing too. So it's done all over the world, but Mon Lau, one of the key movers and shakers in that respect in this part of the world. We've reached that part in the day where the sun is just treating us to some fabulous pictures on the live stream. Great if you're taking us with you, radio only, but if you get the chance to burn a bit of data, maybe at home, to witness us in the sound and vision as well, then the sun sets in about an hour. Yeah, 9 minutes past 8 is when the sun will officially set. So an hour really to enjoy this golden light at Barcelona, and also the comment of Andrew Marriott.
Andrew with Jean-Francois Bruno. JF, you had a few you had a few issues. It got very, very hot. You said your heart rate went sort of crazy.
Yeah, so my second stint, we did about almost 2 hours in the car. Second stint, about an hour in, we had a front right pad break off, so the car became incredibly physical to drive. And on the brakes, pressure was very hard, just have to catch it. And temperature got so hot in the car that even the air, I couldn't drink because I was trying to breathe and I couldn't swallow. So at the end there, my heart rate was sustained at 160 for about 30 minutes. And once I got out of the car, I've been out for almost 20 minutes, and I just checked, I'm still at 110. So yeah, so it was a very, very hard stint.
You've done a lot of interesting things in your motorsport career, quite a lot of off-road stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I do a lot of cardio, work out a lot, but this was probably one of the hardest stints I've ever had to do. 2 hours with 100, I mean, it was probably 140 degree Fahrenheit inside the car. I could feel it. It was like breathing through a hairdryer. And, you know, you can't drink because you can't swallow because you're just trying to breathe and pace yourself. But yeah, when I saw the lap time start coming down, as soon as I saw that code 60, I said, we got to come in and change the brakes. And, hopefully we didn't lose too much time. I think we're still leading? I don't even know.
Long way to go yet, and this is a good team like at Motorsport with a Lamborghini. Great to have you here, and just try and get that heart rate down a little bit.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not dizzy anymore, so, you know.
It just shows how tough it is out here, hot weather in Spain, and, quite humid as well. It's not surprising.
It is, yeah, it is, and I think it's finally cooling off a little bit, but, around 4 o'clock, I think the hottest point of the day, and everything gets heat-soaked. The car gets heat-soaked, the tires, the drivers, the air inside the car, and so.
Onwards and upwards.
Onwards and upwards.
He's going to need a little while longer, maybe 15 minutes or so, but the old Jean-Francois Bruno will be back with us, hopefully, very swiftly indeed. Kerong Lee is now at the wheel of that car to answer Jean-Francois' question. Yes, they are still leading the class in GTX. That's the Huracan Super Trofeo. They're battling with, well, the other Lambo, which is the RD Science car, heavily delayed at the start of the race, and the two Vortex in that category die.
Johnny, that was an interesting interview with JF there and Andrew, because, it's the other side of the coin, really, isn't it? The driver. So we look at the car and the mechanics of the car, and we're sort of, if something goes wrong, the car comes in. But you've also got to take into account how the drivers are in this incredible heat in the car. I mean, I spoke to a driver earlier, forgotten who it was now, who said his water bottle wasn't working. So
it was Nico Baroni.
It was Nico, you're absolutely right. And yes, he's a young, fit driver. They can all cope with it, but it doesn't make it any easier in this extreme heat, certainly inside the cockpit of that car, because you've got to, as they say, they know. I think you were talking to CP Racing, and they were saying, we've just got to be on it the whole time, because if a code 60 comes out, we can change our strategy slightly. So you've got to be ready, rehydrated. I was going to say dehydrated, but you may well be that already. Rehydrated and ready, to physically and mentally get back behind the wheel and go at it again for as long as it's needed. I mean, we've seen some drivers that have been left out a little bit longer because the strategy's changed last minute. So there is so much that the driver has to go through. It's no mean feat, is it, for anyone that thinks that endurance racing looks easy and it's just for a bit of fun? It's not.
No, because you're at the mercy of your chief strategist or your team manager, and you have to do what you're told. And JM Littman, case in point, you didn't hear JM's interview to Andrew, but he said, we got on the radio and the team manager went, yeah, just go do another 40 minutes. He said, what? It feels like I've been at the wheel of this car for 3 hours and you need another 40 minutes out of it. Yes, please, at this pace, keep it going. And you almost don't have a choice. Clearly you do have a choice, but you're not going to bring the car in, are you? Unless you're at death's door. Meanwhile, Leipert car briefly off the road there, I noticed, rattling over the sausage curbs.
That was behind the wheel, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was coming out of the chicane. He didn't make the left-hand element of the chicane, so had to go over the real bumpy bit then of the second, the right-hand turn 15. But thankfully, that is not gravel. It's just a bit more tarmac. It will have cost him some time, but hasn't done too much damage to the car, I'm sure. Will have caught his attention, and he's now homing in on the Viper Niza Cupra, which is the team from Malaysia. So Chinese driver overtaking all Malaysian squad in the number 165 car. John Bruno and Kerong, together with three other drivers did do Portimao, didn't they? They did the 24 hours there, which was even hotter, actually.
Yes, it was, actually. I've just remembered that. It was incredibly hot, and I think everyone... Do you know, it's really odd. I think this weekend so far, I've heard more people talk about this extreme heat. I mean, we've talked about it, or did we just get used to it in Portimao? Because it was so hot from the minute everybody arrived and got through the weekend, and it was incredibly hot. And I'll have to confess, it's the first time I have ever worn shorts in a pit lane. It's just not a thing, it's not good. And I was really actually conscientious of it, because I thought, if I bang into something in the pit lane, because remember, you're in the pit lane, there's all sorts of stuff going on. You know, cars are coming in to have the tyres changed, so there's all sorts of stuff. So you've got to be pretty careful. You've got to be alert and realise.
There's a lot of hot kit around, isn't there?
Exactly. So there was a bit of that in my mind as well. No, I think you just have to toughen it up and wear trousers really in the pit lane is my feeling really, especially when you're around so much stuff. You just don't know what's going to go on. But it's incredibly hot for the rest of the team as well, working on the car.
We should say the regulations do allow you to wear shorts. I've seen Joe Bradley in shorts many times at a Creventic event, because it's not a hot pit lane as such. The fueling's not done in the proper pit lane. It's done in the fueling area, either before or after where the teams are assembled. Here it's done just before it, and actually not in one of the quadrants. Some of the places we go to, you know, it's a matter of actually driving through a garage into a bit of the paddock, having to go left and left again until you find the fuel pumps. Here, actually pretty simple, because it's like a massive lay-by at the very start of the pit lane, and there are 4 pumps, but actually 8 bays available, because there's 2 pipes coming out of each pump, and therefore you can line up as many as 8 cars all at once to be fueled in a utterly computerized system now, all reliant on individual tags that each team member has got, and inside that computer chip it has the detail of what car number you are, what class you run in, and therefore how much fuel you're eligible for, whether you're under green or whether you're under code 60. I tell you, it's clever stuff. And Creventic, again, showing themselves to be at the absolute cutting edge of technology and forward thinking in motorsport. They basically invented the virtual safety car that we now see in Formula 1. You know, code 60 began in Dutch supercar racing, which Creventic were looking after at the time. And it means that if you've got a race lead of 30 seconds and you've got an incident on track you've got to deal with, normally a safety car would mean that's wiped out completely, but code 60 no longer, and they've been using that for...
It's given it much more on offer for teams and drivers, because there's so many different scenarios that can happen when the code 60 comes out, and it just makes it much more interesting, keeps you on your toes. And all of the teams now at this sort of point in the day, so what are we? How many hours in are we? I've lost track.
6 and 20 minutes, 6 hours 20 minutes.
You know, you can see the sort of consistency now is just there, and it's this point, isn't it, before we start going into the evening time where it will get a bit cooler. But even so, you still having to be mentally alert. The cars. I've not heard too many drivers, certainly in the pit lane, come in and say, you know, the conditions are really quite tricky on the track. I know they're always managing the tyres to deal with the temperatures and everything else that they have to do. But it seems like there's not too much of an issue there at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the more rubber that goes down, generally, the grippier the track gets. The one thing that alters that, bizarrely, and I learnt this at Bathurst in Australia, is UV. Because UV from the sun, Australia is particularly bad for this, because they've got the ozone layer is so thin there. But when the UV hits the track, that actually has a chemical reaction, which means it breaks up the rubber that's on the circuit, and it becomes less grippy. So UV on the circuit's not good. Cloud cover, very good. So it goes, again, when we get into the nighttime hours here, and I think we're going to have 11 plus hours of darkness, nice grippy track. Also, race engines, particularly if they're normally aspirated, they love the cooler conditions, because just the makeup of the air is better. You know, cooler air is better in when it's being pumped into that air and fuel mixture.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I covered an event quite a few years ago for A1GP in New Zealand. We were in Taupo, and they've got no ozone layer there, and the track temperature, I think, was 54 degrees. And in the pit lane, we had to wear fire suits. And I became so dehydrated, I actually had to get taken to the medical centre, and I had to have a drip because it had just gone to the extreme. And I was actually in so much pain.
Yeah, because you were so dehydrated.
Yeah, absolute pain like nothing I've ever had before. And it really showed me that, again, as a crew working or as part of the broadcast team, you have to also be aware of what's ahead. and that was a bit of a shock, really, to the system, for sure.
Well, it's not necessarily having to go through physical exhaustion or exertion, shall I say, being at the wheel of a race car. You could just be standing in literally direct sunlight without the protection of the ozone layer, and it's amazing what that will do. So, and humidity, you've got to think about humidity. Here it's over 60%, so again, that's going to mean people are sweating like crazy and need to take on board fluids at the end of the race. That's why the rest period is so important, because if you run to your maximum of 2 hours, you've got to have an hour then out of the car, and it's wise sometimes to go beyond that.
Yeah, and you also, from a driver's perspective, you need just a bit of downtime, don't you? As soon as you get out of the car, there's no way you can just go and completely rest. So you've just got to pace yourself and pace that to happen, but still be aware that you might get called at any moment to change that. And those are really crucial things. So if someone, for instance, doesn't feel particularly great, or they don't feel they can get back in the car, then all of a sudden you've got to reevaluate what you're doing.
Normally, if you've got as many as 5 drivers, that's fine. You should have at least 2 that won't be on a short call. They can go back to hospitality or a hotel even and say, right, we're not going to call you because we've got two people ahead of you in the pecking order. But like you say, if somebody then declares themselves to be unfit, that completely throws the system up in the air. So yeah,
mostly we've got four drivers, haven't we? I mean, look,
on average, yes.
On average, we've got 4, and some have got 5. And for that reason, obviously, they have to have a little bit in reserve, don't they?
Yeah. And some had been brave initially to go with just 3. In fact, Villi Motorsport still got 3. With Fabrizio Broggi, Sergei Nicolai and Sabino Di Castro. My entry list is slightly out of date, so it still has the ST Racing gang as 3.
But that looks
that's changed.
Yes.
With Stephen Akakani joining the fray as Samantha Tan's boyfriend, but was going to be here anyway. I think was possibly due to be racing in the States this weekend, but that deal fell through, and why not race in Barcelona instead? And by the grin on his face at the start of the race, has been thoroughly enjoying this weekend so far. It's got a quick car as well, because it leads the race, I'll remind you, not with Stephen at the wheel, but with Nick Whitmer piloting the ST Racing car, who is very swift indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Nick and Samantha have raced together for a long time, haven't they? So they sort of know each other's characteristics and how they're going to handle what their performance levels are. So I guess it's like everything, when you bring new members in, you've just got to sort of adjust to what their characteristics and abilities suit yours. And obviously the more you are similar or along similar lines, or know what your strengths and weaknesses are, then you can make that jump to having a more complete round team.
I think Nick, the way this car's set up, Nick would probably want it a bit more edgy, but what you've got to do is you've got to set the car up to those that are less experienced. And I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that is Sam, that is Stephen. They've got to be comfortable in the car initially, and then Nick will say, well, as long as you're happy, I can drive whatever I'm given, really. If he was in this as a sprint race, I mean, that car would be so leery, but it might fall off the track at any moment, and you can't have that when you're expecting your co-drivers to be in there for 2 hours at once. So it's got to be comfortable for all 4 drivers. That's the different dynamic. You're bringing Stephen in very last minute, and you've got to weave that into the setup as well.
And I guess because they know each other, they've got a certain amount of information, but not really until you get it all together and deal with all the factors that are here. The heat, the circuit, managing the traffic, and then everything else that you've got with the car itself and the dynamics of that.
They're also getting used to being in the fastest class in GT3, because last year they were very successful as ST Racing, but in a GT4 car. So they've moved up with this brand new M4 GT3. I had completely forgotten we've got a new Ferrari to look forward to next season, the 296 GT3, which is what Wochenspiegel Team Monschau are going to be moving on to. So there's big news about WTM and this venerable 488 now, saying goodbye to that at this event, actually, and they're going to be bringing to the party, I think, to Creventic, one of these brand new Ferraris, which is very exciting.
That will be amazing. I mean, it'll be a shame to see the other cars go, because you do get used to seeing them, and they all look quite stunning. I mean, all the liveries on all of these cars, I mean, it's impressive what the teams have put together. But you know, everything evolves, things change, and we have to go with the changes. But great to see here this weekend so many familiar faces that are part of the 24-hour series and the Creventic Championship, and you get this real sense of competition because everyone's here, they want to do the best that they can do, but also it's like seeing a familiar face, so you become more familiar. They become, for me, as on the broadcast side, people get to know you then, so they're not as apprehensive about talking to you. They know you may have spoken to them before, and you want to make them feel at ease, but you also want to get a bit of the story, especially when they don't always want to talk. So it becomes a worthwhile thing that you get to know everyone.
I can't believe anybody's apprehensive of talking to you, though. You're just such a happy, approachable person. Maybe they just feel like, oh, what question is she going to ask next?
I have had no before.
Have you? Okay. Yeah, but sometimes, you know, someone's just got out of a car, been involved in a clash with somebody else, you know, give them a moment or two, fair enough, but I'd hope they'd come back ultimately and go, I'll talk to you now. Not always.
Not always. Not always.
Not always.
But everyone normally does the best they can. They appreciate that we're here doing our job. This is what we do for our profession. And hopefully our listeners and viewers will be happy with what we're giving them, because we're just trying to give them the inside story, show them a bit of the emotion and the drama and the competition nature and how it all evolves really on a race weekend.
Trying to stay on top of very much a fluid situation, because Christopher Nygaard's just made a pit stop from second position. That's the Poulsen Racing, or Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4. On the graphics system, by the way, you won't see driver names ever on the graphics. We tend to favour the team names and short codes for those. So STR being ST Racing, leading the race. POU is Poulsen, and CPR being CP Racing. But Nygaard reaching the end of the driving stint time more than anything else. He will have needed fuel anyway and has gone into the fueling area, but that'll be Chris Nygaard out and somebody else climbing on board the number 14 BMW. Roland Poulsen's been at the wheel fairly recently. Christian Poulsen, I'm not sure whether we've had a stint from him yet. Alfred Nilsson started the race as the semi-pro from Sweden, so we'll wait to see who the driver change is, but at least Poulsen Motorsport, making a return to this championship for the first time in 6 years, are well in the mix, and it is all about actually this brand new BMW M4, which, yes, it might be making its first foray into GT3 racing this year, but it already has some good races under its belt. It was a nightmare for BMW, I remember, at the Nürburgring 24 hours, not part of this championship, but they had a horror story. But it looks
this must be really encouraging for Poulsen Motorsport, as you say, not being here for some time, and at the moment they're sort of second overall, so it's sort of very encouraging for them, because we have seen in the past, haven't we, with, as you just said, with BMW, I think when they brought the first car out earlier in the year, there were some areas that they were using it basically as a development run, and then they were sort of, you know, developing as they went along, and so no, that's very good news.
Yeah, and they are, well, they must be new to that car, because, as I say, I recognise Poulsen from the Le Mans Cup, where they're actually running Hondas. So it's an interesting move to BMW, but looks to be the right one for this event, at least, because I'm sure it's no coincidence to have both M4s right at the top of the times. Pierre Caffer, though, who has been absolutely chiselling away throughout this stint, is now up to third position. He's just overtaken Charles Putman on that lap. And the former Audi LMP1 driver is really pushing on now. Last time around he did a 153.1. The best lap of the race for that car will be a Caffer time, and it was a 149.8.
I think we sort of expected this a little bit, didn't we, that Pierre would get in the car later on during the race. And I was watching him earlier because he was watching what the team were doing during pit stops when the other drivers came in, and he was across it. He was watching everything that went on. He was, you know, discussing the whole process with the team. So he's very involved in that, and clearly very passionate about his involvement and his role within the team, not just as a driver, but encouraging the other drivers in the team to make the right calls.
There is movement in the pit lane from Red Camel, Jordans.nl. This car has been in the garage since hour 2 when, well, I remember I wasn't even in the booth when this happened, but complete brake failure down at turn 1 for Rick Breukers. But for the first time since that incident, it lives again. and Christopher Nygaard stepping out of the Poulsen Motorsport car. So we will focus for the moment on the second place BMW. But the other story elsewhere in the pit lane, Andrew Marriott, is that the Red Camel car could be back in the race very shortly. But do cover this Poulsen stop first.
Yeah, well, Christopher Nygaard, 5 Le Mans Cities book, is out of the car, and Chris Poulsen is just accelerating out of the pit lane. And now I'm going to try and get Chris Nygaard, and here he is. And just wait for Seb to catch up. He's got a smile on his face, and I'll dive right in. Chris. Full 2 hours there.
Yeah, it was nice. Car was really good, so it's just cool to drive it.
We haven't seen you racing much lately, have we?
No. It's my first race since actually I was here last time, 2016. So it's my first race after this, so it's a nice comeback.
So what happened to your career though? Because you were, one of the big stars of the Aston Martin team.
Yeah, I didn't get my contract renewed, and then this driver rating system was a little bit difficult to get a drive, and I then got a drive or work inside the car industry, and I've been doing that for a while. So that's what I'm doing now.
And have you been instructing?
A little bit as well. So, but mostly in the car industry, working with normal cars for the road.
Excellent. Now you got the juices back.
Exactly. It's really good fun to be back. So I'm really happy that Christian was asking when he got the car, and they said, "Okay, come and drive with us." And yeah, why not? It was really good fun.
Had you much experience with this car before this weekend? Have you tested it at all?
We had one test in Ossersleben, and that was it. So it's a fairly new team. Christian has known the boys for a long time. They've done rally with him. So it's a cool team and just a lot of fun.
Terrific to have you back. You'll be right there at the end, maybe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Well, regularly raced with Johnny Adam in 2015, along with Marco Sorensen as well. Interesting comments about the driver rating system, which
it's made it difficult for him, wasn't it? He just.
I think historically he was a silver driver. Then he started to do really well, was bumped up to gold, and that's when all of a sudden your options are really clipped, because you've got to be very fast as a gold to be invited into a factory team. And the danger is, really, you should be a silver plus rather than a full-on gold or a platinum. And Nygaard's opportunities then dry up, and it means, the last time he was racing was 2016 here. Prior to that, he did a full World Endurance Championship season for Aston Martin Racing. But it's amazing how quickly...
It must be very difficult for a driver like him who, had a contract, then didn't get the contract renewed. Effectively, as he just said, he's only raced since this is his first race since 2016. Mm-hmm. So not to be in a race car and have to make that decision that actually, now is the time I've got to go and focus on something else. And he's clearly a talent, because he was, when he was with Aston Martin, he was one of the top drivers there.
It really was, yeah.
It's great to see him back.
It is, and did some great things there to bring the car in second place into the fueling area, and Poulsen are well in the reckoning. I mean, this is a really close fight. You might look at the gaps right now and think they're quite large, but because the cars are on different pit stop cycles right now, you've got a driver, as in Nick Whitmer, who's been at the wheel for an hour and 20. The guy behind him, Pierre Caffer, not quite done an hour yet, so he'll have to come in later, or will come in later than Nick Whitmer. Charlie Putman, who's done just shy of the Nick Whitmer time, so an hour and 70. Christian Poulsen's just fresh into the car, as is Indy Dontje. And actually, Indy's a guy we've barely spoken about this week, because he has done some, free practice time, but they left him out for qualifying. Must have done his qualification laps last night for WTM Racing. But Indy's a guy who could just arrive on the scene and immediately be on the bubble in terms of performance.
He keeps himself pretty low-key, because I have been into the garage a few times, and I actually was going to check with you guys and say, look, I've not seen him at all. I've not seen him around. Is he definitely here? And then I saw him earlier. He was just getting ready to get in the car. So he's definitely been... I don't know whether he's a bit more involved with the sort of strategy and that I'm talking, I don't know. I need to go and ask him. But it seems as if he was sort of out the back with the engineers and the data engineers and stuff for most of the time. And of course, different garages have different setups. They have a setup where you have to go behind to see where everyone is. But I haven't just seen him walking around. So it's good to see that he is here and he is in the car, and hopefully we'll be able to catch him during the night or certainly tomorrow.
He's done a race before this for WTM, which was the last one at Portimao. And then the other connection with Rinaldi, who run that Ferrari, was actually in 2019 when he ran at the Spa 24 Hours in the Silver Cup division. But otherwise, you know, drives a lot in Mercedes, HRT with Motorsport for Mercedes, and also with Winward Racing in the States too. So this is a bit more of a departure from the three-pointed start to the Ferrari. We've got a bit of a drama here for Viper Nizza Racing of Malaysia, because the 165 TCR Cupra is now in the garage, and they're frantically, the team now working on the front of this car. As far as I know, this is an all-Malaysian crew as well, looking after the car.
Yes, it is, yes.
And Andrew Marriott is down there witnessing what's going on.
Yes, I am. I just got the driver here. What's the problem with your car?
Currently, we have a water temp issue. Yeah, so I think the engine is hot right now. So the water temp is high, so yeah.
You've got to be very careful. It's not the radiator then?
Sorry?
Not the radiator?
I'm not sure. So hopefully it's not, and yeah, hopefully can get back out as soon as possible. Yeah, so.
Very good. You guys race a lot in Sharalan, don't you?
Sorry?
You race at Sharalan. I think your team is based there.
Oh yes, I do. In a local race. Yes.
It's terrific to have all these teams here from Thailand and Malaysia and all over. It's so international. Are you enjoying racing in Barcelona?
I do. This is my first time here, and it's quite competitive. So I'm quite happy that I'm here with the team, thanks to the team. So yeah.
You've got your race suit down. Are you Melvin?
No, currently that's Douglas, our team principal. Douglas Koo.
That's you.
Douglas Koo.
And who are you?
Gilbert
Ang. You're Gilbert Ang.
Yes.
I won't make an obvious comment, but great to talk to you, Gilbert, and let's hope they sort it out. Gilbert Ang there.
As ever, Marriott right in
Marriott,
there amongst it, isn't it?
He is.
Yeah, right in there.
In fact, that Viper Nizza team, you know, they've been running pretty consistently throughout the whole race. I mean, I watched some of their pit stops, and they were so on point. All of the guys in that crew, ready for each driver to come in, and they were there on a slick pit stops,
drilled,
back out, drilled. That's
ready in position.
Ready and waiting.
Yeah. And you know what, Di, you've been around this sport quite a while. You know what's required.
A couple of years.
And yeah, a couple of years at least. But you're a quick learner, and you know what's required. And you know, when you see the teams in this series, and I call it probably the best Pro-Am series in the world. And you see, you know, what the teams are doing. Before you answer that, because that could be a long answer. I've got Andrew down there, and I think he's got an update on the Red Camels Porsche. Andrew.
I've got the man to give me the update, Ivo Breukers. Looks as if it's going out very soon, Ivo. And what a job those boys have done.
Yeah, so it's quite a job, and we can be thankful for all the other teams, because we got some parts from ID Racing, HRT, Red Hand Racing, Vaporo. So all the parts came together. We put it back all, and we hope to get out in about 20 minutes.
Won't be so much fun when you get the invoices.
The financial part I still need to figure out, but I think it's a part of endurance to help each other. If people come here with parts we will help them as well, and financially we will arrange everything.
Ivo, this series is your brainchild. You must be so proud of what's been achieved and what we see here and all the innovations. We see innovations here that aren't in World Endurance Championship, particularly down at the penalty box. That's a fantastic thing. All the information we have on the windscreen. It's above every other series.
Yeah, we try to be innovative. For example, now for this race, I know that all the teams are receiving from our fuel robot exactly the amount of fuel they had, so no mistakes, and they can do a strategy. We have the drones. Yeah, we're trying to be new and offer the people nice things.
And decent TV coverage as well.
Yes, and very good commentators.
I knew he was going to say that.
Did he mean me?
Congratulations. He meant Diana. no, brilliant job with the boys. Buy them all a beer at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ed. Thank you.
You know, weren't we just having a conversation with Evo Broikers about that very thing and about this series being very much like that? And
Yes.
the ambience in the paddock. We were having that conversation.
Yeah, we did yesterday.
I bet he wasn't expecting to have that situation arise for himself.
No, because we talked about you know, the look and the feel of the championship now and how it's growing, and he said, I'm very conscious that we want it to be the right level so that, you know, the people that want to come and do it still come and do it. It's very important to us. There's a lot of families here that come here to race, family teams, and obviously himself, the whole family. He races with his 2 sons and his wife, and that comes along. I think he's got a daughter as well, but I'm not sure if she comes here. But that's what's important to them. So today, you know, I spoke to him earlier, and we thought the car was out, didn't we? And then I saw him with some different parts. Rick had already said during his interview, don't think we get the car out, too much damage.
Yeah.
And then Evo has obviously gone around the paddock, and all the other teams that have offered to sort of help out, give them parts, have been able to rebuild it. It has taken them some time, which is what you'd expect.
It was heavy
but
damage, wasn't
that
it?
whole sort of pulling together to get them back out on track is fantastic.
I should mention at this point that Johnny Palmer stepped out and gone for dinner. He hasn't had a throat operation that's changed his voice, and Stuart Bradley back in with Diana Binks for the meantime. I was saying to you, Di, about, you know, we've been around motorsport and we have seen lots of paddocks and lots of pit lanes, and that is perhaps epitomises this series. I've worked in series where it's a similar, even British touring cars, you can pop next door for a spare. And it's this camaraderie, I think, though, that comes out in endurance racing, where everybody wants to, possibly to their detriment, because if you give somebody your last drive shaft and then your drive shaft goes, you're out the race and they're still in it. So there's an element of that. But we were talking about the professionalism and the way that the teams conduct themselves, and I tell you what, they're on a par with any kind of pit crew, and there's a lot of amateurs in there who have regular jobs and will be going back to work on Monday morning or Tuesday morning, back to their regular jobs as plumbers and postmen, let's say. But here, they look like professional race teams.
Yeah, because I think, you know, like everything, working as a team, you've got to have a plan. You've got to know what the other person needs to do or wants to do. So they've clearly embraced the whole situation and know what needs to, you know, they don't know what needs to happen until it needs to happen. But if you've got a sort of complete sort of team environment where you're all working together, you get that competitive element, and you know that you want to do the best you can to make that happen.
They don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but they have an idea that if it does happen, we know what to do. Let's go back down to Andrew, who's got something else. Andrew.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, Joe, because I've been in and out of the pits and doing interviews, and you lose a bit of the thread of the race. But what's happened to Herbert's Motorsport? They drop right down the road.
Jürgen Haring's in the car currently. He's been in the car for 46 minutes. I've just been for dinner, so that's a one for that I'd be asking Johnny, and you've just brought my attention to that. They're in 10th overall and dropped to 9th in GT3.
I mean, they dropped behind the Cup cars. I mean, they must have had a problem. I'll go and find out.
Well, they've dropped almost to the tail of the GT3 field.
And there's nothing obvious that we've seen on the screen so far, anyway, to indicate anything as yet.
They've dropped. They're on 184 laps. The leader has just completed 191, so they've dropped some laps. I tell you what, Andrew, if we had somebody in the pit lane who could pop into Herbert's Motorsport and ask the question, that might shed some light. I don't know anybody, do you?
He's off. He's gone to find out.
He's off, he's gone, yeah.
No, that's an interesting one. I didn't notice anything. There's nothing obvious, as I just said, that's popped up on the screen that we can see from what we can see or heard anything yet. So it'll be interesting to see if what Andrew can find out there. It's a good point. But going back to your point about the sort of environment here, we started off the day talking about the trophies that are available and what's going to happen. The champions are going to be crowned this weekend, but also the Spirit of the Race Award that we talk about.
There's one right there with red camels, isn't it?
Just what I was
Never
thinking.
giving up.
That's just what I was thinking.
Maybe the Spirit of the Race, let's find out the most expensive part that he's had to borrow off someone, and that someone is the Spirit of the Race.
So they get a trophy.
By giving away a really expensive part that they may even need. Yeah.
No, that's good, but it does, as you say. You said right at the beginning, at the top of the day. This encompasses everything that this event is about, and but it inspires you as well, because the more you see people pushing themselves and achieving and being and enjoying that experience, the more you want to be part of it, don't you? Because you get caught up in the whole thing, and you want the best.
Yeah, you know how long I've been around endurance sports car racing and motor racing, and even as a broadcaster, as a pit lane reporter, like you're doing here, I get emotional at the end of the race, and I'm not even part of the team. But when our job is to get that interview, isn't it, with the winning team, and whether it be the team manager or the teammates, you can't help but soak up that emotion.
You feel it,
that
don't
those
you?
team. And I used to say to the guys that work for me, all of the horrible things that happen to you with regards to performance or bad luck or whatever, those are the moments that make when you win so much greater.
Yeah. And the other thing I've got to say about this, being in the pit lane, and I'm sure you've experienced it definitely, you walk up and down that pit lane, and we're in this environment where it's really hot, like earlier today, boiling hot, and the number of teams that come out and ask you, do you want a drink, do you need anything, would you like some water? And you really appreciate it, because you don't want to go in and ask, but everyone comes, just come in, help yourself. If you need a drink, get a drink, make sure you're okay.
Well, that's good. That's a good point. We can just go in any of those garages and say, if you've got a spare bottle of water, no one's going to begrudge you that, and they are going to do that. There's the number 14, Christian Poulsen driven BMW, that was in contention at the lead. I tell you what though, Di, just catching up with what's been happening out on track, the number 18, Pierre Caffer. Remember our conversation with him this morning?
Yeah, but I was talking with Johnny just earlier before you came back, and we obviously spotted that Pierre had got into P3. But yes, the conversation we all had at breakfast was we could expect this from him, because we'd seen that they'd had a bit of a strategy plan.
But he was quite open with us, wasn't he? He told us exactly how they were going to play.
They'd already sort of planned this, really, which is, so far the execution has been spot on.
It's been unbelievable. Unbelievable how that number 18 has just crept up the order. And here we are. All right, it's off the lead lap. I think it's 2 laps down, but that might be because of the way that the pit stop phases are. Andrew's down in the pits though, Andrew.
Do you know, we pride ourselves on not missing anything, don't we?
Yeah.
Herbert changed a radiator.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't see that. My excuse.
They changed it very quickly, but it dropped them down the field, those 3 or 4 laps.
Wow, well, good detective work, Andrew.
Yeah.
Was the radiator spring a leak off a stone or something, or?
I think a stone.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what Robert told me just a moment ago.
Oh, well, that explains that then. It's the amount of progress that they'd lost couldn't possibly have been down to Jürgen Haring's lap times. I saw that. And, they've dropped off, 6 laps? Potentially 7 laps there before the cars come across the line. So they're 6 laps down off the lead lap after being in contention. So there had to have been something that Andrew's
I think Andrew must have his mic open, because I can hear the ambient sound there. But
yeah, there it goes. Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
I think potentially what might have happened, we didn't see anything on the screen, but the sun was just sort of really bright, and then all of a sudden the clouds have just come over, so we couldn't quite see the screens here so well.
Right, yes,
so maybe there was something there that we missed, just as we were talking about some other things that were going on track. But there was definitely nothing obvious there.
So it's 10 minutes to 8 p.m. here in Barcelona, and the sun is kind of plummeting towards that horizon. Some fabulous sunbeams bursting out of the clouds. It's certainly cooling off. It's still warm. I wouldn't say it's cold. I wouldn't say it's chilly. I wouldn't say it's cool even. It's still very warm.
Well, I'm thinking that I may well be in the pit lane later without a jacket.
Yes, I think
that'll
so.
be shocking, won't it, for my Scottish blood?
Well, you'd be... Yeah, you're even further north than Newcastle, aren't you? Newcastle girls are renowned for going out in the snow in their short dresses. But yes, I think so. And we saw from the forecast that from almost 30 degrees this afternoon, it was going to drop to 20 by 5 a.m. But around about midnight, it's still going to be to 23 degrees. And I said to Johnny, that's English summer weather. That's, you know, shorts and t-shirt weather. That's swimming pool weather in England. So yeah, it's the thing that the sun disappearing behind the cloud and subsequently then further on behind the horizon, the track temperature is going to come down without the sunshine beaming on it. And there's a significant occurrence in this race. The Red Camels Jordan Porsche has rejoined. It's off our screen, is it? Yeah, it's off the timing screen.
Yeah.
It's been out of this race for a significant amount of time.
That's fantastic to see it back out there on the track.
And I know that your initial interview with Rick Breukers was that they were going to retire the car. I think when they've sort of gotten themselves together and thought, what are we talking about? Let's see if we can get the necessary parts. And you just heard the story there. Fabulous to see that car back out.
Yeah.
Let's head back down to Andrew.
Yeah, Arnie Neverling's just out of the car. Having a very good run, Arnie.
Sorry, just
having a very good run.
Yeah, I thought it was quite a good stint. Pity about the troubles we had earlier. It was very unfortunate, but was just really unlucky, to be honest.
Now, you've been around racing a while. You were top man in Rotax karting, well, 20 years ago, I suppose. And then have you raced in the Formula Renault Euro Series, I think?
Yeah, that's correct. A lot of karting in the old days and a bit of Formula Renault, and now recently the lovely world of GT racing.
And do you live in South Africa or are you based over here?
Yes, I'm still based in South Africa, yeah.
So where are you from?
So the town is called Vereniging. It's about 100 kilometers south from Johannesburg.
Do you do any racing there?
Yes, so in South Africa we do the South African GT Championship, which is all GT3 cars and GT4s. I do that together with Charles Arangis in the Audi R8. And then we do the Polo Super Cup series, part of the Global Touring Car Series in South Africa.
Excellent. So you're racing all the time, really?
Yeah, I'm a lucky man. I'm racing quite a bit.
But what about this team, Red Ant? They're a pretty smart outfit.
Yeah, it's a fantastic team. They really surprised me. The whole setup, even the organization, everything is really good, and I'm really proud to be part of it all.
Very good. Well, nice to talk to you. We didn't realise we had a South African, did we?
Thanks, Andrew. And yeah, Red Ant Racing. That car a little bit down the order, isn't it? 904. The Wim Spinoy at the wheel of that car, and that was the car that we saw heavy impact on the front of that 904. That yeah.
Again, they just Red Ant. They work incredibly hard, don't they? If there's any issues at all. We've just been describing professionalism of teams, and the Red Ant Racing, which is a lovely spin on their surname, isn't it? They're a Belgian team, and their surname is Redant. It's spelt Red Ant, and they've used that as their team name, which works really well. A little bit tricky in commentary when you're saying there's Bert Redant in the Red Ant. Yeah.
You've got to really get your tongue around it.
Yeah, that is one that it's difficult to say. Even Red Ant is sort of
Red Ant. Yeah. The sister car, though, the 903, is very, very competitive, well up the order, leading the 992 class on 190 laps. The car that is currently second, 2 laps further back. So it's Andy Berry in the HRT Performance number 929. But there is the 903, the Red Ant Racing, Bert Redant. Now, can you remember Bert brought the car in in Portimao a little early? And I think it was you who caught up with him in one of the many paddling pools. And you said, you were brought it in there early, Bert. He says, yeah, I was just too hot.
Yes.
And you know what? I admired that, because there's a lot of drivers would have just pushed on and become totally and utterly exhausted to the detriment of the performance overall.
No, he came in and got straight into the paddling pool. Absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Because in Portimao, it was even hotter than it is
nearly
here.
40 degrees.
Although, for some reason, it seems as hot here, but I don't think it was. Portimao was.
Portimao was 39, 40 degrees. It's been 29, 30 degrees today. So
there was a lot of pools
degrees.
in Portimao. I didn't quite manage to get in one in the end, but John Hindhoff suggested that I jump in the swimming pool at the end.
Of course he did. He's like that. Yeah. Red Camel's car straight into refueling. I'm not sure who's driving that because it's off my screen.
and I haven't got another screen. So I'll wait for Paul Truswell to update me on that one. Paul,
yeah, I don't think they've
working
updated
hard.
the driver, have they? So I can't even see. We can sort of see the car being refueled, but I unfortunately can't. It's not close enough. Well, it is close, but I still can't see who the driver is.
Yeah, it's hard to see. I think that might be Luke.
That's what I was just about to say, because he's got a green helmet.
Or
hasn't he?
actually, I'll tell you who more likely will be.
Yeah. Well, they've come out of the refueling.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if
go
they've come back in or they've just gone straight.
maybe a
Let's have a
systems
look.
check. That might be Fabian Dance.
Yeah, it's gone straight
Fabian
out again.
Dance.
So they've not stopped at the pit box.
That is probably Fabian in the car. I've got the definitives. It is. Yeah, it is. It is. The reason why I plumbed for Fabian is that he's the customer driver, and he's had no time in the car. So that's another reason to repair your car in this type of racing. You've got customer drivers who've paid for track time, and all right, they understand that. What a fabulous shot from the drone.
I was just about to say that, Joe. Obviously being mainly in the pit lane, I don't
It's
get to
over.
see all those shots.
It doesn't work well on radio. It's right over the chicane, which is the left-right, and it's like the
just
the
looking down
Google
from
map, it's
from
Google
the-
Earth
from the
view,
moon,
wasn't
isn't
it?
it?
Yeah,
Looking straight
Google
down
Earth
and you
view.
see
Looked
it.
like a scale extric or something.
Yeah, it almost looked as if it was a sort of CGI image
From
rather
that,
than a
yeah,
real.
because we're not used to seeing it from that
Yeah.
angle. It did look a bit CGI with a few
CGI,
sort of.
CGI.
What did you say? CDI.
What's
Yes,
that?
we all knew what you meant.
Thank you.
The Hofer car that circulates in 5th place in class. That's the number 11. That's currently 5th overall, actually, 5th in GT3. Max Partel has been in that car for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Now, I saw a driver preparing to take over that car in the Hofer pit there in the background, and I'm pretty sure that was Chantel Prince. We'll wait and see. He's still 20 minutes shy of his maximum allowed time, so plenty of time for that one. Andrew confirms that it's Chantal who's preparing to take over the wheel of the number 11. We wait and see if he is about to pit. I would imagine he is, because that's why drivers get prepared, don't they? It's got nothing to do with the 2-hour driver window. It's got everything to do with how much fuel is in that car.
And if they're not doing that, they're either at the back of the garage or in the trucks, or sitting with the team, watching what's going on, and sort of quite engaged. And
Well, you're not going to put your full balaclava, zip up your suit, and put your helmet on in that heat.
No.
No.
Even though it's cooled, it's not cooled that much.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cooled by about 3 degrees. I mean that in relative terms. Totally relative terms.
So Nick Whitmer is still behind the wheel of the ST Racing number 1, leading the field at the moment. Behind him is Pierre Caffer in the number 18 Phoenix Racing car, and Christian Poulsen is up to 3rd in the number 14. And of course we've got Charles Putman, CP Racing. Now they've been consistently moving up and down the field, really, but in contention.
Just been speaking to Joe Foster there at dinner. Says, hey mate, how's it going? He said, we're just going round and round. Which, you know what, at this stage, what have we got? 17 hours to go? Yeah, just click by. Literally, as I looked there, it's 16 hours and 59 seconds. And at this stage, yeah, that's the plan. You've got to just keep going round and round. You've got to stick with it. You've got to keep the pace. You've got to try and make the tyres last the whole fuel window stint. And you've got to be able to react. And CP Racing know exactly how to do that.
Well, they're quite a consistent team, aren't they? They generally have the same driver. Mostly have the same driver lineup, so they know each other well. They know endurance racing well, because they absolutely love it. Been doing it for years, and it's great to have them as part of this. But they sort of, even though things can change last minute, they do know that they're aware that it could change at any moment, and they're always ready for that. They never take it too easy. They're always making sure they're across everything and make ready for that opportunity if it comes.
So the Red Camel very much underway, and circulating. He's been out of the pits and past the pits, which means that's great. Everything's stayed together. The team are happy.
Let's head down to Andrew, who's got another interview, I believe.
Yeah, Sabino de Castro, you're having a great run again in the Willie Motors car.
Yes, I'm very happy to see you with the whole team in Barcelona. Creventic Championship is very hard for a team, for mechanic and for driver, because the stint is very long. Now, today is very hot, now it's good, stay in the car, but if you want push hard, always is difficult.
The last time I spoke to you was in the Victory Circle at Sebring, 3rd overall. That was a brilliant result.
Yes,
I was so excited.
I love Sebring circuit, and last year there is a rain. I love rain. I hope to come rain in Barcelona, but meteo don't only sun.
Why do you only run 3 drivers here? Just works for you?
Fabrizio want build this team with only 2 drivers, 3 drivers, and we must continue. It's very hard, 3 drivers, but you enjoy a lot. Now, maybe in Kuwait, we start with a new 992, and we hope to Porsche the GT3R in maybe in final next year or in 2024.
Brilliant, thanks very much and well done.
Thank you very much, see you.
So Andrew Marriott down there in the pit lane. So as racing continues here in Barcelona, it's still Nick Whitmer leading the GT class for ST Racing. Pierre Caffer close behind him in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 on a 1:52.387, and then Christian Poulsen in the number 14 Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. He's set a time in third of 1:53.553. So as the sort of evening starts to get underway here, it's not quite dark, but the lights around the circuit are more prominent now. You probably can't see it from the TV shots that you're looking at if you are looking at visuals, or if you're just hearing us while the clouds are coming. It's slightly cooler here in Barcelona. And the teams are just now getting into that consistent flow, getting ready for the night session that's going to get underway here fairly shortly as they cycle through their
more cars in the pits. That's the number 9, the Viper Nisa Racing, car 165. It's been in the pits for some time now. As we go back out on track, the 929 car continues to circulate. Andy Burry chasing down that class leader. And we'll see if Andy can make some inroads. Last time through, 156.7, and the Burt Redont 156.6. Absolutely nothing in it, and as expected, the number 11 Hofer Mercedes into the pits, and it will be Max Partel who will jump out of the car and hand that car to teammate Chantal Prince. This team, Hofer Racing, with this Mercedes, have won the 24 Series Championship many times. So the number 11 Mercedes peels off the refueling area
and makes its way to the pit garage, where the team will be waiting. It's had a full allocation of fuel here under green. Chantal Prince, former ladies champion and overall champion with this team, about to take over. Chantal been busy these past 2 years that she hasn't been racing. Mother of two now. Her father, Michael Kroll, of course, when we first covering the series, we were familiar with Chantal. The surname of Kroll, it was very tricky when she married Alex Prince. So that pit stop now, Chantal just being bolted in. That car drops to 8th place because of this, drops from 5th and hands those places to Indy Jonty in the Rottenspiegel team, Monschau Racing Ferrari. That car now up into 5th spot. And Max Bartel in conversation with teammate. That's Alex Prince there. They're talking now. We'll be getting information, of course, and just relaying information about how the tyres and how the car is handling. Now that we've got cooler temperatures, I would imagine it's a bit of a different beast that Chantal's going to find. She was last out in this car in the heat of the day. Final touches just coming. Pit stop time ticking by. We're at 4 minutes 40. So there, the Hofer pit stop just coming to fruition there. And Chantal Prince back out into the race. The number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes into 11th. Can it stay ahead of the Jutta Audi? There's only 31 seconds in it, so there might be a change there. Into the pits as well has come the number 18, the Phoenix Racing Audi, from 2nd place. That now drops to 4th at the moment. So we're seeing a lot of swapping and changing, and we're certainly seeing a little bit of change in lighting conditions out on the circuit. We had night practice, of course, yesterday. And the importance of night practice is, of course, going to bear fruit right now, Johnny, because the sun plummeting towards the horizon.
Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, in 15 seconds' time, we're at official sunset time at 9 minutes past 8 when I looked it up yesterday.
Certainly looks it. That sun's just literally disappeared.
Indeed.
I know it's been behind a cloud for a few minutes.
Yeah, but 2 seconds, 1 second, there you go, folks. That is official sunset. Now, it's not going to be complete darkness for probably another half an hour or so, but you better get used to this for the next 11 hours because the sun's not going to fully rise again until 7:27 tomorrow morning. So it's a fair chunk of night-time running, as you would expect from an, technically speaking, autumnal race. And some flashing of the lights, which will become even brighter once the ambient fully is gone on the rear of the number 11 Mercedes. That's the 71 Jutta Racing Audi then, jostling for position. That's not for position actually on track, is it? There is a lap between them in reality.
Yeah.
And Chantal Prince on an out lap, so not really wanting to, hold up a massive defence because she'll still be building tyre temperature actually on an out lap.
Actually, Johnny, I think, are they showing on different? Yeah, they've just gone. So the Hofer car has just dropped off the same lap as the Jutta Racing Audi there, and that's what we were watching develop. Into the pits has gone the 977, and that's the car that was certainly up the order in the 992 class. That's dropped down as slightly. Thierry Vermeulen in the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche, 5th place in the 992 category now. So just losing a little bit of time since we last checked in with them. But I see Bob Herber is now at the wheel of the number 928 HRT Performance. We saw Bob, was it Mugello where Bob was in the Bentley?
Yeah.
We saw the Bentley.
I do remember the Bentley. That wasn't this year though, was it?
Yes. Yeah.
No way.
He raced it. raced Spa. I don't know, raced at Mugello.
I don't remember the Bentley when I was at Mugello, in truth. I wasn't at Spa, so that would fit more so that it was Belgium. What I did know was that Baz Cooten had a Bentley in his rank sort of thing, ready to go.
Right, we'll check that out later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, indeed.
Well, he's kind of shelved the Bentley.
It's a Bentley with history, though, isn't it? Because hasn't it won like the Bathurst 12 Hour, or did it feature at the Bathurst 12 Hour, or did we get that wrong?
No, you're on the right lines.
Okay.
He bought 2.
Yeah.
One of them had provenance by being a Bathurst 12 Hours winner. The other one had ran in another series. That's the car he chose to drive rather than, risk the one with massive race-winning provenance.
I can see that. I can see why you would do that.
He's decided to shelve the idea of running the car in long-distance endurance races. And enjoying coming out to the 24H series as part of the HRT performance team in the 928 and running third in the 992 class, but first in the 992 AM subclass.
Douglas Koo in the Viper Nizza racing car. Last time when I left the booth, that car was in the pits with a major water temperature issue. Is this it returning to the race then?
It is, yeah, and he's going very slowly, so he's just easing that car around, checking that the water temperature isn't going to go through the roof again, maybe. And it may be that it already is off the gauges, or he might want the gauges to come down a little.
Nearly 40 minutes in the pits to sort that little problem out, so it's cost them, and they've fallen to the back of the TCR field because of that. 33rd when you combine both races together. They are 8th in class and 9th in the division. That's because the only TC entered car in the race, which is the BMW M2 from Hoffa and Bonk Motorsport, that's now got ahead of 2 of the TCRs. So they're making progress to 332, really benefiting from bad luck and woes for 1 or 2 of the TCR, with good performers. I'm looking at Holmgaard. You think about the success they've had in the past with VW Golfs. They're running the Cupra Leon competition this year, though, and Magnus Holmgaard in car 102 has had some, not him personally, but the team at Holmgaard have had some strife at times and are running in 7th position. Nick Whitman, fresh from the #1 BMW from ST Racing, is now with Andrew Marriott.
Yes, he is. I just get him to get his act together here. He's just sorting out his gloves, his helmet, his balaclava, and he's ready to talk to me. That was a fantastic stint.
Oh, it was amazing. First of all, I just got to thank STR Racing. We did all the setting this week, and since Dubai, actually. So it's not our first time in this car. We know the setup pretty good here. Last year we did very well here, so we got a good driver lineup for that. And all you have to do is focus out there and nail your points and stay out of traffic. And if there is traffic, go right around them.
Big battle though at the front of this field.
Yeah, there is a good battle out there. I mean, I was quite alone for a while, so I was just in a groove. But then after that, ST Racing gave me a car that I could go right through traffic like they were cones.
Thanks very much, Nick.
Thanks very much.
Great drive from Nick Whitman there in the #1 ST Racing BMW. We've seen how Nick can drive that car in previous races, of course. And that car, currently our lead car last time by, it's on the outlap now, and Samantha Tan has taken over the wheel of that car. It continues to circulate around. We'll see if Christian Poulsen, we've got a BMW 1-2 once again, everybody. This is the way the pit stop phases are going to flop through right the way probably to the checkered flag. And we'll see if Christian Poulsen actually comes by. He's come by, Johnny, 14.7 seconds behind the #1 BMW. So the #1 BMW, importantly, has hung on to the lead of that race. We've got a studio guest, a very important one as well. Mohammed, is that you, sir? Please, welcome. Come and sit down, because I've got a lot of questions for you, because I'm quite excited. So our guest here is Mr. Mohammed Al Abdulrazak. I hope I've said that right. Abdulrazak. Once I've said it, it's yeah.
Abdul, I need to turn you on. Abdul,
Yes.
welcome.
Thank you.
You are the managing director of the Kuwaiti track where we're all going in December.
Yes, Kuwait Motor Town.
Kuwait Motor Town. Kuwait Motor Town. Exciting news.
Yes.
I've got to say, what I find the most exciting is that it will be the very first FIA-sanctioned international motor race in Kuwait.
Yes.
That's quite something.
Yes, circuit-wise.
Yes, circuit-wise, right.
Circuit-wise, yeah.
What's the motorsport scene like in Kuwait?
We have a large following for motorsports. It's very interesting to come in and watch, because once we have a full active weekend, we have 7 different motorsports facilities.
Right.
All connected into one ground.
What motorsport facilities do you cover?
So we have the main circuit, which is the GP circuit. It's grade A homologation to host F1. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then we also have a drag strip, which is very popular.
Yeah.
We have a motocross facility. We have a rallycross facility. We have a public grounds where we use it for time attacks and drift. We have a CIK homologated track. We have an obstacle course, and we have a small sand dune course, which we will convert into a junior motocross, because we have, believe it or not, we have more junior participating in the motocross than seniors.
Have you missed out karting?
Come again?
Have you missed out karting?
No, CIK
you
karting
missed out
facility.
karting,
Yeah. I think I said that. We'll review it later.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look back at that.
Yeah, for sure.
Everyone with the series is quite excited about the concept of bringing the endurance series to Kuwait.
Yes.
This series is renowned for following the history. We're here at Barcelona, home of the Spanish Grand Prix since 1991.
Yes.
We're just playing out a little video there of Kuwait City.
That's Alhambra Tower.
Yeah. What I feel here is that this series, instead of chasing the history, we are creating the history, aren't we?
Exactly.
We are going to be the first international endurance race.
As I said to the drivers in the drivers' briefing, if you're the first here, you're the first of the first of the first.
That's got to be a reason why people will sign up.
It's something to be in the history books.
Being the managing director of Kuwait Motor City, you've been around the track in a proper car.
A few times.
A few times.
Yes.
What can our drivers expect? Because looking at the onboards that we've seen.
Yes. Have you seen them?
Yes, of course. Yeah. We went straight onto YouTube.
Okay.
We had a guy in a Radical.
Yes.
And it was like, and you can tell by the engine note and what gear he's in how bloody fast that is.
Yes.
And it's really fast.
Yes. It's a track where it challenges the car and the driver itself.
Yeah, I thought that.
And it also bridges like a BOP type of scenario where it bridges the faster cars and slower cars together in the tight turns.
Right.
And then the fast straights. I mean, it's the fast straights. You can't do anything about it.
When you look at like a Google Earth of the track, one of the biggest things is almost a 360 curve. That is an engineer's nightmare.
Yes.
How on earth are we going to keep the tyres together through there?
There's a few turns. I'll take you to turn 1. Turn 1 is flat out. If you have enough aero, you're flat out into turn 1.
Right.
You get into turn 2, you take a left, you go up the hill, it's a blind corner, you don't see what's coming up next.
Oh, wow.
And then suddenly it's a drop, like a remake of the Laguna Seca corkscrew.
Really?
Yes. And then it's a long left-hander.
Yeah.
I call it patience, because you just have to wait and hold the car. And then you turn right into an SS of Bathurst, and it's an elevation change.
Right.
It's quite fast S's into a triple or quadruple right-hander.
Yeah,
if you hold the steering wheel in one correct position and you're going fast enough, it will take you from apex to apex without any input.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's a shortcut which we won't use. It's a remake of the carousel, and then it's a triple left into the back straight. Downhill braking into the start and finish line.
It looks phenomenal,
Yes.
and there's an aerial shot of it there, Mohammed. And you know what? Just looking at that track and looking at the onboards, I was thinking, how do I get out of the booth and into a car? Yeah, and of course there's undulation there as well.
Yes, it's not flat. It's not a flat track at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, the other interesting aspects are the kind of packages that are becoming available for
the competitors. And perhaps the biggest thing, I used to be a lecturer, a teacher at Northeast of England College, where I taught motorsport engineering. And we ran race cars at tracks using the students as crew.
Sort of the student formula.
As part of the, well, it was Formula Ford.
Okay.
So we ran 2 Formula Fords and we operated, because I used to run race teams as well.
Yeah.
So we operated exactly as a race team would.
Okay.
And we even won a big race. You know, it's music, isn't it? We even won a big race at Snetterton with a Formula Ford. We beat Formula 3 cars because of the weather and a really
Was it
unique
raining?
tyre change. It was, yeah.
Okay.
We were, well, I'm not boring you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm very interested, don't worry.
But the viewers are going to fall asleep.
Sure.
The thing about the mechanical engineering educational program, which is going to become part of this race in a few months. Let you tell everybody.
Okay, we came up with an idea to promote the race even more. We want to elevate the motorsport scene in Kuwait.
Yes.
Not only bring this to the table at Kuwait Motor Town, we also want the industry around it to grow.
Yeah.
So what we're thinking is to involve engineering students to learn about motorsports and to get even a possible career in motorsports, and to get them interested in that level. And also with the rise of our national level, it will also be a hand-in-hand type of scenario where it feeds into each other. So any team, the first 20 teams basically, to join into this package and want to promote motorsports like we do, they will be able to get 5 sets of free tires from us that we will help with.
And that's that's a massive incentive, but I think the most important factor is the fact that the students on this educational program will get to work with the teams during this race.
Yes, all weekend, basically.
All weekend. I'm not sure they know what they're letting themselves into.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah.
We'll have them interview with you.
Well, at 4 o'clock in the morning in the pit lane.
Yes.
Yeah, when they're full of carbon dust and rubber.
We'll probably be done by then.
Maybe there'll be a few that'll have a different idea about which career they want to be in. But I think that's a fantastic idea, and conceptually, you guys, you really are at the very beginning, the foundation of motorsport in your country.
Yes.
And
in terms of the facility being there, but in terms of motorsports abroad, we have championships or champions in multi-level, in more than one discipline, in drag racing, in world-class numbers, and jet skiing, and all forms of motorsports. We have big names.
Yes. Yeah. Tell me how the deal came together, not giving obviously the business side of it away, but was it, did Creventic approach you, or did you kind of wave at Creventic and say, you know, we're over here?
There was a show of interest from our side and a show of interest of their side, and we spoke pre-corona, pre-pandemic basically.
All right, as far back as that.
Yeah, and then we reopened the books earlier this year. We were thinking about it and how the logistics and things might play out.
Yeah.
And alhamdulillah, we got to an understanding and agreement.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's a great idea for many reasons.
Yes.
Kuwait bookending with Dubai is a great reason. We come to the Middle East, we start in the Middle East, we finish in the Middle East, and then
logistically it makes sense.
Logistically, it's fantastic for the teams to already be positioned to start 2023.
Exactly.
Your first visit to the Barcelona track?
First visit to Barcelona track.
Yeah, what do you think?
The management over here did wonders. We saw every angle of the circuit.
Have you really?
Yes, it's amazing.
Are you staying on next week to have a track day?
I unfortunately I have to get back to start preparing for that.
Yeah.
But next year, inshallah, we will probably have a wing at it.
Well, I tell you what, next year at the Barcelona 24 Hours, I'm expecting to see a couple of cars from Kuwait with a load of Kuwaiti drivers, with a load of Kuwaiti mechanics, crewing the team, and you know.
Hopefully, we can drive interest that soon.
Well, that's where we're heading, isn't it?
Yes.
This is what this is all about. It's about growing the sport.
Exactly.
Mohammed, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. I can see in your face you're excited as much as I am.
Yes. I can't wait to have you on board.
I can't wait to be
there. We have
really,
really good food.
I know you do.
Yes.
I know
you do. Huh?
I know you do. And hey, mate, you don't get this shit for not appreciating good food. There's every aspect of visiting your country. It'll be the first time I've ever visited Kuwait, so I'm really looking forward to that.
It will be a pleasure to have you there.
It will be a pleasure. Pleasure will be all mine. Mohammed,
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I thought it was very important that our viewers and listeners heard it from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yes.
And I think they can feel in your voice how excited you are to be part of this series.
If they're around their area, they're more than welcome to join us as well.
I'm hoping that, yeah, well, that's exactly what we want to do, isn't it? We want to get people to visit the country.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I've just stirred the excitement for December, the first weekend in December.
See you soon.
Thank you very much. Thanks, mate. Yeah. Yeah, an absolute pleasure there. Mohammed Al Abdelrazak from the Kuwaiti Motor City, the 24 series, heading there for a 12-hour motor race. The provisional entry list is building. It's got quite a few stalwart interests from a lot of our stalwart teams, and that will take place. The race is scheduled for the first weekend of December, starting on the 30th of November, of course, and then 1st and 2nd of December, Kuwait Motor Town. I'm pretty sure you guys will tune in to see the very first FIA-sanctioned endurance race to take place, not just at that track, but in that country. The Middle East, a growing place. We go to Dubai. This series itself was founded on the Dubai 24 Hours. And I think it's quite apt, really, to be bookending the season with a visit, starting off with a visit to Dubai and ending with a visit to Kuwait. What is a fabulous-looking facility there. Back to this facility, though, in the Circuit of Catalunya. Samantha Tan has consolidated that lead. Last lap through, 1:51.1. Samantha, I've got to say, very impressive as ever, lap time-wise. She is right on the nose with that ST Racing BMW M4. It's a BMW M4 that is in second place, 23 seconds behind at the moment. And then in third place, we've got the Sven Herberger Phoenix Racing Audi, just off the lead lap at the moment, as far as I can calculate. Behind them, a further lap or so down, is the CP Racing Mercedes in fourth. Fifth place is the number 23 Huber Racing Porsche, Manuel Lauk at the wheel of that. And then sixth place overall is Indy Donchi in the Glockenspiegel Team Monschau Racing Ferrari. Johnny, do you want your seat back, mate?
Not necessarily. You're doing a cracking job.
We're fine, mate.
No, it's fine. We might switch around, behind the scenes when we go to the next pit lane report, but that's got to be... Is it still Andrew down in the pit lane?
It's Andrew down in the pit lane,
We're probably only going to wait about 40 seconds and there'll be another pit report.
I told him we had we had a guest, so he's probably got about 20 interviews lined up in that space of time.
Atlas BX of Korea heading down towards the left-hander at turn 10 now, and that whole sequence, the very fast middle portion of the track, taking on a completely different complexion with this lack of natural light, but there's still quite a bit of artificial to utilise or to use as far as where the track goes next is concerned. Well, certainly one side of the track, i.e. the start-finish line, but more tricky in other places, particularly around turns 3 and 4, where the light seems to be most lacking. Past those cars go past the banners to advertise the 12 Hours of Kuwait in a couple of months' time, at the end of November, start of December, with the two BMWs then first and second between Samantha Tan and Christian Poulsen. So the two AM drivers trying to get the better of one another effectively. And the last time around, Poulsen is struggling a touch to keep up with Samantha's pace. That might be traffic induced, as we express it, i.e. you're catching one or two of the slower cars compared to the GT3 machinery, but no one is hanging around on this racetrack, make no mistake about that, as the nose of the 710 drops to the floor as it decelerates into turn 5, the 710 Lamborghini Huracan of Gerhard Watzinger leading the GTX category. From in second place within that division, the first of the two Vortex V8s, Philippe Gruau, is driving the 702. That's had much the better luck so far compared to the sister machine, where they've had all sorts of difficulties along the way. And when you compare the two cars, they are, well, 86 laps apart. I hadn't realised it was that much of a difference. So nearly 90 laps, the difference between 702 Vortex and the 701 Vortex V8 1.0. But the sister car of Olivier Gomez is still fourth in that category. Lippert Lamborghini still carrying the damage that it picked up right at the start of this 24-hour race. We've hustled on since then and are now, what, 7.5 hours into the event. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is the 24 hours of Barcelona. Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley looking after proceedings as we're now well into the night. Porsche Cup class led by Red Ant Racing with the GT3 Cup 992 of Belgian driver Sam de Jonge, number 903, leading the way there. And I would guesstimate that the HRT Performance Porsche is still just about on the lead lap within class category there, just waiting for Jim Rautanen to cross the line. He's somewhere in the third sector, and that'll give us a real-time gap between the 903 and the 929. But what is always a very close division, Red Ant Racing threatening to run away with it a little bit here. And actually, yes, it's a lap and a half when Rautanen goes over the line. So Red Ant, they have absolutely no luck at all with one of their cars, the 904, which slammed into the back of a Lamborghini Huracan of some description at the start of the race through no fault at all of Kobe de Bruyke. And the 904 has been limping back up the order ever since then. But the sister car, I mean, is unstoppable right now, the 903, particularly when it's in the hands of generally fastest driver Sam de Jonge.
Yeah, and that's exactly who's at the wheel of that car right now. Lap time's 1:54.5, and the second place 992 class car, the 929 numbered Jim Rautanen at the wheel of the HRT Performance car, and he's just put in a 1:57. So the gap extending to the Red Ant Racing car. Still a long way to go though, Johnny, 16.5 hours. And, you know, I don't know if you've mentioned to the viewers and listeners that we have a night break from commentary at...
Not yet.
Shall I do that now then?
Yeah, why not? So
we're going for a break at midnight European time, and then we come back at 8 a.m. So that is 11 o'clock. Yeah, that's 11 o'clock in the UK. And 7 a.m. for a return for the run into the flag. And the flag comes out, of course, 24 hours after 1 p.m. today, so that's 1 p.m. Sunday afternoon will be when we come to the conclusion of the 24 hours of Barcelona.
We go for the break. If you stay tuned to the live stream on a very popular streaming website, it'll be on boards all night, together with the graphics, as far as I understand. So you will still be able to keep tabs on both races, the GTs and the TCEs, through the night, if you're brave enough to stay up for the duration, or indeed if you're in another part of the world, and that's the daytime for you. So you can still keep tabs, but yeah, live commentary will pause for 8 hours to mark your card, and we'll be back on air at 8 a.m. Central European summertime. But don't fear not, because you've still got 3.5 hours of our silky smooth voices bringing you into Saturday night. And
smooth as gravel.
Well, they're getting...
Steers worn
They're
on.
getting rougher, yeah. Because, you know, cars and drivers go through the ringer. Speaking of which, I caught up with J.M. Littman briefly when I went across for some dinner.
Was he sweating?
A little bit, a little bit. He did say he reckoned he lost 4 kilos in that stint.
Did he really?
It was an hour and 40 minutes, and he said, I lost 4 kilos.
And his drinks bottle failed, didn't it? So
yeah.
He wasn't able to drink.
Yeah. So, before... it was Andrew, wasn't it, that interviewed him?
Yeah.
Before Andrew reached him, he was literally face down on the concrete floor, just unable to move. And then Andrew arrived on the scene, and he had to do an interview.
Well, that's pretty standard practice for GM. Well, I have seen him get out of the car on all fours. Never happy when he's on all fours.
Okay.
And on all fours and literally crawled round the back of the car and then stood up.
Yeah.
It's easy to get out of a sports car, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, he's, you know, by his own admission, He's a sweater, I'm afraid. And he will lose, perhaps more. I mean, some people sweat. Michael Schumacher was renowned for not... his hair was perfectly dry after the rigours of a Monaco Grand Prix even.
Roger Federer never sweats.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Malaysia never sweated. Everybody, you know, steps out the hotel room and begins because of the humidity. Michael Schumacher never did. GM Lippmann is perhaps the complete opposite to Michael Schumacher, probably in so many ways as well. I'm sure GM would agree. But he loves his motor racing, and he is he's become a bit of a name in this series, and it's great to have him back. He hasn't done much racing this year, he was telling us, and I'm sure he'll get the bug again. But 4 kilograms, that's quite a, you know, that's if you were
4 bags of sugar.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
if you were to pick those up, that's a considerable weight in the supermarket, and you think you're going through that. And he got the message from the team manager that it would be 20 more laps. It turned out to be 10 more laps. It was an incorrect message, but even then, 20 more laps, how is that even possible? I'm going to go over my drive time, but 10 more laps in the end, I think he possibly managed half of that. But anyway, got to the end of the stint, crucially. They weaved it into the strategy, and they're still leading the class, or they were when I was speaking to JM, at least. I made the comment about Portimao. Now, he didn't race at Portimao, but I said it was a heck of a lot hotter at Portimao. You know, was it peaking at 39 in Portugal for the previous 24-hour race?
It was 39.40, yeah.
Okay.
Track temperature was beyond 50.
And it seems to me that there are more drivers struggling with the conditions this weekend compared to Portimao. And JM said to me, it's the humidity.
Yes.
It's the humidity here, which is the killer.
Yeah.
65, 68% humidity, where, you know, you're talking about JM being a sweater. Everyone's a sweater, frankly, when there's that much fluid in the air. There's that much H2O and other stuff in the air making you sweat. And that it's a drier heat in Portugal, even though, again, you're relatively close to the Atlantic Ocean. We're a matter of miles away, you know, a small amount of miles away from the Mediterranean coast here at Barcelona. But although there's a bit of a breeze, and more so of a breeze than there was just 2 weeks ago at this circuit, that doesn't help you in the racing car. And, you know, it's that ambient temperature. As soon as you go into an un-air-conditioned space in this heat, you then get hit by the amount of humidity in the air. So everyone's in the same boat, I was going to say. Certainly the same situation. And just having to put a brave face on it. But it's better to do a 2-hour stint at this time of the day than it was earlier on, you know, 3-4 o'clock.
And it's not getting any cooler, Johnny. It's kind of plateauing. It's not going to get to the sort of coolness where you'll need to put maybe a sweat top on or something. It's going to stay above 20. It's going to drop to 20 degrees by 5 a.m.
Well, I think, yeah, you said that earlier on. I think we're using different weather apps, because I could only find a low of 23, but we're splitting hairs there, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, what you're not getting then is any necessarily fresh air overnight. There's not a great deal of cloud cover even now. And I always thought, a bit like Portimao. Portimao can become very blustery indeed because of the wind coming off the Atlantic Ocean. The Mediterranean doesn't quite have that effect. There's a light breeze around, but it's not blowing the clouds through, and not blowing more cloud cover over the track to help us out. So, yeah, these conditions at times, very brutal indeed. And there is still to come, there's a midday in the race. We haven't reached midday and the sort of peak of Sunday yet. So everyone's going to be thinking, oh, we've got to sunrise 7:30 tomorrow morning, and then the temperature's going to grow and grow and grow again to late 20s. 16 hours, 20 minutes still to go, and with 217 laps completed for Samantha Tan's ST Racing BMW, let's get this update from Diana Binks.
Yeah, I've just caught up with Georgios Frangoulis, who's just jumped out of the 927 360 racing car. First of all, I needed to just catch your breath there, but how was the stint?
I mean, it's a very nice track. It was awesome to get dawn, to have the feeling of driving both in the day and the night, all of the transition. It's a completely different way of driving in the same track. I enjoyed this stint pretty much. By what the team told me, I didn't have time to look at data yet. They said it was a very good stint, so I hope it to pull up a bit in front after the problems that you had with the car earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the team here have been doing a great job looking after it. That pit stop was pretty slick. Are you satisfied with how things are going now at this point as we go into night time?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we had some issues with the braking system of the car earlier. Now the cars are very, very comfortable on the braking. So I think we should have a very good AM time for the race. And I mean, I had the first impressions of the car at night, and it's driving great. So I hope for the best.
You were still out there, weren't you, when it sort of went a lot darker? What's the traffic management like, and what's the circuit like now?
So you have to look at the white lines on the circuit, because sometimes when you try to look at the asphalt and the track itself, you cannot have a clear idea on where's the apex. So we're gonna see some slower lap times, more careful driving for sure, probably a bit less overtaking, and more accidents.
Well, I'll let you get some rest, no doubt we'll catch up with you throughout the race.
Say it again, sorry.
I'll let you get some rest now, and no doubt we'll catch up with you during the night.
Thank you, I need that. Thank you.
Yeah, a chance to chill out. But a thumbs up for the camera, nevertheless. It's great to have 360 Racing team here from Andorra. So not too far away from Barcelona, but it's a double, well, almost all Brazilian squad. One car is full of, I think it's 5 Brazilians, Andrew Marriott, and then the other one is predominantly Brazilians with a slightly different nationality in there for good measure.
Yeah, I think the Porsche Cup in Brazil is quite a big thing.
Yeah.
They have a lot of competitors, and you might remember, Johnny, I was at the Le Mans Classic, and Nelson Piquet appeared in a vintage Porsche. But
yes.
He's got an old 911. Nobody knew he was coming.
Yeah.
I got the interview with him, exclusive for Radio Show Limited, and he was driving with a couple of guys who are also in this Porsche Cup Brazil.
There you go.
So anyway, that 927 car is being pushed back into the garage, and I think we've got another guest, haven't we, Johnny? So
we have indeed, Andrew.
Right.
So yes, sorry to. I've brought you in the box, and now I'm booting you out again. But you'll be welcome as soon as we've chatted to Ola Dorleman, because Ola's got a bit of news after we were talking about Kuwait not too long ago. But Ola's going to step in now with, well, let's try and keep you up to date with what's going on in the race as well, because there's half a minute between Samantha Tad ST Racing's BMW M4 and the Poulsen Motorsport Christian Poulsen driven BMW. So it's all about those Bavarian cars right now. The Audi R8 in 3rd position with Sven Herberger, and in TCR, Wolf Power Racing still to a certain extent bossing the 2nd race in this event, the 116 Ivars Valors Wolf Power Racing machine, ahead of the Cupra Leon of BBR. So it's Grant Superpongs at the wheel of that, the 158. And 3rd position is AC Motorsport with the Audi RS3 for Stefan Perrin. But Ola Dorleman of Creventic and the 24H Series steps into the box because, and now this is hot off the press news, or is this stuff that you kind of have known for a little while? Because I asked one of your colleagues, Gary Willems, I'm very excited to know about the 2023 calendar, which is still being worked on, I think. So, you tell me how much you can tell the audience so far.
Yes, thank you for having me here, first of all. Always like coming over, even if that means kicking Andrew out for a bit.
It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm pulling his leg. Go on.
Sure, of course we will have some known pillars in our series like every year. Generally speaking, about the 2023 calendar, we will again have 2 championships, so a European season and the Continental Championship, of which the first race of the year, the last race of the year, and the best European race will count. Talking about Europe, we're still designing the calendar. Of course, the dates for Dubai and Abu Dhabi are known in January. What I can already confirm now is that we will surely be back in March in Mugello for the 12 hours as the season opener. It has become kind of a mainstay on our calendar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Just like this year, the 2nd round will be at Spa-Francorchamps, again a 12-hour race in May this time. So 2 weeks later than it was this year. we still have a lot of very attractive options for the month afterwards. Barcelona is definitely going to be back in like every year. It's the highlight of our European season. We're going to add an October round to the calendar as well again. So we will have a 6-round calendar in Europe next season instead of the 5 that we're having this year. But with a stronger focus on 12-hour races. We want to make Barcelona even more of a highlight than it is now. It will be most likely the single 24-hour race in Europe next season in our calendar, with all the others being 12-hour events.
Yes, that's very interesting. So effectively, you'll have Dubai, you'll have Barcelona as your 24-hour races. We don't yet know what's happening at the end of 2023, but you've suggested with the Continental Championship there will be some sort of flyaway event at the end of the season.
Well, first of all, you just had Mohammed in, and we are very, very keen on growing the partnership that we have just established with Kuwait Motor Town. We're very happy with their excitement and are looking forward to a great event at the end of this season. It is likely that Kuwait might be again the season closer next year. However, we still have a standing agreement with Sebring, of course. It really depends on international logistics constraints. In the current logistics situation, we simply cannot guarantee the competitors to have their cars on time in Sebring. And as long as it stays like this, we just need to postpone the remainder of our agreement with Sebring Raceway. But obviously, we're looking at returning to the US at some point in the future.
Well, I think about the success that you had at Kota. We had, was it 2 Sebrings or 1 Sebring in the end?
1 Sebring.
1 Sebring, and you'd hoped for the second this year, and we all know about the problems with that. But actually, the contract clearly has not quite been extended, but they are happy for it to be postponed until the next event happens.
It has been put on hold for the time being, and well, we had a great partnership with Sebring last year. I mean, it was a kind of challenging event after all because of logistic constraints, which was also giving us the reason this year to think about an alternative. But the management at Sebring has been very supportive and very understanding in all of this. And well, together with them, we are looking at all possible scenarios. And definitely Sebring Race will be our first point of contact when we return to the US.
Much later down the line, quite possibly therefore, we don't even know how a Kuwait 12 hours works yet, but might it be possible to do a 24 hours in Kuwait, or does the track license not permit that?
We do have an option in the future.
Okay.
We do have an option. I mean, now it's learning. It's a new event for the country itself, a new event for the track, and I mean, we're very happy that the whole delegation of Kuwait Motor Town is here during this event. They're just looking above some people's shoulders in race control, in our staff, in the media center, and learning how an international series event works. And they're taking all of this with them to Kuwait and to make the event happen at the best standards possible. And well, it's a relationship that we've been talking about now for some years already directly with them. And we're very happy that things are falling into the place now, and that we can actually look forward to the first ever international car race in Kuwait this December.
No, I mean, mightily exciting. Even, I think, you know, we've all been given a further shot in the arm, actually chatting to the guys from the track to know, in reality, how it's all going to work. And we're already, you know, we're several months out yet, and still very much looking forward to that now. So 6 European races, some that you've pinned down, others you haven't. Favouring 12-hour races. Does that mean they're more likely to be split races across 2 days, or is that very much dependent on where you can go? Because, for instance, Paul Ricard, we've been able to run 12 hours straight through in the past.
Yes, it really depends on the local regulations in regards to noise. at most European circuits, it's likely going to be a split race nowadays.
And what's the feedback generally from competitors? Do they enjoy that dynamic? And do they like you actually altering the halfway point? Because sometimes, we've had 3 hours plus 9. We've certainly had 4 plus 8. We've had a 6 plus 6, or sort of 6.5 plus 5.5 in the past as well. That's the bit I like, because from a strategic point of view, the brain's trust on the pit wall, having to think, right, where do we need to be at the end of day one?
Yes.
Is that attractive, do you think, for your
yes, strategy-wise, the split races are very, very attractive, especially also because the gaps within a lap are eliminated after part 1. And after all, our focus and our DNA is to cater the Pro-Am market rather than the Pro market. So we have a lot of gentleman drivers in our series who come, who bring their families in, and it's great for them to stop the race on time midway, or after 3 hours, 4 hours, however it fits, and just afterwards go to a nice restaurant. Sometimes we organize activities in the paddock for our drivers in our newly branded endurance lounge, and what we see is that people appreciate the split races, especially if they can take their family and enjoy the evenings. It just gives a lot more relaxation to the schedule than a straight 12-hour race, even though that has its charms too. So in Kuwait, for example, we run 12 hours straight in one rush, and looking forward to that too. It's strategic-wise, it's interesting because any race can be different. If you have a 3-hour part first or 5.5, that makes a huge difference in terms of tyre and fuel management, of course.
Joe and I, you can't hear from Joe at the moment because you've taken his headset, which is fine. Keep Joe off air. But Joe and I absolutely love those split races because you can go to have a meal, a couple of beers, nice sleep, wake up 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, carry on racing. It's a great prospect. Do you think it needs one straight through 12 hours, if possible? Do you think, one in the calendar somewhere?
One in the calendar would be nice, but again, it really depends on what the circuits offer us. We're looking at attractive circuits, and of course, next to potential clashes with other series, it's for us very important to keep in mind that we run on attractive tracks, and that we run on tracks that have good surroundings around them.
Yes.
Because the vacation factor, the getaway factor, is a big part of our weekends for our drivers, and it's competitive racing. They take it very serious, but the gentleman drivers can focus on that during the weekend and have a nice time out with their families, and that mix is very important to us. So it will be a great mix of events, I'm sure of it.
There's a lot of big teams here this weekend, particularly because Barcelona's always been a big draw. It's a touring car race stretching back to the late 90s. You, as the 24H series, brought GT3s to the party as well. But as the level of recognition, how well known these teams become, they too have got a very busy season where they have to pick and choose where they're going to be. So in delaying your calendar announcement, is that in a sense a good thing because you're allowing other calendars to be set so that you don't have too many clashes for want of a really good entry for each race?
Yes, it's partially that. It helps us a lot not to clash, but the racing season is so busy that it's hard to find a single weekend that fits and then find the correct circuit to race on that particular weekend. But we're doing our best, and I'm confident that it will be a great calendar once again. Also, I believe that it will help to reduce it to one 24-hour race only, because it makes it more possible to run the full season with the same lineup and get an additional driver in to do the 24 hours.
Are we looking at tracks that we've been to before, perhaps a number of years ago, or are they perhaps brand new circuits that 24H series has never been to before? Is it a mixture of the two?
Most likely it will be mainly circuits that we have been to in the past. We are definitely going to shuffle a bit with the circuits that we had this season. Also based on the feedback that we received from the competitors and calendar constraints, because once one of the big fishes like Formula 1 or MotoGP is moving, then we've got a whole new challenge to face.
Yeah.
Definitely most of it will be known premium circuits. It can be that there is the occasional race on a circuit we haven't been at yet.
Okay. Well, that in itself is exciting as well. We're predominantly a British commentary crew. It's been a while since Creventic has reached the British Isles. Has that ever been a thought for moving forward, to come back and thinking about the 24 Hours of Silverstone?
We always loved coming to Silverstone. It was great, also because for an endurance race, surprisingly many spectators came in, and the atmosphere in the paddock, us using the national pits, was good. The time of the year was cold.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, Joe's just said not in March, because we have been there when it's been, what, 0 degrees overnight? Frostbite, Joe got in the pit lane.
I remember a long red flag due to fog as well.
Yes. Yes.
But it was always very fun events, especially since we used to have a lot of local cars as well in the Silverstone 24 hours and the 12 hours that we ran with the GTs. So we're definitely in touch with them.
Okay.
But
don't hold your breath for next year.
It's difficult. You know, actually logistics to the UK are now similar as going to Dubai in paperwork-wise.
Yes.
Which makes it a whole lot harder to get a lot of teams from the continent to the UK for one event. So it's a challenge, but who knows? Maybe at one point in the future we can return to the UK as well.
Well, that would be very exciting. So, any idea, you know, on a time scale, this thing's very, very fluid, but do you think you might have a calendar in place between now and Kuwait, let's say? You know, people
that's
arriving.
a must. That's a must.
Yeah.
I mean, our competitors need to plan, and after all, a lot of the cars that go to Kuwait will do the 24 Hours of Dubai again as well. And that's the start of the new 24H Series Continent season. And latest, when the cars go on transportation for Kuwait, we need to have the calendar presented. Actually, we're hoping in the next couple of weeks to get the last strings pulled and get the schedule on the screen, and then we can publish it to everyone. What I would like to say as well, one thing we are considering, and basically it's already more or less confirmed, so I'm confident I'm allowed to share it here, is that we will also put a focus on building up a championship in the Middle East for the winter. We have two successful events with the 24 Hours of Dubai and the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi the week after, and now we're adding a third event in Kuwait. So it is highly likely that in the weeks to come we will also announce a championship containing of these 3 events for now, with the prospect of growing this series on more tracks in the Middle East in winter. A lot of teams are testing their cars in the south of Europe in winter season, and we would like to offer them an alternative in the Middle East, where they can actually race in a championship on premium FIA Grade 1 circuits. And since we handle all the logistics for our competitors, we know it is possible, and it's also fun to race over there.
Ola, thanks for dropping by. We're not very far away from another race hour being completed, so we'll probably have to run through the standings in a tick. But just a word about you and what you're doing next, because you've been with this Creventic organisation for a number of years now. They've been, for us as a broadcast team, real standout moments in 2020 where we couldn't get to some of the races, and you and Peter Fry held the fort superbly well. I'm thinking about the Copa Florio, the 12 hours in 2020. Yes. We were fearing for our jobs, to be honest, because you guys, as pit lane reporters, as grid walk guys, you were too good. But this is, for the moment at least, the end of your Creventic story.
Yes, it is. I'm sad about it, but I will be leaving Creventic in October this year. I'm simply taking a step back from motorsports to be more with my family. But yeah, I'm going to miss all of this. The guys at Creventic, the paddock, you. It's always during our events the feeling of being together with your second family, and I'm going to miss it a lot.
Well, thank you for your years of service.
Thank you, thank you.
We've really enjoyed it along the way, and thank you very much for coming into the box just now as well to give us the very latest on 2023. Due to the hard work for Orla and the rest of the crew as well. Our thoughts right now, actually, with Peter Fry, he's not very well. He's been really struggling with some kind of throat infection, which been pumped through full of antibiotics to try and solve that, and has actually been half looking after this meeting from a hotel room. I understand now Peter's gone home because he's really under the weather, but Peter Fry, who's worked incredibly hard on this event as well, as I say, from distance, and now we're wishing him a swift recovery.
Yeah, he didn't look very... He didn't look very well. I said to him, walked up to him this afternoon, I said, mate, I've seen better looking corpses